Good evening, and welcome back to the quiet end of the internet, where we let the dark do the talking for a while. In a silent building by the harbor, a lone technician is starting his shift. The only light is a tired strip of fluorescent buzzing softly over his head as he threads an old reel-to-reel tape through a machine that seems to sigh when it comes to life. At first, all he hears is soft static, like faraway wind blowing through a place no one visits anymore. A gentle hiss that almost lulls him into forgetting he is supposed to be working. Then, without warning, sharp bursts of Morse code start hammering in his ears, each click a little harder than the last, too fast, too desperate. And for a second, he actually pulls the headphones away as the sound spikes. A tiny jump that makes his heart stumble before the room settles again. Under the hum of the lights and the whir of the reels, he realizes the voice he is listening to has been dead for decades, and yet it is speaking to him now about a ship full of frozen faces under a sky just as dark as the one outside your window tonight. If you find a strange kind of calm in stories like this, in the soft chill that helps you drift off slower and deeper, you can subscribe and stay with us. I will keep the light low, the pace gentle, and the ocean of old ghosts waiting just beyond the edge of sleep. The harbor always sounded softer after midnight. Out on the water, the big ships still moved, of course. Their engines grumbled under the surface like patient giants, and their lights made slow, smeared trails on the black skin of the bay. But from the hill, where the Coast Guard archival building sat, those sounds arrived as a low, steady murmur, like someone humming an old song through a wall. The gulls that screamed and circled during the day were mostly asleep, tucked away on pilings and rooftops. The town itself had pulled its shoulders in. Bars were closing, traffic had thinned to the odd passing car, and the glow of the harbor lamps ran in thin, shivering lines across the water. Inside the building, the world shrank to a corridor, a locked door, and a pool of warm light in a large, quiet room. The archives were not glamorous. Rows of gray metal shelves broke the space into aisles, each loaded with cardboard boxes, plastic cases, and stacks of tightly wound reels. The air smelled faintly of paper, old tape, and coffee that had been made too many hours ago. A soft, constant breath of air conditioning washed through the vents, just loud enough to keep silence from feeling like a weight. At the center of all that, in a nest of desk lamps and screens, sat Sam Blake. He was in his late 30s, a little thinner than he probably ought to have been. Shirt sleeves rolled up past his elbows. His hair bore the vague, permanent disarray of someone who had once cared very much how he looked, and then, 1 year, simply stopped. There was a kindness to his face that even exhaustion could not blur, the kind of face strangers felt comfortable asking for directions. A ring had left a pale groove on his finger that a new callus was slowly filling in. He had not set out as a child to spend his nights listening to the footsteps of other people's emergencies. Yet here he was. On paper, Sam was a communications technician assigned to archival digitization. In practice, his job was this: take old recordings, reels, cassettes, whatever had survived from the days when metal ships and storm-chasing cutters talked in clicks and static, and feed them into the patient mouth of modern machines. Label the files, tag them with dates and coordinates when those could be found. Make sure they did not vanish when the shelves finally began to give up their ghosts. He liked to joke, for the benefit of the 2 or 3 co-workers who saw him before they went home. that the dead were punctual and quiet, which was more than you could say for people calling 911. The truth behind the joke was simpler. The night shift meant fewer questions, fewer meetings, fewer fluorescent-lit reminders of the life he had been living last year, when this same building had just been something he passed on the way home to a different apartment and a different front door. Sam was not sleeping well these days, but he was not collapsing under it. The ache was dull, not sharp, the kind of tired that made sound feel heavier and time feel wider. He had chosen these hours because they were long and predictable and did not require him to explain very much about anything to anyone. Somewhere between midnight and 3, the past and the present seemed to lie more easily together. He found peace in the repetition. On his desk sat a tower of tapes waiting for him. Black plastic reels in clear cases, each with white labels bearing neat printed call signs and dates. He would slide one toward himself, rotate it so the writing faced the right way, read the call sign under his breath. Then he would enter it into the system, make a small tick in his logbook, and feel the small satisfaction of another tiny order imposed on the shapeless heap of history. As the machine whirred and clicked, drawing the tape across its heads, Sam would listen. Weather updates from 20 years ago, a routine check-in from a patrol boat whose captain sounded bored enough to be safe, a clipped exchange about a broken engine, resolved in the next transmission by a gruff laugh and a "she's running again," barely. The voices came out of the headphones as if from far down a hallway, softened by time and static. He sometimes imagined them all as successful endings, even when he knew that was not always the case. He pictured the cutter limping back to port, the storm passing without turning ugly, the angry voice on one recording and the tearful one on another, meeting again on a quiet morning with coffee and apologies. It was a gentle lie, he told himself, a way to sand down the edges of the things he heard. No one would correct him now. The people who had spoken those words had long since gone on to other emergencies, or to none at all. Around him, the room felt almost cozy. The lamp on his desk cast a warm, circular glow over his keyboard, his logbook, his hands. Beyond that, the overhead lights had been turned down to their lowest setting, leaving the distant shelves in soft, bluish shadow. Dust motes drifted slowly through the cone of lamplight, catching and losing their brightness as they moved like lazy snow in a snow globe. On one shelf, someone had left a mug with a chipped handle, its old coffee ring etched permanently into the metal below. On another, a strip of masking tape marked Boxes 7194, Do Not Move, had begun to peel at one corner, the adhesive tired of doing its job. The shelves themselves seemed to lean in slightly, not menacing, simply attentive. Sam moved through the space with the easy care of a person who had mapped it 100 times in his head. Every couple of hours, when a file finished rendering or a long reel came to an end, he would stand, stretch, and walk the aisles. He would straighten a tilted box here, nudge a case back into line there. Small, pointless, satisfying corrections. His fingers tapped lightly on the cardboard as he went, keeping time with the echo of whatever recording had just finished playing in his ears. There was a ritual to his coffee as well. He brewed it strong, left it to sit until it was only faintly warm, then drank it in slow, absent-minded sips. The bitterness grounded him without jolting his nerves. Too much caffeine made the quiet feel sharp. Just enough made it feel like a blanket pulled a little higher up his chest. Tonight was no different. or it did not seem different at first. He had already worked through 3 tapes. One, a mundane series of maintenance requests from a cutter off the Carolinas. One, a sequence of weather broadcasts from a decade-old storm season. And one, a strangely cheerful conversation between 2 vessels about a successful rescue of a disabled fishing boat. Each file had been dutifully tagged, logged, and added to the slowly growing digital vault. When he wheeled his chair back from the desk to pull the next tape from the waiting stack, he noticed something that did not belong. Most of the cases were identical. Clear plastic with white stickers, lined up in a neat grid on the rolling cart beside him. But at the back, half tucked behind a labeled row, sat a different shape. A cardboard box, about the size of a hardback novel, its edges softened and slightly darkened with age. Brown packing tape crossed its top in an uneven X, one strip overlapping the other as if applied by someone in a hurry. Sam frowned, a small, curious kind of frown that did not reach the rest of his face. He reached past the newer cases and drew the box forward. Up close, it looked older than everything else around it. The cardboard had that particular sagging stiffness of something that had been moved from shelf to shelf for years without anyone bothering to open it. In one corner, a faint ring suggested it had once sat under a coffee cup for far too long. Across the top, in faded black marker, someone had written a series of numbers and letters. Most had been rubbed off by fingers in time. Only a few were clearly legible, like fragments of a sentence. CL, S, and below that, something that might once have been a name, now mostly ghosts of ink strokes. He turned it in his hands, feeling the tape pull slightly where the cardboard flexed. There was no barcoded label, no printed call sign, no entry to match in his mental catalog of what usually passed through this room. For a moment, the building seemed to lean in with him. The hum of the air conditioner, the far-away engine noises from the harbor, the soft presence of thousands of recorded voices on the shelves. All of it felt as if it had paused just a little to see whether he would set the box back where he had found it. Sam smiled to himself, the corner of his mouth twitching. "You were not on the list," he murmured under his breath. He did not put it back. The tape inside the box looked as if it had been waiting a very long time. Sam slit the old tape across the top of the cardboard and folded the flaps back. There was no paperwork, no bundle of forms tucked in beside evidence like there usually was. Just a single reel-to-reel in a cloudy plastic case, the lid spiderwebbed with fine cracks. A strip of yellowing paper clung to its front under brittle browning tape. Someone had typed only 3 words on it, and the ink had bled slightly into the fibers of the label. Unclassified, Indian Ocean. In the corner, where a catalog number should have been, there was only blank space. He turned the case over in his hands, half expecting to find a second, more official label on the back. There was nothing. No call sign, no date, no reference code. It did not belong to any of the neat families of recordings he worked through every night. It sat apart from all the usual systems, nameless and bare except for that vague, expansive phrase, unclassified, Indian Ocean. It was not much to go on, but it had the particular gravity of something that had been forgotten on purpose. Sam set the case down beside his keyboard and woke the terminal with a tap of the spacebar. The login prompt blinked away, replaced by the familiar archive interface, rows of fields waiting for numbers. He keyed in the words from the label, tried a few obvious call sign combinations, searched by region, by decade, by anything the system might recognize. The results pane stayed stubbornly empty. No matching records, no partial matches. It was as if this object had walked in from some other building entirely and sat itself down on his cart. Normally, that would have been the end of it for tonight. Procedure said he should tag it as pending identification, set it aside, and leave a note for the day supervisor. Let the bureaucracy decide if it was meant to be here. But the building was very quiet. The stack of known catalog tapes was not going anywhere. The odd little box had found its way into his hands on his shift, not someone else's. Curiosity, small and persistent, unfolded itself in his chest. He picked up the case again and worked the clasps with his thumbs. The lid gave way with a soft, tired pop. Inside, the reel gleamed dully in the lamplight. The brown tape wound tight and even. For all the wear on its container, the tape itself looked surprisingly intact. No obvious warping, no breaks. It was ready, in its own way, to speak. The digitizer sat waiting on the corner of his desk, a familiar friend built in the shape of a machine. Sam snapped the empty take-up reel into place on the right spindle, then lifted the new tape onto the left. It settled with a small, hollow click he could feel through his fingertips. He threaded the end of the tape carefully across the heads, guiding it under and over the rollers, his motion slow and precise. There was a faint smell as he worked, the dry, warm scent of dust that had not been disturbed in years, waking up under the first breath of electricity. He flicked the power switch. The machine answered with a low hum, then a brighter whir as the internal fans spun up. Tiny indicator lights winked to life, green and patient. As he pressed the play button, the reels began to turn with a soft, hypnotic rhythm, pulling the tape smoothly through the hidden mouth that would read its magnetized skin and translate it into numbers his software understood. The headphones went on, cups settling over his ears and closing out the wider world. His vision narrowed to the little dance of spinning plastic and the glow of the waveform window on his monitor, a blank line waiting for sound to etch itself across it. For a few seconds, there was nothing but the gentle, steady hiss of tape moving past the heads. No voices, no call signs, just that soft white noise, like wind sliding past a car window on an open highway. He exhaled and felt his shoulders loosen. The static was not unpleasant. It was thin and distant, but oddly comforting, like listening to rain against a roof from inside a warm room. His breathing settled into its rhythm, long inhale, long exhale, matching its constant shh. He watched the waveform ripple gently with the noise, little waves rising and falling. Whatever this had been, it was quiet now. He opened a separate window with an old incident report he had been meaning to skim and let his eyes drift over lines of text while the sound filled the space behind his thoughts. Minutes passed like that, the tape unwinding, the static whispering, Sam's mind hovering in that soft, neutral place where work and rest overlapped. He scrolled lazily, read half a paragraph about a minor collision in a fog bank 10 years ago, made a mental note to fix a date field, one hand wrapped around his coffee mug, fingers absorbing its fading warmth. The first burst of Morse shattered the calm like a dropped tray in a quiet kitchen. Sharp, hard clicks cut through the hiss in his headphones, too loud, too sudden. They hammered in short, staccato bursts, the pattern tight and frantic. Sam jerked back in his chair, his other hand flying up to steady the headphones. The coffee mug on his desk clipped the edge of his keyboard, rattled, and sloshed brown liquid dangerously close to the logbook. He caught it just in time, heart thudding a little too fast. The clicks kept coming. They were not the neat, measured taps of a training exercise or a bored operator sending a routine weather update. They came in uneven spurts, some too close together, some spaced with aching gaps, as if the person at the key could not decide whether to hurry or to make absolutely sure they were understood. There was a weight behind them, a physical urgency that pressed against Sam's eardrums and crawled down the back of his neck. Beneath the bursts, the static hissed on, a thin, constant backdrop like distant surf. His hands moved almost automatically, years of habit falling into place. He opened the decoding module on his screen, routed the audio into it, and watched as characters began to appear in the box. Dots and dashes translated into letters, letters into words. The software stumbled over a few frantic sections, leaving blanks, but Sam filled them in without thinking, his own training bridging the gaps. The message assembled itself in chunks, horrifyingly simple. All officers, down. Captain, on bridge. Dead. Possibly, all crew, dead. The clicks faltered, then resumed, a shorter string this time. There was a pause long enough for Sam to wonder if the sender had collapsed, long enough for the hairs on his arms to stand upright as his mind supplied images to match the words. Then a final pattern emerged, each element drawn out, the spacing uneven, as if the hand on the key was shaking uncontrollably. I die now. The decoder printed the phrase in plain text on the screen. The last word stretched visibly across the timeline. The clicks slurred, as though the operator had leaned on the key a fraction too long and then lost the ability to lift his finger. The tape went back to static. Sam realized his mouth had gone dry. He reached up and took the headphones off, setting them gently on the desk as if they contained something fragile that might spill if he moved too fast. Without the sound, the archive room felt abruptly enormous. The little pool of lamplight that had been so cozy moments ago seemed to float alone in a much larger, much darker space. The murmur of the air conditioning returned to his awareness, a low, restless breath along the vents. Goosebumps prickled across his forearms. The temperature had not changed. The thermostat on the wall still glowed its usual, unbothered numbers. Yet his skin crawled with the same cold that lived in the pauses between those clicks. He rubbed his arms briskly, more to shake off the feeling than to raise any warmth, and pushed his chair back just enough to break the intimacy of the desk. The monitor across from him had gone into sleep mode, screen black. As he shifted, it woke, its pale light blooming suddenly in the glass of the office window beyond his desk. For a heartbeat, Sam saw his own reflection there, a man in a chair, shoulders slightly hunched, eyes wide. Behind that reflection, another shape seemed to move, a subtle suggestion of dim motion in the darker parts of the glass, like someone walking past the far end of the room. He turned quickly. There was no one in the aisle behind him, only shelves and boxes, and a thin spill of light from the emergency exit sign in the hallway. When he looked back at the window, the second movement resolved itself for what it had been all along. The flicker of the monitor adjusting its brightness, the ghost of an old screensaver snapping awake. Sam took a slow breath, let it out through his nose, and turned his eyes back to the words on his screen. All officers down. Captain on bridge dead. Possibly all crew dead. I die now. The dead it seemed, were not always as quiet as he liked to pretend. For a long moment, the only thing Sam did was stare at the words he had just coaxed out of the static. He was used to distress calls, not on this scale, not this old, but the archive was full of people reaching for help, their voices traveling through bad weather and failing equipment. Most of those tapes, though, belonged to stories he could trace to an ending. A ship that limped back into port, a cutter that arrived too late, a fisherman who was never found. There were case numbers, incident forms, follow-up notes, neat boxes ticked. Here, there was just a voice collapsing into that last terrible line, and then a blank. He slid the headphones a little further away, as if putting a bit more distance between himself and the ghost on the tape might help, then reached for the cracked plastic case the reel had come in. The label stared up at him in its tired, yellowed way. Unclassified. Indian Ocean. He turned it in his hands, thumb worrying at the edge of the paper. As he did, he saw something he had missed before. Along the top of the label, in a much fainter ink, penciled, not typed, a line of barely there handwriting curved along the plastic. It was almost erased by time and handling, more impression than mark. He angled it under the lamplight and squinted. The letters slowly separated themselves from the smudges. SS OURANG MEDAN. The question mark seemed almost apologetic, tucked in at the end like an afterthought. Whoever had written it had not been sure of the name, or not sure they were allowed to write it down. "Okay," Sam murmured. "Let's see who you think you were." He set the case down carefully and woke the archive interface again, fingers moving with renewed purpose. In the search field, he typed the name exactly as he had read it, then added the prefix SS, then tried without it. He adjusted for possible misspellings out of habit. Orang, Auran, Medan, with one A, Medan. He broadened the parameters, checked by region, by year spans that made sense for reel-to-reel recordings. The result pane remained as blank as a closed eye. No vessels by that name in the catalog. No incident files. No cross-reference tags pointing to any Ourang Medan involved in a distress call, explosion, or recovery. The system was not just empty. It was indifferent. If this ship existed in its memory at all, it was not in the parts he was allowed to touch. Sam leaned back and let the chair roll a few inches, the mild squeak of its wheels loud in the quiet. He could stop here, put the reel back in its case, mark it for review, pretend he had not heard a man die across 50 years of silence. Instead, he reached for the other keyboard. Technically, he was not supposed to do non-work browsing on the internal network, but the firewall had never been configured with much enthusiasm, and the night shift did not exactly strain the bandwidth. He opened a browser, typed the name into a search bar, and hit enter. This time, the blankness did not hold. The screen jumped into a tangle of results. Headlines from fringe websites, forum threads with timestamps spanning 15 years, blog posts with dramatic fonts and blurry background images. Mystery of the SS Ourang Medan, one announced. Another called it the ghost ship that killed itself. A few more sober-looking links sat lower on the page. Scanned clippings from old newspapers. A PDF of what claimed to be a Coast Guard bulletin from the early 1950s. He clicked one of the more restrained entries. A black and white photo filled half the page. A cargo ship on calm water, shot from a distance. Its name was not visible, the hull too small and the printing too light. But the caption insisted this was the Ourang Medan, taken just months before the incident. The image quality was bad enough to make anything possible. If you stared long enough, the flecks of dust on the lens became faces in the portholes. Shadows on the deck became figures. He backed out and tried another link. This one took him to a forum where sailors, or people who at least talked like sailors, traded stories. One post described a cold patch encountered on a shipping lane in the Indian Ocean in the late 80s. The writer claimed that for several minutes, the sea temperature readings had dropped dramatically. Fog had rolled in out of clear air, and a long, low shape had appeared on radar with no corresponding AIS signal. Felt like sailing past a grave, the poster wrote. Captain said it was a glitch, but we all shut up and checked our life vests. A reply underneath linked the experience to the legend of the OURANG MEDAN, suggesting the ship's last known position and the coordinates the forum user gave were too close to ignore. Another dismissed it as nonsense, pointing out inconsistencies in the dates and the usual way skeptics did. If it was real, where were the proper records? Sam's cursor drifted over the arguments without clicking. He did not care who won. He was more interested in the tone of the people typing. Some were laughing. Some were trying a little too hard not to sound afraid. One or two wrote like they were pressing relief into the keys, grateful to put a memory into words where someone else might recognize it. He opened the PDF. A grainy scan of an old bulletin appeared, the text slightly skewed on the page. It referred to an unidentified Dutch freighter sending out a distress call in Morse, reporting deaths on board before an explosion caused total loss of vessel. There was no name, no clear coordinates, just enough detail to be tantalizing and not enough to satisfy. Myth and report. Fact and rumor. They sat together on his screen now, layered like different transparencies that did not quite line up. The narrator in his head, because after so many nights immersed in other people's words, there was always a quiet one narrating his own life too. Whispered labels that other people had given this story. Ghost ship, government cover-up, post-war smuggling gone wrong, urban legend, cautionary tale. He watched those words float up and away, not committing to any of them. What he felt, more than belief or skepticism, was something else. A strange, protective tug. Until tonight, his work had been almost purely custodial. He carried other people's emergencies from old containers into new ones, made sure nothing already written in the logs slipped into oblivion just because the format changed. He was the librarian of panic, the quiet clerk in a hallway of alarms. The events themselves belonged firmly in the past. He had never felt them look back at him. This was different. This was not a routine call in a file with an outcome. This was a voice that had leapt, somehow, from rumor-stained corners of the internet to a real, physical tape in his hands. A man had tapped his terror into the air over the Indian Ocean. It had been caught, moved, stored, and now, decades later, played directly into Sam's ears. Through all the layers of misunderstanding and embellishment, that core fact pulsed like a heartbeat. It felt, ridiculously, as if the voice had picked him, chosen this shift, this set of tired eyes, to finally be heard properly. "All right," he said quietly, though no one in the building was there to hear his voice either. "Let's put you where you belong." He closed the browser, reopened the archive interface, and created a new entry. Call sign, unknown. Region, Indian Ocean. Type, distress transmission. He filled in what he knew, left blank what he did not, tagged the file with the generic incident category the system used for oddities. When he reached the field for catalog number, he paused. Normally, the software would suggest the next available ID based on date and type. Tonight, the box stayed empty, waiting for his input. He typed one in by hand, following the sequence he had used for the last batch. A logical next step in an orderly progression. His fingers hovered over the enter key, then pressed it. For the first time in his years of sitting at this desk, the archive system did something other than quietly accept his work. A red bar flashed across the top of the window. An error dialog popped up in the center of the screen, bright and jarring against the muted interface. Entry locked. Classification level restricted. Sam stared at it, not immediately understanding. He clicked the button to see more details. The dialogue did not expand. There was no further information, no helpful hint about mistyped codes or duplicate numbers. Just that single line, accusing and impossible. His clearance level was standard for this facility, but it was high enough to handle every kind of incident they were supposed to hold here. Search and rescue, law enforcement support, environmental reports. He had never seen the system refuse a new entry. The hierarchy chart taped to the side of his monitor said nothing about any category above his own for this building. If something needed to be more secret than the archives, it lived in another place entirely, not on these shelves. Very funny, he muttered, as if someone in IT were playing a delayed joke. He tried again, this time altering the number, changing the type code, even leaving half the fields blank. The same error bloomed on the screen, pulsing faintly in that red that meant not just no, but you are not supposed to be touching this. It felt less like the system protecting itself from a bad input, and more like it was repelling an intrusion. Behind him, the tape machine sat quiet. The reel had finished its run. The tape was wound completely onto the take-up spool. The transport light glowed steady. Sam could see, out of the corner of his eye, the stillness of it, as he frowned at the screen, wondering who he could even ask about a restriction that did not officially exist. The machine made a sound. It was small, just a tiny metallic tick, the kind of sound a cooling component might make as it shifted back into its resting shape. But the timing was perfect. The tape had been stopped long enough that any mechanical settling should have happened already. The noise cut across the room with the clarity of a dropped pin in a church. Sam turned slowly. The reels did not move. The lights on the panel did not flicker. The counter stayed at its last number. Yet the feeling that something had just spoken, not through the headphones this time, but through the body of the machine itself, slid along his spine. He looked from the quiet hardware to the stubborn error message on his screen. The cursor blinked on the words, "Classification level restricted," a tiny heartbeat in the middle of a locked door. The box this tape had come in had not been misfiled by accident. The tape itself had not simply wandered onto his cart. Someone, at some point, had tried to tuck it away, half hidden, half marked, labeled just enough that it would not be destroyed, not enough that it would be easy to find. It was not just an orphan in the catalog. It was a thing that, by the rules he had been working under for years, was not supposed to exist in his hands at all. On the wall behind Sam's desk, half forgotten under layers of pinned memos and fire drill instructions, hung a nautical map almost as tall as a man. It had been there long before he started his shifts, its paper slightly buckled from years of humidity and air conditioning, its edges feathered where fingers had traced routes and coastlines. When he leaned back in his chair and let his gaze unfocus, the glow of his flickering monitor blurred into the pale blue of that map, and the narrow lines of text on his screen seemed to stretch outward, becoming shipping lanes, depth markings, names of distant ports. If you could step out of the archive room and into that map, the way a dream sometimes lets you walk into a picture, you would feel the present night in the harbor fall away and be replaced by a more timeless view. The land would shrink to a ragged strip of brown and green along the bottom edge of your vision. Above it, huge spaces of ocean would open, colored in cautious, cartographic blue. In the center of that blue, like a throat between two jaws of land, the strait between Sumatra and the Malay Peninsula would narrow the world to a channel only a few miles wide. In the daylight of that imagined map, the strait was busy in a way that would never fully show on paper. Giant container ships slid through in patient lines, their decks stacked high with multicolored boxes that held everything from televisions to tea leaves. Oil tankers, heavy and slow, pushed deep wakes behind them, carrying crude that would burn in the engines of cities half a planet away. Between them, fishermen in small wooden boats bobbed and swayed, their hulls painted in fading blues and reds, their nets trailing like spider webs in the green water. The air there smelled different than it did in Sam's archive. There was salt, of course, but it was not the clean, almost abstract tang of a cool American bay. It was thicker, laced with diesel and sun-baked metal, with tar and spilled fuel, and the faint funk of fish drying in the heat on decks and harbor railings. In the shallower parts, near the coasts, mangroves clung to the edges of land, their roots like black fingers digging into the mud. In the middle, sunlight beat down on steel until it shimmered, and every reflective surface, windows, wet holes, the water itself, threw the glare back up at the sky. To the people who worked those waters, the strait was not just a name on a chart. It was a place with moods and habits, and like any living thing, it had earned nicknames. In certain narrow narrows where traffic squeezed tightest, captains called it the alley, because once you entered, there was no easy way to turn around. A stretch with tricky cross-currents where ships seemed to drift sideways no matter what the helmsman did had been dubbed the blind lane. Further out, in deeper water, there was a polygon of sea some tug crews, with the casual cruelty of habit referred to as dead channel. Not because bodies floated there, but because engines had an inexplicable tendency to stall in its vicinity, and radios would pick up nothing but static. From above, from the height of a satellite or a god, the whole thing would have looked almost boring. Just flat water and sky, a glossy strip of blue laid between two pieces of land like a ribbon. The wakes of ships would draw temporary scars that vanished seconds after the hulls passed. Clouds would cast slow-moving shadows. Nothing about that surface would tell you how many stories lay beneath it, stacked in layers parallel to the sediment and the wrecks. Down in one of the harbors that opened onto that strait, years before Sam ever opened the nameless tape, an old man sat on a plastic chair in the evening and watched the water like it was a television he had seen every episode of and still did not quite trust. His hair had gone thin and white, his skin the shade and texture of sun-worn teak. The young cadets who drifted by in their crisp uniforms liked to call him Captain, even though he had not held a command in a decade, and his real name was always accompanied by a respectful Pock. He gestured with 2 fingers when they asked him about the routes he had run. The air around his hand seemed to fill with invisible dotted lines, his fingertip tracing corridors through the strait, up the coast, across open ocean. He did not embellish much. His stories were full of mundane details, engine troubles, storms that had been worse in memory than in reality, inspectors who drank too much coffee when they boarded. Only when one of the boys, braver or more foolish than the rest, mentioned a particular set of coordinates out toward deeper water, did the old man's face crease in a different way. "That patch," he said, and his mouth tightened a fraction. "I always went around if I could, even when the chart said no reason to. After dusk especially, the cadets waited for him to lower his voice and lean in, to say something about ghosts, monsters, a curse. He did not. He simply shrugged, a slow, weary lift of shoulders that had carried weight for too long. "You respect the water that has already eaten too much," he told them. "Same as you would respect a man who has already buried too many friends. You do not ask him for more." In another small port, further north along the same curve of coastline, a Malay fisherman with a cigarette perpetually stuck to his lower lip laughed as he untangled his net and told his grandson that some parts of the sea like to keep voices. He said it in the offhand way people use when they are trying to fold superstition into humor, to make it lighter so the child will not carry it as a stone. "You shout there," he said, smoke curling around the words, "and your own echo never comes back. Grandfather told me that. I tried it once. No echo, just wind. So I do not shout there anymore. I save my voice for places that want to give it back." The boy asked if that meant the ocean was haunted. The old man flicked ash into the water and said all oceans were haunted, but most of the time, the ghosts were just memories of storms. He did not mention the night he had woken up in his bunk, boat anchored in a sheltered bay, and heard, under the gentle slap of waves against the hull, a faint tapping that did not match any loose rope or drifting debris. A rhythm too regular, too desperate to be accident. If you leafed through the logbooks locked away in the offices of shipping companies and coast guards all around that region, you would find the usual litany of loss. There were entries thick with ink where storms had rolled unsuspected out of black horizons, reports of collisions in fog, of fires licking up from engine rooms to eat entire decks, of hulls torn open by reefs or carelessness. Sometimes the lines were long, filled with names of crews, coordinates, detailed summaries. Sometimes they were short and brutal. Vessel overdue, presumed sunk, no trace. A date, a ship, a verdict written more for insurance than for grief. Between those lines ran everything that was not recorded. The split-second decisions, the shouted orders, the prayers whispered over white knuckles on a wheel. The sea took some of those stories cleanly, left no pieces for anyone to pick up and file away. The strait continued to funnel steel from one ocean to another. The sun continued to glare on metal and water. The nicknames stayed mostly oral, passed from one tired voice to another over cheap coffee or shared cigarettes. The name OURANG MEDAN did not appear in the official list that Sam's archive knew about. It did not sit on any neatly typed page, slotted between tonnage and last port of call. Its absence, once you knew to look for it, was as distinct as a scar on otherwise smooth skin. An invisible ship, a missing line, a story that had slipped sideways through the cracks of the record and gone to live in the thinner air between myth and memory, out over a patch of water where the chart showed only depth and blue. By 1947, the war was officially over, but the ocean had not quite gotten the message. The flags on the ships had changed, bright colors snapping where once there had been gray and camouflage. But the currents still carried pieces of the last years. Rusting mines that drifted like poisonous jellyfish, depth charges that had never gone off, shells sleeping in the mud, hulls lay broken on the seabed, their names slowly being eaten off their sides by salt and time. Above them, new hulls moved along the same old routes, carrying different cargo with the same old mix of hope and fear. Peace, when it came, did not empty the holds. It filled them with other things. Governments that had spent 6 years pouring chemicals, metals, and machines into war now had to decide what to do with the leftovers. There were drums of compounds that had once been destined for gas shells, now quietly relabeled as industrial solvents. Crates of munitions with no obvious buyer, too unstable to store and too expensive to properly destroy. Documents listing experimental substances by serial number instead of name. The ocean had always been a convenient place to put what you did not want to see again. Freighters that had run convoys under blackout conditions and U-boat threats now found themselves in a different kind of shadow work. By day, they carried legitimate cargoes, sacks of rice, bales of rubber, barrels of oil. Their manifests were printed cleanly, stamped at ports with brisk efficiency. They moved along established routes, their names recorded in harbor master logs, their crews photographed for new identity cards. By night, some of those same freighters slipped sideways, a few degrees off the usual course. A quiet change of flag before leaving port, a flag of convenience that belonged to a small island nation more on paper than in reality. A stop at a less scrutinized pier, where the dock lights did not reach all the way into the shadows under the cranes. In an office that smelled of sweat, tobacco, and ink, a tired clerk sat at a desk with a wobbling leg and stamped documents he did not fully read. The room was hot. A fan turned lazily overhead without making much difference. Piles of papers leaned precariously against one another, a geography of obligations. A man in a suit without a tie slid a manifest across the blotter. "The usual," the man said. His voice was polite, in a way that made refusal feel childish. The clerk glanced at the top page, saw familiar column headings: weight, dimensions, destination port, and did not linger over the rows where contents were described only as machinery, supplies, chemicals. He had a family and a salary, and an already fading belief that his rubber stamp had anything to do with the safety of the world. He pressed the stamp down, hard enough to feel it through the cheap paper, and told himself that if it were truly dangerous, someone above him would have stopped it already. Out on the dock, under the sodium lamps, men with rope-burned hands and permanently stiff shoulders hauled crates up the gangway of a ship whose name had been painted, repainted, and altered so many times that the layers of paint looked like scars. The crates bore no company logos, only stenciled codes and hazard symbols that had been crudely blacked out. They thumped onto the deck with dull, unsettling weight. The crew did not ask many questions. They had sailed under worse cargo in the war years. At least now, there were no planes dropping bombs on them as they slept. One of them, smoking silently as he watched the boxes slide into the open maw of the forward hold, thought briefly of his wife waiting at home, 3 ports from here, their baby daughter just old enough to say, "Papa." He flicked his cigarette into the water and turned away before the crate disappeared fully from view. Ships like that had many names. On paper, they belonged to companies that belonged to other companies that traced, if you followed the chain long enough, to post office boxes in cities where nobody ever saw the ocean. Their flags changed like clothes. Today Panamanian, tomorrow Honduran. The next week, something more obscure. When they arrived in a port with one set of markings, they might leave with another. A hasty repainting done by men who pretended they believed it was for decor. Whatever the Ourang Medan had been originally called, she would have fit neatly into this half-light economy. A ghost border ship, not invisible exactly, but always slightly misaligned with whatever registry you checked. A vessel whose true ownership lived in the gaps between authorities. She was not the only one to sail under that kind of ambiguity. There was a Greek-coated freighter, the Aegis Dawn, that limped into Colombo one monsoon season, with half her crew retching and clutching their stomachs, eyes red-rimmed, complaining of an invisible smoke in the lower decks. By the time inspectors came aboard, the air down there smelled only faintly of paint and oil, and the official diagnosis was food poisoning. The men who had staggered out of the hold knew better. They had felt their lungs seize, their muscles twitch uncontrollably. None of them would go below deck again without a cloth over their mouths. A year later, the Aegis Dawn burned in open water. The fire started, according to the surviving mate's shaky testimony, in nothing. No spark, no explosion, just suddenly flame blooming along the seams of the bulkheads as if the metal itself had decided to burn. The mate mentioned barrels in the midship hold with labels he could not read. He did not mention, in his formal statement, the way the fire had seemed to move ahead of them, licking up ladders and across open spaces faster than wind could have carried it. There was also the story, told quietly in dockside bars, of a British flagged ship that had taken on a consignment of agricultural supplies in crates that clinked oddly when handled. 2 days out, 3 men on the loading crew developed frightening tremors in their hands and began to complain of blurred vision. They recovered more or less, but one woke, months later, from a nightmare of being unable to breathe and refused, from that night on, to sleep anywhere he could not see the sky. These incidents never quite made it into the official tallies as anything more than accidents, crew illness, equipment failure. They were filed, if they were filed at all, under categories that made insurance companies and governments more comfortable. The men who had been there carried the details in their bodies instead, in scars, in persistent coughs, in the way they flinched at certain smells. The horror in those cases did not come from the sea itself. It came from what humanity poured into it, the way you might pour an old poison into a new glass and hope no one could taste the difference. For the most part, the people involved were not villains. They were dock workers paid by the load, captains trying to keep their ships and crews employed, clerks drowning in paperwork, sailors who had already seen too much death to be impressed by one more rumor about a dangerous cargo. They had families waiting at home in crooked wooden houses and cramped city apartments, wives who counted the days between letters, children who drew pictures of boats with smiling stick figures on them. They were ordinary, and that was precisely what made the pattern unsettling. Ordinary hands lifted unmarked crates. Ordinary signatures moved them from one ledger to another. Ordinary eyes looked away from the places where descriptions were vague, where numbers did not quite match, where weight seemed oddly out of proportion to what the paperwork claimed was inside. Into that world, into that murky lane between war and whatever passed for peace. A ship without a solid name, and with at least one reel of tape recording her last minutes, would have slipped easily. A ship whose true cargo was known only to a few men in smoke-filled offices. A ship that, in some accounts, died alone in the wide, empty Indian Ocean, taking her crew, her secrets, and her official existence down into a depth where the pressure would crush any attempt to bring them back up. On most charts, it was just another set of numbers: latitude, longitude, a tiny cross where two invisible lines met over deep blue. If you trace the route of the ships that passed through that quadrant of the Indian Ocean, their tracks would curve and braid around it like threads around the eye of a needle. Some cut straight across it without hesitation. Others swung a little wider, not enough to look suspicious to anyone checking the logs. Just enough that a watchful old man on a plastic chair might nod to himself and think, yes, that captain has good instincts. In daylight, there was nothing to see. At bright noon, the sun hammered down out of a white sky, flattening color and depth. The sea there lay as open as any other patch between shipping lanes. Its surface, a hard, shiny sheet of blue-green that looked almost solid from a distance. Tiny white triangles of foam stippled the swell. If a plane flew over at 30,000 feet and someone pressed their face to the window, they would see nothing but a pleasant, generic ocean picture. No discolored slicks, no strange patterns in the waves, no darker shape lurking just below. Toward evening, the light changed, but the blankness held. As the sun slid toward the horizon, it poured gold across that same patch of water, turning every ripple into a moving coin and every trough into ink. Clouds caught fire at their edges, then dulled to bruised purple. The air cooled slightly. The heat in the steel decks of passing ships bled away into the wind. Out here, away from land, there were no city lights to muddy the transition. Day went cleanly into dusk. At night, with no moon, the sea and sky became almost indistinguishable. The water turned such a deep blue, it might as well have been black. Above it, the stars burned with a clarity you never saw from shore, arranged in the old patterns that had guided sailors long before there were engines and radar. The Milky Way was a pale smear. From the bridge of a freighter, the instruments glowed softly, green and red and orange, like a small mechanical constellation mirroring the one outside. On nights like that, you could stand at the rail and see nothing special in that patch. The waves rolled and hissed, the bow wake gurgled. The wind tasted of salt and distance. It was just water, until it wasn't. In the mid-1990s, a container ship called the Meridian Grace crossed that coordinate set on a routine run, carrying stacks of anonymous metal boxes from one hemisphere to another. Her crew was small and tired, in the way people get tired when each day's tasks are almost exactly like the last. The third mate on watch that night, a man in his late 20s with a baby photo tucked into his wallet and a habit of humming under his breath, stood on the bridge with a cup of instant coffee and watched the radar screen as much out of boredom as duty. The sea was calm. The sky was clear. The nearest thunderstorms, according to the weather facts, were hundreds of miles away. The engine's vibration was steady enough to feel in his teeth. He did not notice the cold at first. It started on the instruments. The external temperature readout, which had been sitting stubbornly in the low 80s all evening, ticked down in a way that caught the corner of his eye. 82, 79, 75. 70. It was not a gradual slide, the way nights sometimes cooled. It was more like stepping from a sunlit room into a refrigerated warehouse. He glanced at the digital numbers, frowned, and tapped the display with one knuckle. The digits kept dropping. Beside him, the glass of the bridge windows fogged faintly around their edges, a halo of condensation forming where warm interior met suddenly cooler outside air. When he exhaled, his breath came out in a faint, surprised cloud. He stepped closer to the glass. The sea was flat as polished slate. No fog bank rolling in, no change in the wind sound. The horizon remained clean and sharp. The air, though, felt different. It had that tight, waiting quality that comes before certain kinds of storms, when the sky seems to hold its breath and the hairs on your arms rise of their own accord. The third mate felt the skin along the back of his neck prickle. His humming died away. On the radar, a shape appeared. It slid into existence on the screen with no corresponding memory of having been absent a second before. A long, pale smear parallel to their course, at what looked like a safe distance. No AIS beacon tagged it with a name or speed. No little ID box popped up when he moved the cursor toward it. It simply sat there, echoing back the pulses from their equipment like a quiet, unregistered presence. He lifted binoculars and stared out into the dark where the contact should have been. The ocean stared back, empty and reflective. No mast lights, no silhouette against the faint glow of starlight on water. Nothing. For 5 minutes, the world narrowed to the cold air on his skin, the silent shape on the radar, the soft crawling sound of pen moving over paper, as he, almost without thinking, began to log his observations in the watchbook. Temp drop, sensors functioning, possible contact with no visual confirmation. He did not write what he was thinking, which was that it felt irrationally, completely irrationally, like overtaking a car on a foggy road and realizing too late that it had no driver. At the end of those 5 minutes, the temperature readout twitched. 70, 73, 78. The numbers marched back up toward the 80s, as if whatever had been pressing down on the heat had lifted. The fog on the glass thinned and vanished. His breath lost its visible body. On the radar, the pale smear faded, broke apart into noise, and was gone. He stood very still for another full minute, listening to his heart and the low thrum of the ship, waiting for something else to happen. Nothing did. The gauges settled. The night resumed its uneventful shape. Later, in the mess, he half-joked about their ghost convoy, trying to make the story sound funny, like superstition shared over lukewarm stew. Some of the older officers smirked. One or two muttered that the radars on these new ships glitched all the time. The chief engineer raised an eyebrow but said nothing. The conversation drifted on to sports, to the next port, to whose turn it was to call home first when they docked. In the official log, the third mate's entry for that watch was bland. Minor sensor anomalies, no confirmed contacts, conditions stable. He did not mention the cold, or the way he had briefly entertained the idea that they had passed through someone else's wake without ever seeing the hull that made it. Years later, in a different building on a different continent, Sam Blake scrolled through a scanned PDF that had that incident tucked inside it like a bone in a piece of meat. The memo was stamped with a Coast Guard letterhead from the late 1990s and addressed in formal language to a regional monitoring division. It summarized reports of temperature irregularities and unverified radar contacts logged by several vessels in a particular sector of the Indian Ocean over the course of a decade. The Meridian Grace was not named directly, but a line about a container ship experiencing a brief, intense chill at coordinates that match the ones now associated with the OURANG MEDAN's last transmission made the hair on Sam's arm stir again. He leaned closer to the screen, the bluish light from the monitor flattening the tired lines of his face. The memo suggested further study, recommended that environmental or equipment factors be examined. It was the sort of cautious language bureaucracies used when they did not want to say, "We do not know what this is." At the bottom of the page, just below the neat typed signature block, something had been added by hand. The ink was faded, the script short and sharp, as if written by someone in a hurry who did not expect their words to be read by anyone outside a very small circle. Sam zoomed in until the letters grew jagged, pixels showing around their edges. No further monitoring. Incident closed. As ordered. No initials. No name. Just that. He sat back slowly, letting the chair's wheels whisper on the floor. His eyes dropped to the date in the header of the memo. Month. Day. Year. He did the math without meaning to. His father's birth year sat there, the same 4 digits, anchoring the document to his family in a way that felt irrational and undeniable at once. While someone in an office had been scratching that terse little command onto the bottom of a report about cold patches and phantom contacts, his grandmother had been in a hospital bed or a small house somewhere holding a newborn. A man who would grow up and, decades later, have a son who sat in this room with this tape in his hand. The line between those things was invisible, but he felt it anyway, like a thread pulling lightly at his chest. He touched the screen briefly, fingertip resting over the handwritten words as if he could feel the pressure of the original pen strokes. The monitor was smooth and cool. Behind it, beyond it, were stacks of other memos, other tapes, other ghosts. Somewhere out in the dark, the coordinate set that had once been just numbers and now had a personality weighted under a sky that was, at this exact moment, full of stars. Maybe it was coincidence. Dates overlapped all the time. Maybe the OURANG MEDAN story had simply washed up on his desk because someone cleaning a shelf had shoved the wrong box onto the wrong cart. Or maybe, the narrator in his head suggested gently, some stories did not belong to everyone. They chose their listeners carefully, the way waves chose which stretch of shore to wear away. Outside the archive, the harbor breathed. Inside, under the steady hum of the air, Sam sat with a memo that said, "No further monitoring in one era," and a tape that refused to be quietly cataloged in another, and felt the uncanny sensation of being exactly where a very old, very cold story wanted him to be. In 1947, the SS Caldwell Star moved through the Indian Ocean like a slow, steady thought. She was not a glamorous ship. Her lines were workmanlike, her white superstructure smudged with soot and salt, her dark hull scarred where she had kissed docks too hard in rough weather. The decks smelled of oil and coffee and sun-warmed paint, the particular perfume of a vessel that worked for a living. Rust had begun to nibble at her railings in reddish crescents, but her engines were sound, her captain was competent, and her crew knew her moods, the way men come to know the creaks and sighs of a long-lived house. At night, with no land in sight, she became her own world. The bridge sat high above the water, a glass box with rounded corners, its windows framed in chipped white. Inside, the air held the faint tang of cigarette smoke and the ever-present low hum of electrical equipment. Instruments glowed in soft clusters, green and amber, like small constellations in a man-made sky. The compass card turned with lazy precision in its housing, always pointing to the same patient north. Below, the engine room dreamed in mechanical rhythm. The vibration of its heart traveled up through the steel ribs and into the soles of boots, into coffee cups, into the bones of the men on watch. It was a steady, reassuring tremor, like the pulse of a giant animal that had accepted its riders and meant them no harm, for now. On this particular night, the sea was as calm as an enormous dark plate. The stars were out, hard and bright, strewn across the sky with such clarity that it hurt the eyes if you stared too long. The sliver of moon that hung low toward the horizon did more to mark the curve of the world than to cast any real light. The ocean around the Caldwell star looked black enough to fall into, a vast spill of ink with only the ship's pale wake scribbled across it. First Officer Daniel Reyes stood at the bridge windows and watched that blackness slide by. He was in his early 40s, his thick hair clipped short in a way that owed more to practicality than style. Lines had settled around his mouth, and eyes that made him look stern at first glance, but softened when he smiled, which he did more often than he believed. His skin was the warm brown of a man who had spent most of his life between sun and salt spray. The chain around his neck disappeared under the collar of his shirt, where the small metal he touched before every departure rested against his chest. Reyes was a veteran of wartime convoys. He had stood on other bridges in other seas, watching for periscopes instead of wayward fishing boats, listening for the dull, heavy sound of depth charges instead of the soft swish of nets. He had learned the habits of fear and the shape of courage in those years. Now, in peace, he found that the ocean felt almost gentler, but not entirely. It had always had its own war with whatever floated on it. That he respected. Tonight, he was on the bridge for an extra hour he did not strictly need to be there. His watch had officially ended, but when the junior officer came to relieve him, Reyes had smiled, clapped him on the shoulder, and said he might as well stay a bit longer. The younger man, grateful, had gone below. Reyes did not feel like sleep yet. His bunk would be too quiet, the air in his cabin too still. Out here, surrounded by glass and instruments and the faint, metallic whisper of the wheel, he felt anchored. He cradled a chipped mug of coffee in both hands, letting its warmth seep into his fingers. It was strong and bitter, and had been sitting on the warming plate long enough to take on a burnt edge. He did not mind. The taste belonged to the night shift as much as the creak of the bulkheads did. Behind him, the radio set murmured softly. Fragments of distant conversations came and went in the operator's headphones. A weather report from a coastal station, a fishing boat requesting updated charts, some chatter between two ships that passed far away from the Caldwell star's solitary line. The radio room adjoined the bridge, its door propped half open so the man at the set could hear if anyone called his name. Reyes's eyes traced the horizon, then slid upward to the stars. Somewhere far behind him was the coast they had left days ago. Somewhere ahead, beyond the curve of the world, was the port where they would tie up and unload cargo that did not particularly care whose hands moved it, as long as it moved. He thought about his wife, who did care whose hands moved what. She had not wanted him to go back to sea after the war. He had promised this would be just for a few years, until we are steady again. They had stayed steady, the years had kept going. He thought, too, of the child they had lost in those years when the world was busy breaking itself. It was not a thought that came as a stab anymore, more like the ache of an old injury when the weather changed, a pull in his chest that reminded him of a room they had once prepared, of tiny clothes folded and refolded, of silence where there should have been midnight crying. At sea, that silence felt less sharp. The ocean was big enough to carry some of it for him. Working out here helped. There were routines, bells and shifts and bearings, things that needed doing in the right order, at the right time. The ship needed him, and the need was honest. A low chuckle from the radio room drifted out, the operator reacting to some distant joke. Reyes let the sound warm the edges of his thoughts. It was a good night. The navigation lights blinked in their slow, reassuring patterns at the bow and stern, red and green and white. Somewhere below, the cook would be finishing the last of the washing up, maybe humming a song from home. The Caldwell Star moved forward with the confident unconsciousness of a thing that had done this for a long time and did not yet know it might one day fail. "Sir," the voice from the radio room cut through his reverie with a different kind of tone, not alarmed, but sharpened, focused, the kind of sound someone made when they realized something was not quite right and were still deciding how wrong it might be. Reyes turned his head. The radio operator, a thin man with headphones clamped over his ears and a pencil tucked behind one of them, leaned halfway into the doorway, one hand still on the edge of the console behind him. "Sir," he repeated more quietly, "you might want to hear this." Reyes set his coffee down on the chart table, the mug making a small, hollow sound on the wood, and crossed the bridge in a few steady steps. The floor vibrated faintly under his boots. For no reason he could name, his hand brushed the metal under his shirt as he passed the wheel. In the radio room, the lights were dimmer. The glow from the set painting the operator's face in pale, restless color. He shifted his headphones onto Reyes's ears with practiced care, the way you might transfer something fragile from one set of hands to another. At first, all Reyes heard was static, a wash of thin, white noise like wind over a microphone, the familiar bed on which most communications rode. He almost opened his mouth to ask what exactly he was supposed to be listening for. Then the Morse broke through, sharp and insistent. The clicks hammered against his eardrums in uneven bursts, some too close together, some with heavy pauses between them, as if the hand on the key were stumbling but determined. The rhythm was wrong for a routine message. There was no easy, rocking cadence to it, no bored elegance. This sounded like someone knocking on a door with the flat of their hand, not caring if they bruised their skin. The channel, according to the operator's hastily scribbled note in the log, had been empty a moment before. No call sign had prefaced the message, no polite exchange of identifiers. The signal had simply leapt into the quiet and begun to tap out its alarm, ragged and frantic, trying to cross the vast black ink between one ship and any other pair of ears that might be awake. On the OURANG MEDAN, the night did not feel like night so much as the inside of a lung that had forgotten how to breathe. Lena Van Dyke moved down the main corridor with one hand on the steel wall, fingers trailing across the rivets to keep her balance. The ship was not pitching much. The sea outside was relatively calm, but the deck beneath her boots seemed to have developed a slow, uncertain sway that did not match the rhythm she knew by heart. It was as if the vessel were no longer riding the waves, but drifting on something thicker, more reluctant to let it go. The electric lights overhead flickered in a way they never had before. They did not blink off completely. They throbbed. A low hum pulsed through the filaments, brightening them too much for a heartbeat and then letting them sag back down into a yellowish, anemic glow. The metal shades around them buzzed faintly, a trapped insect sound that made the hairs at the nape of her neck stand up. The air smelled wrong. Normally, the ship's smell was a familiar mixture: oil, steel, rope, the ghost of old cargo, coffee one voyage, rubber the next, clinging to the hold. Tonight, something had slipped into that blend. A bitter note, sharp and chemical, threaded through the corridors like an invisible gas. It made the back of Lena's throat prickle, her tongue taste metallic. Behind it, fainter but present, was another scent she did not want to identify. The sour undertone that comes when too many people sweat from fear in a closed space. From somewhere ahead, down toward the midship companionway, the ship's dog began to bark. The sound was reassuring at first. A real, living noise in the strange atmosphere. Deep, regular woofs, echoing off metal. The dog had always barked at anything unusual, a dropped crate, a sudden clang, only to calm when someone shouted his name or threw him a scrap. Lena had rolled her eyes at him more than once, affectionately. Tonight, the barking climbed, turning ragged. A hoarse edge crept into it. The rhythm faltered. There was a high, choked yelp that seemed to rip itself out of his throat, and then silence. Not the settling kind, where the dog's bark fades as he loses interest. This was a cutoff, a sound that ended mid-breath. The kind of silence that follows the slamming of a door you cannot reopen. Lena stopped walking without meaning to. Her hand tightened on the wall. For a moment, the only things she heard were the hum of the lights and the rumble of the engine far below, a vibration that had become so much a part of her body's sense of the world that she usually did not notice it. Now it felt off, as if some new, thinner vibration had layered itself over the top, a high, almost inaudible tremor that threaded through the soles of her boots into her bones. Keep moving, she told herself under her breath, in Dutch first, then in the Bahasa she had grown up hearing from her mother. Almost there. She forced her legs to take her forward. The corridor ahead was mostly empty. A few doors stood ajar, spilling slivers of yellow light across the gray metal floor. In one of those doorways, a sailor she knew, Johann, from the engine crew, stood with his shoulder pressed to the bulkhead. He was not doing anything, just standing, eyes wide and unfocused, lips moving silently. It took Lena a second to realize that he was counting, his gaze fixed on some point at the level of her knees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. His mouth formed the numbers, but no sound came out. Johann, she said quietly. His eyes flicked up to her face without recognition, then back to the patch of floor in front of him. His lips kept moving. 6, 7, 8. His right hand twitched at his side, fingers clenching and unclenching in a rhythm of their own. She did not stop. Some part of her brain reached for him in sympathy, but another, deeper part screamed that if she broke her forward motion, she would not be able to start it again. The air felt too thick, like soot or smoke, clogging in her lungs. Every breath seemed to arrive a fraction of a second late. The door to the radio room was at the end of the corridor on the right, a familiar rectangle of metal and noise. She could usually hear the soft chatter from within long before she reached it. Voices, static, the occasional laugh. Tonight, what seeped under the doorframe was not conversation, but a rawer sound. The sharp clack-clack of the Morse key. She reached the threshold and grabbed the frame with one hand like a lifeline. Her fingers dug into the cool steel. The edge of the doorway pressed into her palm so hard she knew she would find bruises there later if there was a later. Inside, the main radio operator hunched over the set, his back bowed, his shoulders trembling. Sweat darkened the collar of his shirt and plastered hair to the back of his neck. His left hand gripped the edge of the desk so tightly his knuckles had gone white. His right hand danced over the key, not with the smooth, almost bored precision Lena had seen 100 times, but in jerky, desperate movements, as if he were beating on a door with the bone of his fist instead of with skin. The room was too bright. The bulbs in the ceiling burned a fierce, humming white, as if someone had turned the current up beyond what the wiring was meant to carry. The air stank of hot metal and ozone. The walls, usually just painted steel, seemed to have sweated. A fine mist beaded on their surface and on the glass of the equipment, catching the cruel light. "Peter," she said, and was shocked at how thin her voice sounded. "What?" "Captain is dead," he rasped, without looking away from the key. His voice had the shredded sound of someone who had been talking too long in a voice not meant for shouting. "Bridge, officers, all of them. I told them, telling them now." His hand slammed the key down in a short burst. Click, 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 click. Pause. Click, click, click. Lena's eyes went to the tape where he had been scribbling translations as he sent them. The pencil had left grooves in the paper where he had pressed too hard. All officers down. Captain on bridge dead. Possibly all crew. Her throat closed around the rest. "What happened?" she whispered. Something in the lower hole, he had said earlier, when the first screams had started. He had run past her in the corridor, white-faced, muttering it under his breath like a confession. Something in the lower hold, something that should not be there. Now, without pausing his hand, he repeated it, quieter, as if the walls themselves might be listening. "It is down there," he said. We opened, and it was there. Air is wrong. Faces. His voice broke into a cough. His fingers never stopped moving. No one stays down long enough to close it again. The Morse clacked. The message she already half knew forming once more in the invisible space between their ship and whatever ears might be open out in the dark. All officers down. Captain on bridge dead. Possibly all crew dead. The rhythm of it vibrated through the floor, up Lena's legs, into her spine. A chill ran down from the base of her skull in a straight line, like a finger laid along her vertebrae. Her grip on the door frame tightened until her nails dug into her own skin. A sound rose under their feet. It started as a faint, high whine, too thin to be machinery. The OURANG MEDAN had its share of groans and rumbles, the protesting creak of metal seams, the healthy roar of the engines, the thuds of cargo settling. This was none of those. It was as if someone had taken the screech of metal grinding on metal and played it through a tiny speaker far below, then slowly turned the volume up until it hovered just at the edge of hearing. Lena's teeth ached. A pressure built in her jaw, her sinuses, behind her eyes, as if the air itself were thickening, pressing inward from all directions. For a heartbeat, she felt certain that if she opened her mouth too wide, that air would push in and never let her close it again. The light bulbs overhead hummed louder, a furious wasp buzz, then dropped dim all at once. Shadows leapt into the corners, stretching the room into something longer, deeper than it had any right to be. A second later, the lights flared back to full brightness, so bright that halos bloomed around everything. The metal of the radio set, the pale skin of Peter's knuckles, the sweat on his neck, everything seemed outlined in hard white. She blinked, spots dancing in her vision. Outside, in the corridor, something moved. At first, Lena thought it was just the echo of the ship's engines, a familiar creak. Then she heard it again, more distinct, soft, measured footsteps passing the door. The pattern was wrong, too slow, too even, as if whoever, or whatever, was walking had never learned the slight irregularity of a human gait. Her heart thudded painfully once, then again. The steps reached the other side of the radio room wall and stopped. There was a second, a long, stretched-out moment in which nothing happened. Lena's hand clamped harder around the doorframe. She imagined, with a clarity that made her nauseous, something standing there with its head tilted, listening, thinking. Then a dragging sound began. It was not loud, just a soft scrape, like something heavy being pulled across the corridor floor by someone who did not quite know how to use their hands. It drew closer, pausing, then resumed, stopping directly outside the radio room door. The thin sheet of metal between them and the hall felt suddenly thinner. Peter's eyes flicked up for the first time. They went to the door, then to Lena's face. They were too wide, the white showing all the way around. His Adam's apple bobbed once, hard. The Morse key paused under his hand, hovering over the space between letters. Then his jaw clenched, and he forced his attention back to the set. He began tapping again, slower now, the letters stretching as if he had to push each one through a layer of molasses. Lena's ears roared with her own pulse. The dragging sound outside the door lingered there for another second. Then, with a faint scrape that made the fine hairs on her arms stand up, it retreated. The footsteps followed, the wrong rhythm receding down the corridor. The air did not get any easier to breathe. The lights did not stop their angry humming. The high whine under the floor did not subside. But in that moment, as the sound outside moved away, Lena understood with a clarity that made her stomach drop. Whatever waited in the lower hold was not necessarily content to stay there. And whatever had already climbed out was not finished deciding who it wanted to take. The language of the dead man came through the headphones in pieces. On the Caldwell Star, Reyes stood in the small, dim radio room, the cups pressed over his ears. The world of steel and sea replaced by a tight circle of sound. The clicks of the Morse key on the unseen ship hammered down the line with a kind of panic that did not need translation. Even before the words fully formed on the operator's notepad beside him, Reyes felt the alarm in his bones. "Slow it down," he said quietly. The operator adjusted a dial, easing the speed just enough for his pencil to keep up. His hand moved in short strokes, converting patterns of short and long into letters with the muscle memory of training. He read aloud, voice low as he wrote. "All officers, down," he said. Reyes's fingers tightened on the headphones band. The words seemed to thicken the air in the little room. Out on the bridge, a helmsman glanced over his shoulder, catching only the tone, not the content, and felt his own shoulders rise a fraction. In another room, on another ship, Lena watched Peter's hand tremble over the key. His face had gone a shade closer to gray. His eyes were bloodshot, the tiny veins in the whites like cracks in porcelain. Sweat ran down his temple, and dripped from his jawline, darkening the collar of his shirt in irregular stains. Each time he lifted his fingers, they hovered for a heartbeat, as if fighting resistance, not from fatigue, but from the air itself. Captain, on bridge, dead. The operator on the Caldwell Star read, the words dragging out as his pencil traced them. On the bridge, one of the younger officers frowned. He did not fully understand Morse, but he heard the repeated syllable, dead, and did not need the rest. One by one, conversations died. Chairs creaked quietly as men stood nearer to the open radio room door, drawn by gravity. The Caldwell Star's lights hummed overhead. The engine's pulse went on, a steady, indifferent thrum through the deck. Outside the windows, the ocean remained a great, featureless dark. Possibly, the operator continued, hesitating as the rhythm faltered for a moment in his ears. On the OURANG MEDAN, the floor seemed to tilt minutely sideways under Lena's boots. The high whine under the planks had grown just enough that she could almost convince herself she heard shapes in it. Not words exactly, but something like the outline of voices. The air pressed at her chest with invisible hands. Peter sucked in a breath that sounded ragged, even over the noise of the equipment. His lips shaped the words, even as his fingers tapped them out. Possibly, all, crew. The letters crawled across the imagined space between ships. Possibly, all crew dead. The Caldwell Star's operator finished, swallowing around the line. He looked up at Reyes, eyes wide, as if to check that he had written it correctly, as if hoping he had made a mistake. Reyes did not speak. His jaw was tight. The muscles at the hinge worked once, then stilled. In the headphones, the clicking paused. Static reclaimed the channel in a wash of white noise like a too loud breath. He leaned into the sound, waiting. On the OURANG MEDAN, the silence inside the radio room was not silence at all. The light bulbs hummed like furious insects. The faint grinding from the lower decks had become a slow, intermittent shriek, like metal being bent in hands, too strong and too careless. Somewhere outside, far down the corridor, something heavy crashed once against the wall and slid. Lena's fingers dug into the doorframe. Her lungs had to work harder for each inhalation, as if the air had thickened from gas to liquid. She could feel her own pulse in her fingertips and in the soft spot at the base of her throat. Peter's shoulders shook once. His gaze flicked to the microphone as if he were considering, for the first time, speaking instead of tapping. His lips cracked when he moved them. He did not speak. Instead, he raised his hand and forced it down on the key again. The clicks that reached Reyes's ears now were slower, dragged out of the operator like admissions he did not want to make. The pencil scratched, die. On the OURANG MEDAN, Lena took half a step toward the desk. Her mind, trying to force order onto the chaos pressing in around them, latched onto practical thoughts. She could reach the microphone. She could lean in and say coordinates, identify the ship, give some hint of what waited in the hold so that whoever heard them would know to bring masks, to keep their distance, to... Now, Peter whispered, and his hand came down one last time. The last word stretched unnaturally. In the headphones, it arrived as a series of clicks longer than they should have been, as if the operator's finger had stuck to the key, or as if something had grabbed his hand and refused to let go. The letters staggered across the operator's notepad on the Caldwell Star, the pencil indenting the paper almost to tearing. Now, he said, I die now. Reyes let his eyes close for just a second. There was a human sound to that line that no translator, no codebook could disguise. It was not just data. It was a man collapsing his entire world into 4 words and throwing them into the dark in the hope that someone, somewhere, would catch them. The channel went oddly quiet. Static still hissed, but under it, for the briefest, strangled instant, something else moved. A second pattern tried to form, blurred and faint, like another voice pushing up through deep water. It rose under the tail of that last word, a ghost echo of sound, distorted so badly it was almost not sound at all. Reyes could not make out letters. He was not entirely sure he had heard anything real, and yet a tiny fragment of awareness in him, the part honed by years of listening for things that did not want to be heard, went very still. On the OURANG MEDAN, Lena had stepped fully into the room. Her hand lifted from the doorframe, reaching toward the hanging microphone. If she could just get close enough to draw breath, to shape one phrase, "Do not come. Something is wrong. Stay away." The air around her thickened, abruptly and completely, like a fist closing. Her chest struggled against it. Her ribs expanded only a fraction before something invisible pressed back. The effort made her eyes water. It felt horribly, like trying to inhale inside water pressing at every pore. Her hand hung in the space between her and the microphone. Fingers splayed, useless. A thin, high noise started in her ears, not from the equipment, but from inside her own head, like a kettle beginning to scream. Peter's head jerked, as if someone had yanked an invisible thread attached to his neck. His hand hammered the key once more in a frantic, shapeless burst. No letters, just noise. A single, elongated tone punched into the circuit. On the Caldwell Star, that noise arrived as a sudden, rough roar over the headphones. A burst of static that felt very much like someone gasping into the microphone with their mouth too close. Reyes winced, pulled the cups back a fraction of an inch. Then, without any polite fading or crackle of distance opening up, the line went dead. The static cut off. The hiss, the clicks, all of it. The channel flattened into a silence so complete that for a second, Reyes thought the radio itself had failed. The abruptness of it left a ringing absence in his ears, a phantom echo of the last words. He took the headphones off slowly, the room around him returning in layers, the glow of the instrument panel, the anxious face of his operator, the vaguest of murmurs from the bridge where men waited just out of sight. "Try him again," Reyes said. The operator turned back to the set, hands moving with a precision that did not match the tremor in his shoulders. He keyed the microphone, sent out a hail on the same frequency, the ship's own call sign, clearly, cleanly, a request for identification. He did it twice, 3 times. He switched to voice, his tone professional, clipped, asking the unknown vessel to respond. Nothing answered. The channel remained a blank band of air, stretching from their antenna into the night, without finding another voice to bounce off. It was like shouting into a room that had been emptied while your back was turned. Reyes stepped back onto the bridge. The captain stood by the chart table, his face drawn, his fingers tapping an unconscious rhythm on the edge. Not Morse, just worry. The other officers watched Reyes with the kind of quiet that had weight. "Well?" the captain asked. Reyes did not repeat the words at once. He let them sit in his own mind for a breath longer, gathering them, deciding what weight to give them aloud. Then he reported the essentials: distress, multiple dead, possible full loss of crew. Last line, "I die now." No identification beyond the sense of a merchantman. No response to hails. "We are closest," the captain said after a moment. His voice was steady. "We alter course." There was no argument. Men who had once sailed in convoys did not leave a dying voice unanswered, even if the logic of fear whispered that it might be wiser to pretend they had never heard it. The helmsman's hands tightened on the wheel. The Caldwell Star's bow began, slowly, to turn. The ocean outside remained black, unmarked. Somewhere out there, at a set of coordinates that meant little on their own and everything in context, another ship drifted or burned or lay already half under. Years later, the logs Reyes would be asked to sign would note the reception of an anonymous distress call. They would record that a freighter reported mass casualties on board before an explosion of unknown origin caused complete loss of vessel. The name of that ship would be left blank or replaced with unidentified. The printed forms would never mention that another, softer voice had tried to cut in, or that a young woman on a steel floor had reached for a microphone and found the air itself pushing back. On paper, the call came from no one. But that night, on the bridge of the Caldwell Star, Daniel Reyes felt very clearly that someone had spoken, and that someone else, somewhere between sea and sky, had decided exactly how much of that voice the world was allowed to keep. Dawn came grudgingly to that part of the ocean. For a long time, there was only black. The Caldwell Star pushed through it with her usual patient stride, bow cutting a narrow V of pale foam into the dark. Then, almost imperceptibly, the sky at the edges began to thin. The black turned first to a heavy charcoal, then to something closer to ash. A colorless smear appeared along the horizon, where sea and sky were supposed to separate. It did not glow. It just lightened, like old paper held up to a brighter bulb. On the bridge, the captain stood beside the chart table, eyes fixed on that thin, brightening line. Reyes stood at his shoulder. Neither man had slept. "Half ahead," the captain said quietly. Below, the engine room answered with a bell and a change in tone. The steady, confident thrum of the Caldwell Star's heart sagged to a slower rhythm, like a huge animal being coaxed into sitting. The vibration in the deck under Reyes's boots lessened, becoming more of a low purr than a stride. The ship began to lose speed, her wake narrowing, the water at her bow no longer breaking in exuberant spray, but folding back in reluctant, subdued waves. "Contact bearing 075, the lookout called. His voice was soft, as if he were afraid to speak too loudly into this new light. "Hull, sir. Freighter, by the look." Binoculars lifted around the bridge. Reyes raised his own pair, the cold metal familiar against his brow. At first, he saw nothing but that gray band where sky met water. Then slowly, something darker separated itself from the line. A bump, a smudge. As they closed the distance, the smudge grew into a shape. The freighter lay on the sea with the awkward stillness of something not meant to be still. She listed only slightly, a tired lean to one side, as if she had been caught mid-step by an invisible hand and frozen there. The morning light was not kind to her. Rust streaked down from old scars along her hull, brown tears that had eaten into the paint. The white of her superstructure had blistered and peeled in places, exposing dull steel beneath. On her bow, letters clung stubbornly. Reyes focused his binoculars and read them in fragments as the angle improved. OURANG, a gap where corrosion had taken bites out of the paint. MED. The last letters had been gnawed almost completely away. They were still faintly visible under the scabs of rust. like the memory of a name someone had tried to sand off and then given up on. "Ourang Med," the captain murmured, filling in the missing sound under his breath. That would make her Dutch, more or less. There was no smoke from her funnel. No thin, hopeful line of exhaust to suggest engines idling. Her decks, what they could see of them from this distance, were bare of movement. No figures walked the catwalks. No crew leaned on the rail to peer at the approaching vessel. No flags flew stiffly from her mast or snapped in any wind. She might have been a model, placed carefully on a painted sea. As the gap between them shrank, an uncanny quiet came down over the Caldwell Star. Normally, when two ships approached one another at sea, the air filled with sound. Shouted greetings across water, the clatter and whine of winches preparing lines, the thud and bang of fenders being dragged into place. Even in emergencies, voices tended to rise, if only to organize fear. Now, the only noises were their own. Boots scuffed on metal. The soft ding of the engine order telegraph as the captain brought them down further. The rustle of canvas as fenders were lowered into place along the side. Under it all, the hush of the sea licking its steel. The water around the Ourang Medan seemed strangely well behaved. The waves, which had slapped against the Caldwell Star with healthy enthusiasm all night, smoothed themselves out near the derelict. They still moved, of course. No sea ever truly stopped, but their impact against her hull was more of a polite patter than a full-bodied slap. It was, Reyes thought uneasily, almost as if the ocean did not want to jostle her, did not want to disturb whatever state she had found for herself. "Bring us alongside. Starboard to port," the captain ordered. "Slow as she'll go." "Aye, sir." Reyes watched the distance close with a tightening in his chest that had nothing to do with the mechanics of the maneuver. Up close, the Ourang Medan's age and neglect were even more apparent. Rust blooms blossomed around her hawse holes. The anchor chains hung slack and unmoving, their links crusted with salt. Some of the portholes were dark. Others reflected the weak dawn light like blind eyes. No one looked out from any of them. "Lines ready," someone called. Reyes tore his gaze away and turned to the business at hand. If they were going to board, they needed to secure. He walked the deck with the captain, selecting the men who would go over with him. "Crane," he said, pointing to a broad-shouldered, able seaman whose calm never cracked even when the galley set itself on fire. "You're with me. Santos, you too. And you, Jensen." Jensen startled a little at the sound of his name. He was younger than the others by a good decade, the last few years of war having eaten his boyhood quicker than they should have. His blonde hair was too long at the front and kept refusing to stay combed back. He tried to hide his nerves behind a crooked grin. "First time boarding a ghost, sir?" he said, the words sounding braver than his eyes did. "It is not a ghost," Crane muttered automatically. "Just a ship that forgot how to answer the radio." Reyes put a hand on Jensen's shoulder, squeezing once, firmly. The contact was solid, human. "It is just steel," he said, "and whatever is on it. We go, we look, we come back. Keep your head clear, your feet under you, and your mouth shut unless something needs saying." "Yes, sir." Their attempts at humor hung in the air for a moment, and then faded, but what remained was enough. A thin layer of normalcy laid over the raw nerves. The Caldwell Star nuzzled up alongside the Ourang Medan with all the care of one large animal approaching another that might be hurt enough to bite. Lines were thrown, caught by no one on the other ship, and instead hastily looped through whatever fixed points their own men could reach with boat hooks. The fenders thumped softly as the hulls kissed, wood and rubber buffering steel. The rope ladder went over the side. It dangled against the flank of the Ourang Medan, its rungs tapping lightly against her paint with each small roll of the swell. Up close, the plate beside it was a mosaic of flaking layers. White, gray, the dark cough of primer, the orange-brown bloom of rust. Salt had crystallized in thin, glittering crusts along the seams. Reyes stepped up to the rail, hands closing around the ladder's side ropes to steady it while the men set themselves. As he did, his knuckles brushed against the Ourang Medan's hull. He had touched plenty of ships in his life. Metal in the tropics tended to be warm, sometimes uncomfortably so, the sun baking into it until it radiated heat like a stove. Even at dawn, steel held onto the night's residual warmth. This metal was not warm, it was cold. Not just cooler than the air, but biting. The kind of cold that seized the skin and made the nerves jerk back from it. For a dizzy instant, Reyes could have sworn he felt frost under his fingertips. A memory rose unbidden, leaning against a rail on a North Atlantic convoy, breath fogging, ice forming on the rigging. Here, on this quiet morning, not so far from the equator, the temperature did not warrant that kind of sensation. The breeze on his face was mild, almost soft. The deck under his boots was neither hot nor chilled. His hand recoiled before he told it to. He stared at the place he had touched. There was nothing to see. No rim of ice, no mist. Just faded paint and rust and the rope ladder shifting gently up and down. He flexed his fingers, feeling the phantom sting fade slowly. Crane did not seem to notice. He swung himself over the rail and onto the ladder with the ease of long practice, boots finding the rungs by feel. Jensen followed, his jaw clenched, knuckles white on the rope. Santos went last, moving with the heavy, wary grace of a man who had done too many dangerous things to assume this one would be different. Reyes wrapped his hand around the ladder again, careful this time not to let his skin brush the hull. The rope was rough and reassuring under his palm. He took one last look at his own ship, at the faces watching him from the deck, at the bridge windows where he knew the captain stood, and then swung out over the narrow strip of politely slapping water toward the silent, frozen body of the Ourang Medan. Jensen's boots scraped against the metal as he hauled himself up, one rung at a time. The ladder swayed slightly with each movement, the sea moving both hulls under him in slow, opposing breaths. Above, the rail of the Ourang Medan's deck cut a sharp line across the paling sky. He reached for it, fingers catching the edge, and pulled himself over. For a second, all he saw was the deck itself, peeling paint, scattered coils of rope, a dropped rag stiff with salt. Then his brain registered the shape lying just to the right of his boots. The first sailor was on his back, as if he had fallen that way and never found a reason to get up again. His eyes stared straight up at the colorless sky, so wide that the whites showed in a full ring around the irises. His mouth was open, teeth bared, lips stretched in what might have begun as a shout and ended as something too large to fit in his throat. His fingers were crooked and clawed, reaching for nothing. The skin on his face bore no bruises, no cuts, no burns. It was smooth and unmarked, except for a faint gray-blue tinge that darkened around his lips, like a shadow drawn there by a hand that did not know how to stop. Jesus, Jensen breathed, and then flinched at how loud his own voice sounded, there should have been flies. The morning was warming quickly. The sun had risen enough that the air felt humid on exposed skin. On any other abandoned deck in this climate, insects would have found the stillness. They would have clouded over the corners of mouths, the corners of eyes. Here, the body lay clean. A single fly, small and glossy, buzzed past Jensen's face, wove in a loose, uncertain pattern above the corpse, and then veered away toward the Caldwell star as if some instinct tugged it back. Reyes came over the rail behind him, boots landing a pace back from the dead man's outstretched hand. Crane and Santos followed, spreading a little to give themselves room, the four of them forming a loose semicircle around the still figure. "Call out," Reyes said quietly. "Ahoy the ship," Crane bellowed, his voice rolling across the deck, bouncing off bulkheads and disappearing into open hatches. "This is Caldwell Star boarding party. Any crew alive, call back." The words crashed against the silence and fell flat. No answering shout, no startled curse in any language, not even the small, everyday sounds of life. No pot clanging in a distant galley, no cough echoing up from below. "Again," Reyes said. They moved forward slowly, boots thumping on the steel, calling in turn. "Crew of OURANG MEDAN, this is Caldwell Star. We have heard your distress. Answer if you can." Each call made the emptiness more apparent. Their own voices sounded like intruders here, too bright, too alive. They found the second body leaning against a bulkhead near the base of the forward mast. The man sat with his back pressed flat to the metal, legs splayed, hands gripping his knees so hard that his nails had bitten into the cloth of his trousers. His jaw was clenched so fiercely that the muscles in his neck had knotted into ropes. His eyes were open, but not upward. They were locked on something at roughly chest height, a few paces in front of him, some space now occupied only by air. "Looks like he died trying to hold himself still," Santos muttered, voice low. Reyes crouched beside the corpse. The skin beneath the man's fingernails was pale, as if the blood had been driven away from the edges by a last, overwhelming tension. There were no visible wounds, no froth at the mouth, no bruising. Crane sucked in a breath a few steps ahead. "Sir." Two more sailors lay near one of the cargo hatch coamings, tangled together as if they had grabbed each other's arms at the last possible moment. One had his hands twisted in the other's shirt. The second's fingers were dug into his companion's forearm, hard enough to leave crescents. Their faces, cheek pressed to cheek, bore identical expressions. Eyes bulging, lips peeled back, not in aggression, but in a final, helpless grimace. The ship rocked gently under them. The movement was wrong, somehow, like an imitation of a living ship's gait. The air brushed past their faces in soft, sticky drafts. Jensen swallowed, throat dry. He had seen dead men before. The war had made sure of that. But those deaths had come with noise, with smoke, with impact. This looked like a play that had been paused at the height of a scene and never resumed. Reyes became aware of his own breath in a way he usually did not. The sound of it coming in and out, the feel of it in his nostrils. He exhaled and saw, to his surprise, a faint puff of vapor drift from his lips and vanish. He frowned, rubbed a gloved thumb against the inside of the rail as he passed, and watched a delicate crust of moisture smear under the leather. The metal there was slick, not with oil, but with a thin film of condensation that beaded and trembled as the ship moved. When the sunlight shifted through a gap in the clouds and struck the rail directly, that moisture gave off a tiny, almost imperceptible wisp of steam. "Jensen," he said, "thermometer, now." Jensen fumbled at his belt pouch, grateful for the simple instruction. He pulled out the handheld gauge they used for spot-checking engine room temperatures and coolant lines. Nothing fancy, but reliable enough. He clicked it on, held it out, and stared. 40 degrees, he said. "Celsius?" Santos asked. "Fahrenheit," Jensen answered, his voice thin. 4 degrees Celsius, on deck, in the sun. "Check again." He did. The needle oscillated slightly, then steadied in the same unnatural place. Reyes's jaw tightened. He lifted his gaze and scanned the horizon. In the distance, the Caldwell star floated in the same air, her hull sweat dark in the rising heat. From here, she looked entirely normal. Whatever was happening to the temperature seemed confined to the skin of the Ourang Medan and the space immediately around her. "Keep moving," Reyes said. "We need to see inside." They found the door to the galley half open, swinging a little on its hinges with each lazy shift of the ship. The smell hit them before the sight did. Not rot exactly, but the sour, sweet scent of food gone past its prime in a heat that was not quite right. Inside, the chaos had a domestic scale that made it worse. A pot sat crooked on the stove, its contents congealed into an unidentifiable mass, edges crusted, center covered in a skin of mold that had bloomed in furry islands of white and green. On the counter, a bowl of dough still held the bruised imprint of fingers that had kneaded it, its surface domed with the first stages of rising. A knife lay beside a half-sliced onion, its cut face dried to a paper-thin, translucent sheen. The cook lay on the floor between the stove and a stack of shelves. One hand reached toward the burners, fingers outstretched, as if he had been in the middle of turning a flame down or up when the world cracked. His head was tilted back, eyes locked on a point near the ceiling. His lips were pulled back from his teeth, not in anger, but in a rictus of astonishment and terror, as if something had appeared above him in the narrow space and kept coming and coming until his heart had simply given up. A spoon rested near his elbow. There was no blood, no burns, just that expression, frozen. The body around it stiffening into the same unnatural rigor they had seen on deck. Crane walked around him carefully, giving the corpse a wide berth. Jensen stepped in only far enough to see, then stepped back, hand pressed briefly, unconsciously, against his own chest, as if to reassure himself that his heart still beat. "Look at this," Santos said softly, nodding toward the far wall. Photos had been pinned there, a small, chaotic constellation of them, anchored by strips of yellowing tape and dull thumbtacks. Men from the crew stood in 2 large suits on shore leave, posed in front of painted backdrops, or squinting in bright daylight. A woman held a baby and smiled shyly at the camera. A group of children clustered together, their faces smudged with play, grinning gaps where new teeth were still coming in. A rosary hung from a nail beside the pictures, its beads swaying slightly in the faint draft from the underpowered ventilation fan. One of the beads was cracked, its surface worn by countless anxious fingers. "These men had people," Reyes said quietly. The words slipped out before he could stop them. Someone cooked that meal. Someone was waiting to hear it was over. He knelt by the cook's body. There was a tablecloth folded on a nearby shelf, clean and unused. He reached for it, shook it out with a slow snap, and then laid it gently over the man's face and upper torso. It was not for hygiene. The smell in the room had already burrowed into their clothes, and would ride back with them whatever they did. It was an instinct older than paperwork. When a man dies, you give him the dignity of not staring at the ceiling with his mouth open. For a heartbeat, as the cloth settled, Reyes thought he saw the cook's fingers twitch. It was only the shift of fabric, nerves long since cooled. Still, his own breath came shorter for a moment. They moved on. In the crew quarters, the beds were made or half-stripped, blankets tangled from men rising in a hurry they had never been able to complete. Locker doors stood ajar, clothes hanging from hooks, a jacket thrown across one bunk as if its owner had meant to grab it on the way out and never had the chance. On one narrow wall, someone had taped a child's drawing, a ship with crooked lines, smoke puffing from its funnel in exaggerated curls, a stick figure at the bow, waving with both arms. The sea beneath it was a solid band of blue crayon. Above it, a sun with too many rays smiled down. The paper had begun to curl at the edges, the tape turning brittle. Papa's boat, Jensen read softly from the scrawled, uneven letters in a language he did not fully understand, but recognized anyway. Jesus. They found another sailor there, sitting on the edge of his bunk. His feet touched the floor squarely, knees at a right angle, posture almost formal. His hands rested on his thighs. If not for his face, he could have been a man finishing tying his boots, about to stand. His eyes were wide and glassy. His mouth was not open in a silent scream like some of the others, but pressed into a tight, bloodless line. The corners dragged down as if he had been fighting something inside his own head at the last instant. Reyes reached for a blanket and drew it up over the man's features. The fabric snagged briefly on a calloused knuckle. He eased it free, tucking it gently. "We will not be able to do this for all of them," Crane said quietly from the doorway. His voice was not unkind, just practical. "There are too many." "No," Reyes agreed. He let his hand rest on the covered shoulder for a moment, feeling the unyielding stiffness beneath. "But we can do it for this one." The gesture did nothing to change what had happened here. It did not warm the air, or summon flies, or turn gray lips pink again. But in the middle of the ship, that had become a gallery of still lives, where every scene had been frozen at the exact point where terror overtook breath, the small act of covering a face was a way of insisting that these were not mannequins or props. They were men whose names someone, somewhere, had spoken with love. Outside, the OURANG MEDAN creaked softly, her hull responding to the sea's gentle prodding. The cold clung to her decks and railings with jealous fingers. The Caldwell Star floated alongside, one living animal beside one that had gone very abruptly, very unnaturally still. The bridge of the OURANG MEDAN felt like the top room of an abandoned house. Reyes and his men stepped through the doorway and onto the worn linoleum, their boots making small, apologetic sounds. The forward windows wrapped around the space in a shallow curve, framing a horizon that was, stubbornly, ordinary. Dull morning light, a calm sea, the faint line where one met the other. It was the same view the Caldwell Star saw, but through this glass, it felt distant, as if the world outside had taken a step back. The captain sat in his chair as if he had simply forgotten to stand. His uniform was neat enough, though the fabric at his collar was darkened with old sweat. One hand rested on the arm of the chair, fingers lightly curled. The other hovered an inch away from the engine telegraph handle, as if he had been mid-motion and something had interrupted his intention between thought and action. His eyes were fixed straight ahead, not at the instruments or the chart table, but at that flat, dead horizon, as if he had seen something rise there that only he could see. His mouth was not open in a scream. It was slightly parted, lips dry, as though he had drawn in a breath to speak and then forgotten the sound he meant to make. The skin along his jaw had pulled taut, the muscles frozen in a subtler but no less absolute tension than the men on deck. The charts on the table to his right were scattered, their careful folds undone. One had been crumpled at the edge, as if a hand had gripped it too hard. A pencil lay on the floor, snapped cleanly in half, the break splintered but sharp, like a small domestic lightning strike. On the bulkhead near the door, a clock ticked with maddening serenity, its second hand sweeping around and around, indifferent to the stillness under it. "Logbook," Reyes said. Crane leafed through the open journal on the pedestal stand. The last entry stopped mid-sentence. Ink trailed into a thin line as if the pen had been yanked away. There were no neat explanations, no neat final words. Just the everyday record of course and speed and weather, and then blankness. "Radio room next," Reyes said quietly. He was conscious of the captain's eyes on his back, even though he knew those eyes saw nothing now. The door to the radio room sat just off the bridge, a narrow slab of steel with a small, wired glass window at eye level. A thin rim of moisture had formed around the edges of the glass, beads of condensation that caught the light like a ring of tiny pearls. Reyes reached for the handle, half expecting it to bite him with the same unnatural cold as the hull, and found it merely cool. The metal pressed against his palm with the impersonal temperature of something that had not seen enough sun. He opened the door slowly. The cold hit them in the face, like air leaking out of a freezer. It was not the sharp, dry cold of high mountains or winter storms. It was heavier, damp, the kind that sank immediately into cloth and skin. Reyes smelled metal, dust, and the faint, acrid scent of heated wiring that had gone on too long and then been abruptly shut off. The radio operator sat slumped forward in his chair, his body folded around the console like a question mark. His head had tipped to one side, cheek resting against his shoulder, mouth slack. The headphones still cupped his ears, the cord trailing down across his chest like a black vine. His right arm lay along the edge of the table, hand extended. Two fingers rested lightly on the Morse key, as if testing it before sending another word. His left hand dangled toward the floor, knuckles just shy of touching it. Frost clung in a delicate lace to the corners of the room's single small window, tracing branching, crystalline patterns along the edges of the glass. Reyes stepped closer and saw that the frost was already weeping, tiny droplets forming and sliding down as the day warmed outside. Inside, though, the air remained stubbornly chilled. His breath came out as a faint white puff and drifted away. "Colder than the deck," Jensen whispered behind him. His voice sounded too loud in the cramped space. The equipment itself, stripped of the life that had pulsed through it only hours ago, sat quiet. The radio's main power switch was in the off position. The indicator lamps were dark. A quick glance showed no burned-out fuses, no melted insulation, no obvious charring. It looked maddeningly as if someone had shut it down properly at the end of an ordinary watch. Reyes leaned in to get a better look at the operator's hands. As his shoulder brushed the edge of the table, it knocked lightly against a pair of spare headphones that hung from a hook above the set. The motion set them swinging. They swung out, then back, the hard earpieces tapping sharply against the side of the radio casing with a sudden hollow clack. The sound snapped through the room like a cracked bone. Jensen jumped, a small, involuntary jerk that knocked his shoulder against the doorframe. Santos muttered something in Portuguese that sounded like a curse and a prayer tangled together. Crane barked out a short laugh that immediately frayed at the edges. "Headphones," he said, as if naming the source could dissolve the nerves. Just headphones. Reyes let his lips quirk for a moment, acknowledging the shared startle. Then he moved more carefully, setting one hand flat on the console to steady himself as he reached toward the key with the other. His fingertips brushed the metal. Static nipped him. It was not a proper shock, no jolt strong enough to hurt, but a prickling sensation, an almost electric tingling that ran up from the pad of his finger along the tendons in his hand, through his wrist, into his forearm. The hairs rose on his skin as if a dry breeze had stroked them. For an instant, he tasted metal, faint and sharp at the back of his tongue. He pulled his hand back, more in surprise than pain. His eyes went automatically to the power switch, still off. The cable runs behind the console looked intact, if old. There was no obvious source for a stray charge. He flexed his fingers slowly, the sensation fading, but not completely gone. "Problem?" Santos asked quietly. "Just a little kiss," Reyes said. "Residual charge, maybe?" The words came easily, but they did not satisfy him. He glanced at the dead man's face. The operator's skin was ashen, the gray tone of all the other corpses on board, but there was a faint redness along his ears where the headphones had pressed. His lips were parted just enough to show the edges of his teeth. His eyes. Reyes was grateful, suddenly, that someone, perhaps himself without noticing, had let the lids fall closed. It was easier to do this without those fixed stares. A sound brushed his awareness. It was not loud. Not like the sharp clack of the swinging headphones or the hum of a generator. It was more like a single raindrop hitting a roof in the middle of silence. A tiny, precise click, right at the edge of hearing. The sort of thing the brain is built to discard. Except Reyes's ears had spent years being trained not to discard anything on a line that might matter. The source was not the room. It was narrower. He realized his gaze had gone to the padded cups on the dead man's head. The sound had come from that direction, or seemed to. A single notch of noise, too deliberate to be the settling of material, too brief to resolve into any pattern. "Did you hear that?" he asked, before he could decide not to. "Hear what?" Jensen said. Crane frowned, head cocked, listening. His eyes narrowed. "I did not hear it," he answered slowly. "But I did not like that moment." Santos rubbed his forearms briskly, as if dislodging an invisible cobweb. "Felt something," he said, "like a draft, but inside the skin." Reyes looked back at the console, forcing his thoughts back into lines he could follow. By the operator's left elbow lay a notepad. Most of its pages were filled with the cramped, hurried script of transmitted messages, numbers and abbreviations, call signs and coordinates. The top sheet bore the familiar phrases, half correct, half scribbled, from the distress call they already knew. Officers down, captain dead, all crew. In the margin, though, near the bottom, another word had been started in a different hand. The letters were larger, more rounded, written as if the person holding the pencil had been less accustomed to jotting in English. It was not part of the distress message, it curved away on its own line. The pencil had dug deep at the first stroke and then skated away, leaving only a partial shape before lifting. Reyes leaned closer, squinting. J-A-N. The rest of the letters trailed off into a jagged mark. Jang. It could be the beginning of a Dutch word, Jongen, boy, or Januari, or something in Indonesian, Jangan, do not. He did not speak either language well enough to be sure. What mattered more than the meaning was the intent. Someone, not the operator logging his Morse, but someone else, perhaps a second pair of eyes in the room, had begun to write something in their own tongue at the very end. A word that started with do not or never seemed unpleasantly likely. He tore the sheet off the pad. The sound of the paper ripping was small but final. He folded it once, then again, and slid it into his pocket almost without thinking. The gesture felt impulsive, slightly out of character, and yet absolutely necessary. He could not have explained why. It was just a scrap of paper in a language he did not fully understand, from a moment already finished. But it seemed wrong to leave it there, in this cold, arrested room, for salt and time to eat. "Sir?" Jensen asked. "Record," Reyes said. "Note the position of the body, the state of the equipment. Then we move on." He stepped back to give them room, fingers resting briefly on the doorframe as he passed. Behind him, the dead operator's hand still lay on the table, fingers curved over the key. As Reyes turned away, the ship gave a tiny, restless sway. Light from the doorway shifted across the console, briefly catching the metal of the key and the pale knuckles beside it. For just an instant, so quick that it could have been nothing more than the settling of sinew and cloth, the smallest finger on that hand seemed to unbend a fraction, as if finishing, belatedly, the last millimeter of a tap. No one in the room quite saw it. But as they stepped back onto the bridge and into the thinning morning light, each man carried, somewhere deep and wordless, the sensation that the last thing to die on the OURANG MEDAN had not been a body, but a message that had almost made it through. Back on the Caldwell Star, the air felt almost too warm. Reyes stripped his gloves off as soon as his boots hit his own deck, flexing his fingers as if shaking off the residue of the OURANG MEDAN's cold. The gangway thumped as the last of the boarding party crossed back over. Behind them, the derelict floated a few yards away, her scarred hull looming over the water like the side of a cliff. From this angle, it was possible to pretend she was just another tired freighter riding easy. It was only when you remembered what lay on her decks and in her passages that the shape of her changed. "Report," the captain said. They gathered in the wardroom, a narrow space that smelled of coffee, sweat, and the lingering ghost of last night's supper. The chairs creaked under the weight of tired bodies. A chart lay rolled up on the table, pushed aside to make room for a notepad and an ashtray overflowing with gray stubs. Reyes spoke steadily, forcing his voice into the professional cadence he had used for years. He described what they had found. The bodies on deck, rigid and twisted, the unnatural chill on the metal, the galley frozen mid-meal, the rows of bunks with their small, heartbreaking touches of family life. He mentioned the frost rim in the radio room, the operator with his fingers still on the key, the power switch turned off. He did not mention the tingling in his hand, or the faint, single click he thought he had heard in the dead man's headphones. Some details were not useful yet, even if they would not leave him. The captain listened without interrupting, hands folded on the table. He was a broad man, older than Reyes by a decade, with a face that the sea had carved into planes and furrows. As Reyes spoke, the lines around his mouth deepened. When he finished, silence settled for a few breaths, thick as old varnish. "How many?" the captain asked. "Whole crew, as far as we could tell," Reyes said. "Dozens. No sign of life anywhere. No apparent cause. No visible wounds. And the ship herself? Hull sound? Engines? Hull seems intact. No obvious flooding. We did not test the engines. Power appears to be off shipwide, but structurally, she could be moved." The captain nodded slowly. This, more than the horror, was what he needed to know. A dead ship that could float could be towed. A wreck beyond use was a different kind of problem. "Can we leave her?" one of the junior officers blurted. His face flushed as heads turned toward him, but he did not take the words back. "Sir, whatever happened to them, it is not right. The way those bodies are, the cold, this feels like a warning. We mark the position, we send the report when we make port, and we let someone else decide." "Someone else who was not here," another officer said dryly. "Someone who will ask why we did not do what every seaman is supposed to do when he finds a derelict full of dead men." The room murmured in low agreement and unease. A few men shifted in their seats, glancing toward the portholes as if expecting the OURANG MEDAN's shadow to press up against the glass. "Salvage law says she is ours if we bring her in," Crane said bluntly. "That is money for the owners. That is not nothing." "This is not about bounty," Santos replied, shaking his head. "This is about bringing them home. You saw their quarters, their pictures. You want to leave that floating out here for the sea to eat? For some storm to roll her over and bury every trace? And if whatever killed them is still on board," the nervous officer said, "what if we drag it with us?" "We are not ghost hunters," the second officer put in. His tone was calm, but his hand tapped a restless beat on the table's edge. "We are seamen. We answer distress. We recover ships when we can. Storms, fires, collisions. We do not pick and choose which disasters are convenient enough to help." "The law will want statements," the captain said quietly. "They will want to know why we did not attempt salvage if, as you say, the hull is sound. They will ask about the families." His eyes flicked briefly to Reyes. "You think the wives and children of that crew will thank us for leaving their husbands and fathers adrift because we were spooked by cold air?" Reyes felt all eyes sliding toward him, not an expectation that he would decide alone, but because they knew he had seen more of the other ship than any of them. He could still feel the damp chill in his bones, the stubborn resistance of the dead man's hand under the cloth he had pulled over it. His gut, that quiet barometer, honed over years of storms and near misses, whispered against the idea of tying their fate to the OURANG MEDANs. The wrongness aboard that hull felt like a physical stain. But he also saw, in his mind's eye, the child's drawing pinned above a bunk, the cook's outstretched hand reaching toward a stove he had never had time to turn off, the flattened pillow where someone's head had rested the night before everything went sideways. Those men had not simply vanished. Their bodies were here, abandoned in a patch of ocean so wide that if the Caldwell Star passed on, there was no guarantee another set of eyes would ever find them. He thought of another body he had never brought home. The memory came not as an image, but as a series of small, vicious absences. The unused crib, the unopened toys, the quiet of a house that should have been full of clatter and crying. his wife's face, pale with a grief that had nowhere to go. The small mound of earth in a crowded cemetery, the way he had stood there and felt a hollow so deep open in him that the sea felt like the only thing big enough to hold it. Leaving the Ourang Medan, where she floated, would mean leaving these men in a nowhere place, a line on a chart that most eyes would slide over. No stone, no plot, no place for anyone to stand and say a name out loud. "Permission to speak plainly, sir," he said. The captain nodded. "I think we will all be glad to see the last of her," Reyes said. A few men let out an appreciative, humorless huff at that understatement. "I do not like the cold. I do not like the way those men died. Every instinct I have says there is something very wrong down below. But I do not want to be the man who tells their families, if I ever meet them, that we saw their husbands, brothers, fathers lying out there and sailed away because it made our skin crawl." He paused, choosing the next words carefully. "We have masks. We have distance. We can limit how many men board. We can tow her and keep our people mostly on this side of the water. We do everything by the book. And if we fail, at least we failed trying to honor what we are out here for." The room held a beat of silence, then another. The nervous officer's gaze dropped to the tabletop. Santos nodded once. Crane exhaled slowly, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. The captain rubbed a hand over his jaw, thumb working at a spot near his chin as if polishing an invisible coin. Then he pushed his chair back with a soft scrape. "All right," he said. "We will not leave her to drift. We rig for tow. Secure lines fore and aft. Keep boarding parties to a minimum. No one goes below decks alone. We bring her toward the nearest port and hand this situation." He did not say curse or ghost, but the word hovered unsaid. "Off to the authorities, who get paid to be suspicious of everything." He looked each man in the eye in turn. "If anyone feels unwell, headache, dizziness, anything, report immediately. We do not play macho with whatever killed that crew." The meeting broke with a scrape of chairs and a murmur of "Aye, sir." Men filed out, voices low. Orders traveled down the corridors like a softer echo of the ones they had heard so many times in wartime. Rig lines, ready winches, prepare for strain. Reyes did not go straight to the deck. He stepped outside onto a narrow side passageway first, a strip of metal between the bulkhead and the rail where the wind touched the ship more cleanly. The sun had risen higher now, painting a sheen on the waves. The Ourang Medan drifted just off their starboard side, her hull casting a shadow that darkened the water beneath her to an almost oily blue. She looked oddly peaceful at that distance, a sleeping giant, a ship that had, perhaps, simply decided to stop. Reyes leaned on the rail, feeling the familiar warmth of the Caldwell star under his palms, and let his eyes rest on the derelict. "I am not leaving you," he said softly, not entirely sure whom he was addressing. The frozen captain in his chair, the cook on his galley floor, the young sailor whose drawing of Papa's boat waited for news. The words blew away on the wind as soon as he spoke them, but saying them anchored something in him. He imagined, absurdly, that if some restless part of the Ourang Medan's crew still clung to those decks, listening, it might take a small comfort in the knowledge that another ship was not simply turning its back. He knew what it felt like to stand by a grave and wish there were closer water between the living and the dead. He straightened, rolled his shoulders once, as if shrugging on a heavier coat, and headed back toward the main deck. The crew moved with the smooth, practiced choreography of men who had been hauling lines and trusting each other's timing for years. Coils of rope were dragged into position, their rough fibers rasping against calloused hands. Heavy tow cables were checked for fraying, then checked again. Winches were oiled and tested, their gears clanking and squealing briefly before settling into a steadier chug. Commands rose and fell. Heave! Hold there! Slack off a touch! The Caldwell Star came alive in the familiar way of a ship preparing to pull another. The routine lent a comforting illusion of normality to an abnormal situation. "This is what we do," those motions said. "We bring things in. We do not leave them behind." Men threw lines across the narrowing gap. Hooks clanged against metal as they caught on the Ourang Medan's bitts and fairleads. Each contact made a dull, resonant sound that vibrated through both hulls, like the first tentative notes of a duet neither instrument had agreed to play. Reyes took his place at the rail as the four-tow line was paid out. His eyes flicked once more to the shadowed portholes of the derelict. The air between the two ships felt subtly different now, tense, as if some invisible tether had already formed, even before the cables went taut. He laid his hand briefly on the Caldwell Star's warm metal. "Easy, old girl," he murmured. "We will do this cleanly, and then we will let her go." It was a bargain he meant to keep. He just did not yet know what the sea and whatever waited below the Ourang Medan's decks thought of bargains. The second time Jensen set foot on the Ourang Medan, the sun was fully up, and somehow that made it worse. The sky had burned through its dawn pallor into a hard, tropical blue. Light struck the steel decks of the Caldwell Star and bounced back in hot, bright sheets. Men squinted as they worked, sweat prickling on the backs of their necks. On their own ship, heat clung to metal like a hand. On the derelict, the shadows clung instead. As Jensen clambered back over the rail and onto the Ourang Medan's deck, with the tow gear slung over his shoulder, he felt as if he had stepped from late morning into the tail end of a dim, overcast day. The sun was the same sun, high and insistent, but something in the way the light hit this hull seemed muted. The shadows under the vents and along the base of the bulkheads were deeper, thicker, as if the ship resented the intrusion of brightness and was doing its best to swallow it back. "Let us make this quick," Crane said, heaving a cable loop into place. The small team moved with forced efficiency. Their task was straightforward. Secure solid tow points, fore and aft, double-check for structural weakness, then get off the ship. Reyes had insisted they work in pairs, nobody out of line of sight, nobody going below decks for any reason. Jensen's pair drew the forward cargo hatch. It was a broad steel rectangle that dominated a section of the deck, its surface segmented into plates and crossbars. Normally, such a hatch would have been warm to the touch by this hour, hot enough that men would think twice before kneeling barehanded on it. As Jensen approached, he saw immediately that this one wore a different kind of skin. A faint band of frost traced the seam where hatch cover met combing. It was not thick, not the kind of icy rime you might scrape from a winter window, but it was there, a delicate lace of white clinging to the edges, creeping a little way outward like a bloom of salt. When he exhaled, the breath in front of his face puffed slightly, despite the fact that sweat was already dampening his shirt under the life vest. He knelt, carefully avoiding direct contact with the metal, and helped his partner hook the heavy eye bolts into place on the reinforced plates the Caldwell Star's captain had judged strong enough to take the strain. The steel of the shackles was warm in his gloved hands. The metal of the hatch inches away radiated a chill he could feel even through the leather. The smell was different here too. Elsewhere on the Ourang Medan, the dominant scents had been stale air, old oil, and the faint, sweet-sour tang of abandoned food. Near this hatch, another layer had been added. There was a sharpness in the air, like the almond hint of certain chemicals cut with the nose-stinging sting of ozone. It made Jensen's eyes water. He swallowed, and the back of his throat tingled as if he had just breathed in the aftermath of a lightning strike. "Do you smell that?" he asked. Crane sniffed, then grunted. "She has carried something she should not," he said. "Maybe that is all this is. Bad cargo. Bad luck." Jensen did not say that he had been around bad cargo before. Spoiled food, leaky fuel drums, barrels with skulls on the labels, and none of it had ever made the air feel this wrong. He simply nodded and turned his attention back to the shackle he was tightening. The wrench bit into the nut with a familiar, reassuring resistance. He leaned into it, muscles working, mind narrowing to the simple act of making metal snug against metal. The sounds of his own effort were loud and ordinary. The scrape of his knee on the deck, the hiss of his own breath, the faint clink as the wrench shifted position. Under that, something else moved. A metallic clang rose faintly from below, from somewhere deep under the hatch. It was not the crisp, ringing sound of a dropped tool. It was longer, drawn out, like the grating passage of a chain being dragged slowly across a steel floor. The noise came in a lazy arc, starting under his left shoulder and ending under his right knee, mapping a line he could almost trace with his fingers. He froze, spine straightening instinctively. The chain sound faded. For a moment, there was only the thud of his own heartbeat in his ears. He almost decided he had imagined it. Then something struck the underside of the hatch. 3 times. They were not heavy blows. The hatch did not jump or rattle, but the knocks were distinct and evenly spaced, each one a dull, measured thud that vibrated through the metal and into his palm, where it rested on the deck. 1, 2, 3. The rhythm of someone knocking on a door, who knows perfectly well there is a wall on the other side. Jensen's skin went cold under his clothes. His fingers locked around the wrench handle. For a fraction of a second, everything in him screamed to stand up, to run, to throw himself back toward the Caldwell Star and not look over his shoulder. "Easy," Crane said, not having heard the knocks, but seeing the sudden stiffness in Jensen's shoulders. "Deck is sound. Do not think about it." "Did you—" Jensen began, then stopped. Crane's face was impassive, focused on his own line. Further down the deck, Santos glanced their way, brow furrowing as he lifted a hand to rub at his ear. "You all right?" Santos called. "Fine," Jensen lied. His mouth felt dry around the word. "Just thought I heard something shift below." "Old cargo moving," Santos said. "Ghosts do not need chains." The attempt at humor skidded over its own unease. Jensen forced his shoulders to unlock. He bent his head and returned his attention to the shackle. The metal did not care whether his hands shook. It behaved the same either way. He tightened the nut until it would not go any further, then tugged the line to test the hold. The knocks did not repeat. The hatch lay innocent and heavy under his knees, its faint frost unmoved. In his mind, though, the pattern etched itself with painful clarity. 1, 2, 3. Not frantic, not random, more like a reminder. They finished their tasks quickly, double-checking each other's work with the thoroughness of men who knew how unforgiving strain could be when it traveled through steel. When Reyes called them back across the gap, Jensen did not look back at the cargo hatch. He did not want to know whether a fourth knock might follow him. On the Caldwell Star, the air felt different again. As the last of the boarding party returned, lines were already running taut between the two ships. The fore and aft cables sagged with a graceful, lazy curve, their weight supported by water and steel, their ends anchored in cleats and bits designed to take more than this. The crews on both decks, living men on one, frozen men on the other, were separated now by only those ropes and the narrowing psychological distance between that ship and what we are pulling behind us. Reyes stood near the engine order telegraph, one hand on the rail, watching both vessels with a captain's borrowed eye. "Engines ahead, slow," the captain ordered. The telegraph handle moved with a clunk. Below, bells rang. The Caldwell Star shuddered as power fed back into her muscles. The familiar, comforting vibration swelled underfoot, deepening as the propeller bit into the water with renewed determination. For a moment, nothing seemed to change. The tow cables tightened in slow motion, their sagging curves straightening, lifting, until they stood almost rigid lines between the two hulls. Droplets of water flung from their lengths as they rose, catching sunlight in tiny, fleeting sparks. The Caldwell Star's bow wave fattened, then narrowed again as the drag behind her increased. Reyes felt the strain through the soles of his boots and through his hand on the rail. It was like taking hold of someone else's weight and feeling it settle into your own joints. The Caldwell Star pulled. The OURANG MEDAN came, but she did not come easily. It was subtle, nothing you could measure in numbers on a dial. But Reyes had been at sea long enough to feel the difference between towing a compliant hulk and one that seemed to lag. The resistance was not physical in the way a grounded hull might be, not the grinding drag of something caught on a sandbar. It was more like the sluggish pull of a man reluctant to leave a doorway, heels scraping, even while his upper body moves along. The tow lines thrummed, a low, singing note at the edge of hearing. It ran up through the steel, through the air, into the bones of every man who touched the ship. "Feels like she has her own idea about where to stay," the helmsman muttered. Reyes did not answer. His eyes flicked to the OURANG MEDAN's bow. The letters there, OURANG MED, seemed to waver slightly in the heat. The missing letters like a word bitten off in mid-syllable. For a second, he had the irrational impression that if he looked away and then looked back, the whole name might have vanished. The ship reduced to an anonymous mass of rust and metal that had never been anything else. He tightened his grip on the rail. "Steady," he said, to the helmsman, to the ship, to himself. "We asked her to move. She will move." The Caldwell Star's wake fattened again, this time with the extra burden of the dead vessel trailing behind her. Together, the two hulls began to turn, in minute increments, toward a horizon where the shape of land still lay below the curve of the world, unseen but waiting. The first sign did not look like an emergency. It looked like a bad habit the ship had picked up. Reyes stood on the Caldwell Star's starboard deck, eyes flicking between the taut tow lines and the sluggish shape of the OURANG MEDAN behind them. The sun was high enough now to put a harsh sheen on both hulls. Sweat gathered under his collar, tickling a path down his spine. The air tasted of salt and metal, and the faint, oily tang of the Caldwell Star's own exhaust. He almost missed it. Near the aft cargo hold on the OURANG MEDAN, just abaft the funnel, a thin, hesitant thread of something rose from a vent. It was so faint at first that it looked like a mirage, a wavering distortion in the air where rising heat made the light bend. Then, as his gaze sharpened, he realized it was not the background that was moving. It was the strand itself. A filament of smoke, pale as breath on a cold morning, unspooling straight up before being torn sideways by the wind. "Captain," he called, pointing. The captain appeared at his elbow a moment later, binoculars already lifted. He followed Reyes's gesture, focused, and swore under his breath. "Smoke," he said, as if naming it might make it less serious. Could be leftover heat, could be. The thought trailed off. There had been no fires burning on that ship when Reyes and his men had walked her decks. The galley flames had long since died. The engine room, as far as they could tell without going down, had been silent. Whatever had killed the crew had not left obvious scorch marks. Now the smoke darkened. What had been a faint, translucent gray deepened to a more opaque color, smudging the air above the vent like ink dragged through water. The thread thickened, becoming a proper column, twisting in the breeze. It was still not much. No roaring blaze, no towering plume. But in the context of this particular ship, any smoke at all felt like a scream. The wind shifted. The first breath of the smell hit them like a hand. Reyes's throat clenched. It was not the raw, animal stink of ordinary fire. Burned wood, scorched cloth, melted plastic. It had the sharp, bitter quality of chemicals set alight, something synthetic and wrong. There was a sweet note buried under it, a hint of almonds that made the back of his tongue prickle and his eyes water. He coughed once, involuntarily, and saw the captain flinch beside him. "Cut the tow," the captain said, voice gone tight. "Now, all stations, cut the tow, move." The deck, which had been moving according to the measured, familiar choreography of towing operations, erupted into a frenetic counterpoint. Men who had just finished securing lines now ran to unmake their own work. Axes were pulled from brackets, gleaming briefly in the sun before biting into rope. Sailors grabbed for winch controls, trying to ease tension where they could before resorting to brute force. The tow cables sang under the new, uneven loads. One of them, not yet fully relieved of strain, let out a deep, mournful groan that vibrated through both hulls. The sound made Jensen's teeth ache. "Foretow first," Crane shouted. "Then aft. Do not let her swing into us." Reyes felt the Caldwell Star tremble as the weight behind her began to misbehave. The OURANG MEDAN, instead of trailing obediently, seemed to lag and yaw, her bow resisting the new angles of pull. The smoke from the aft vent thickened, darkening toward the color of old bruises. It billowed, pushed by an updraft from within, no longer a thread, but a dirty banner. Santos's axe chewed through the last of the foretow rope, fibers exploding into frayed wisps under each strike. With a final blow, the line parted. The released end snapped back toward the Caldwell Star with a vicious crack, missing a man's head by inches before slapping the deck hard enough to leave a welt of burned rope. At the stern, men wrestled with the aft connection, hands moving faster now, urgency cracking their practiced motions. The smell grew stronger, pushing at them, thick and biting. Eyes narrowed into slits. A few men pulled cloths up over their mouths, instincts older than modern safety regulations kicking in. "Almost," someone cried, The smoke on the Ourang Medan's aft deck suddenly bulged, as if something inside had taken a deeper breath. For a heartbeat, everything held. The distant horizon, the bright, hard sky, the glint of light on the Caldwell Star's own rails, the shape of the Ourang Medan's funnels and masts silhouetted against it all. Reyes had the absurd thought that if he blinked now, he might miss whatever the sea had been building toward. Then the world tore. The deck of the Ourang Medan buckled outward with a sound like the breaking of 1,000 plates at once. An explosion ripped up from her belly, the force of it punching through metal as if it were heavy paper. The central portion of the ship's spine lifted clear of the water, her hull arching, seams splitting, plates peeling back. A blossom of fire erupted from the midships, orange and white at its core, dark smoke already curling greedily around its edges. The blast's shockwave hit the Caldwell Star a fraction of a second later. It came not as a single wall, but as a dense, invisible shove. Reyes felt the deck jump under him. His knees buckled. He pitched sideways, catching himself on the rail just enough to keep from going completely down. Around him, men staggered, some landing hard, palms scraping on metal. Windows in the superstructure rattled, a few cracking at the corners with delicate, high sounds that were almost lost in the deeper roar. The air itself seemed to thicken and then snap, like a rope pulled too tight and released. Heat licked across exposed skin, not enough to burn at this distance, but enough to make every hair lie flat. Reyes found himself on his hands and knees, the world briefly reduced to the pattern of non-slip treads on the deck directly in front of his face and the taste of metallic dust on his tongue. The roar of the explosion filled his ears. Over it, dim and distorted, came the shouts of men calling to each other, counting heads without yet knowing who might be missing. He lifted his head. Through the billowing curtain of smoke and fire, he saw the Ourang Medan's rail. For the barest fraction of a second, it was not empty. Figures stood along it, evenly spaced, like statues arranged for some grim ceremony. They were not the bodies he had seen earlier. Those had been twisted, sprawled, caught mid-fall or mid-reach. These silhouettes stood upright, perfectly still, facing the Caldwell Star. They were wrong in small, disquieting ways, too narrow in the shoulders, too long in the limbs. Their outlines shimmered, not with the simple distortion of heat, but with an internal wavering, as if they were made of the same stuff as the mirages that dance above asphalt on a hot road. Their heads tilted at angles that did not quite match human posture, as if trying to understand the shape of the ship before them. They did not burn. The fire rolled past them, around them, a ragged orange tide. For that one instant, they were untouched, shadow cutouts in a wall of flame. Reyes blinked. The hull of the Ourang Medan, already fatally compromised, began to tear itself apart. The central section, lifted by the force of the blast, slammed back toward the water. Plates sheared away, clanging and screeching in deep, metallic agony. The masts listed, then toppled, spar and rigging tangling like broken fingers. The superstructure sagged in on itself. The figures were gone. Smoke and fire filled the space where they had been. An opaque, seething mass that swallowed everything. The roar of the burning grew louder, then dipped as water rushed greedily in through the new wounds in the hull. Lines cut. The captain's voice snapped through the din. "Fore is clear," someone shouted. "Aft, it snapped. We are free." The Caldwell Star rocked in the swell kicked up by the dying ship, her own hull ringing with sympathetic vibrations. Men clung to rails, to each other, to whatever was bolted down. One of the lifeboats on its davits swung wildly, its tackle squealing. Then, as quickly as the violence had come, a different kind of motion took over. The OURANG MEDAN began to sink. It did not happen with the slow dignity of some sinkings Reyes had seen, where a ship took its time, one end dipping, water crawling up the decks, foot by reluctant foot. The damage had been too catastrophic. Water poured into her belly in torrents. Sections of her hull that had been forced outward now sagged, snapping back and in. Air burst from vents and open hatches in great, wet coughs, carrying with it tongues of flame that were immediately smothered. The bow dipped first, dragged down by weight and wound. The stern tried to follow more gracefully, but structural failure turned the descent into a series of jerks and lurches. The bright letters, OURANG Med, disappeared under the waterline in seconds, swallowed by green-gray foam. Bubbles boiled up, huge and urgent, churning the surface into a maelstrom of froth. Bits of debris, charred planks, twisted metal, shards of something that might once have been a crate, shot up and then were sucked back down as if the sea were chewing and reconsidering. The Caldwell Star's engines were thrown into neutral, then reverse, to keep her from being dragged into the vortex. The tow ropes that had not yet been fully retrieved snaked on the surface, slap-slapping against the hull, then went slack as their other ends found only empty water. In less than a minute, the spot where the OURANG MEDAN had floated was only a patch of upheaval. The bubbles subsided. The boil calmed. An expanding slick of oil spread across the surface, catching the sunlight in iridescent streaks, rainbow colors in an ugly, greasy film. A few blackened fragments of wood bobbed, turning slowly. No crates rose. No lifeboats popped free. No bodies, living or dead, surfaced to mark where the crew had finally been allowed to leave steel. The Caldwell Star's crew lined the rail in a ragged row, eyes fixed on the place where the derelict had vanished. The silence that fell now was different from the earlier, tense quiet. This one was hollowed out. Shock had scooped the center out of their voices. "Is that it?" the nervous officer asked eventually, his tone subdued. "All they leave us with? Smoke and oil." "What did you expect?" Santos said. His voice was rough around the edges. "Ghosts waving goodbye?" Crane shook his head once, slowly. "Metal fails. Fire eats the rest. That is how it goes." Reyes let their words wash past him. His gaze stayed on the widening slick. In his mind's eye, the image of the rail with its row of watching shapes replayed, stubborn and sharp. He questioned it, even as he held onto it. Smoke and light did tricks with the eyes. Heat shimmered, shadows moved. It would be easy to chalk what he thought he had seen up to nerves, to the disorienting violence of the explosion. "Did you see anyone on deck?" he asked, keeping his voice casual. "Just fire," Crane answered. "Metal, bits flying. No one alive, that is for sure." "Same," Santos said. He frowned thoughtfully. "For a moment, I thought I saw lines in the smoke, but that was all. Like shadows. Heat." He shrugged it away. Jensen stayed quiet. When Reyes glanced at him, the younger man's face was pale under the sweat and grime, his jaw tight. He caught Reyes's eye, hesitated, then shook his head, almost imperceptibly. Later, over years and retellings, the story of the OURANG MEDAN's last seconds would settle into a pattern. The fire, the blast, the sinking. Men would emphasize different details: the smell, the speed, the way the hull seemed to leap out of the water before giving up. Some would swear there had been nothing in those flames but burning fuel and twisted steel. Others would mention, if they had drunk enough and the night was quiet enough, a feeling that something had been standing on that vanishing deck, looking back. Only Reyes would remember. With an uncomfortable clarity he never quite managed to sand down, the precise alignment of those two tall silhouettes against the bloom of fire. The Caldwell Star turned her bow away from the oil-slicked patch of water and began the slow process of reorienting herself toward port. Behind her, the surface of the sea smoothed over. There was no trace of hull, of cargo, of the frozen faces that had stared at a horizon they would never reach. The ocean had done what it always eventually did. It had taken everything and given back only questions. The room they put Reyes in could have belonged to any country on Earth. It was small and rectangular, the kind of space that felt like it had been measured and built for function, not comfort. The walls were painted a tired shade of institutional beige that might once have been white. A ceiling fan turned lazily overhead, its blades pushing the hot air around in slow circles without truly cooling anything. There were no windows. A single door, the same color as the walls, sat under a naked bulb that cast a flat, unforgiving light over everything. The table at the center of the room was metal, painted to look like wood. Two chairs on one side, one on the other. A glass ashtray, already holding the flattened remains of several cigarettes. A black, boxy recording device on a rolling cart, its reels waiting. A stenographer's pad and a typewriter on a smaller side table. The keys covered by a sheet of paper that had already picked up a smudge of sweat from someone's hand. Reyes sat in the lone chair, back straight, hands folded loosely in his lap. His uniform, pressed for this occasion, felt stiff around his shoulders. The room smelled faintly of tobacco, old coffee, and the particular tang of paper that had absorbed too many stories. He had been here before, in a way. Not this exact room, not this exact base, somewhere inland, nondescript, where the trains stopped and trucks took over. But rooms like this had dotted his wartime life like waypoints. Debriefings after convoys, after attacks, after things that had not gone according to plan. He had walked away from those with relief, or grief, or numbness. This time was different. This time, the war was supposedly over. The door opened with a soft click. Two men walked in, their footsteps muted on the thin linoleum. Their uniforms were neat but odd. No clear branch insignia, just generic rank pins and a small, unfamiliar emblem stitched where a unit patch might have gone. One carried a folder tucked under his arm. The other trailed slightly behind, already reaching for the typewriter, rolling a fresh sheet of paper into place. "Mr. Reyes," the man with the folder said. His voice was smooth, American, with no easily placed regional accent. "Thank you for your patience. I am sure you would rather be in a bar or on a train. Yes?" Reyes offered a small, tired half-smile. "A bar would be nice," he admitted. "We will not keep you longer than necessary." The man sat opposite him, placing the folder on the table. The other man slipped into the second chair, fingers poised over the typewriter keys, his eyes on the paper rather than on Reyes. The recorder's reels began to turn with a soft whir as someone, Reyes had not seen who, flipped a switch. "Please state your full name for the record," the interviewer said. "Daniel Reyes," Reyes replied. "First Officer, SS Caldwell Star." The man nodded, jotting something on a form. He did not offer his own name. "Very good. We will go over some things you have already told the Port Authority, but with a slightly different focus. We are interested in the observable facts. No speculation, no sea stories. Understood? Understood. Start with the boarding. Describe the condition of the bodies you found on the other vessel. Reyes inhaled slowly, organizing the images in his mind into a sequence. On deck, he said, the crew they appeared to have died suddenly. No visible wounds. They were rigid, more so than I would have expected in that climate and time frame. Limbs contorted, faces frozen in expressions of extreme fear or pain, eyes open, mouths open or clenched. No signs of struggle in the environment. No blood, no bullet holes, no fire damage. The typewriter clacked in even bursts, translating his words into neat rows of letters. The fan over their heads continued its slow, lazy rotation. Any signs of sickness? The interviewer asked. Vomiting, bleeding, skin lesions? None that I saw, Reyes said. Their skin had a grayish cast around the lips. That is all. The man nodded again, eyes flicking to a line on his form. The temperature aboard the ship. You remarked to your captain that it was unusually cold. Can you be more specific? Yes, Reyes said. On open deck, in full sun, my breath was visible. We measured approximately 40 degrees Fahrenheit in certain areas. There was condensation on rails that should have been hot. Frost in the radio room. The interviewer's pen paused. His gaze lifted, sharpening. Frost, he repeated. A faint rim along the window edges, Reyes said. And the air was markedly colder there than in adjacent spaces. The man at the typewriter typed the word cold, but did not seem to include frost. The keys hesitated over the term and then moved on. Any explanation you can offer for that? The interviewer asked. Reyes shook his head. Not with the information I had. The ship's power appeared to be off. There was no active refrigeration unit in that space. The interviewer made a small notation in the margin of his form, a squiggle that looked more like a private reminder than anything meant for the official record. Did you inspect the cargo holds? He asked. No, Reyes said. Our instructions were to limit boarding time and stay out of enclosed spaces below deck as much as possible. We secured tow points topside. We did not enter the holds. But you were near at least one hatch, the man pressed. You would have smelled something, perhaps? Reyes remembered the almond-sharp air by the forward hatch. The way Jensen had gone still when the knocks had come from below. There was an odor, he said evenly. Chemical, bitter, like solvents, and ozone. It was strongest near one particular hatch. The interviewer's interest sharpened visibly now. His brows rose a fraction. His pen moved more quickly. Almond? He asked. You would say the smell was almond-like? Yes, Reyes said slowly. In part. The man nodded, the motion small and satisfied. The typist's fingers rattled out a burst of letters, pausing just long enough for the interviewer to glance down and confirm what was being captured. Any visible leakage? Spills? Markings on the hatch indicating hazardous material? No, Reyes said. No labels I recognized. No liquid on deck. Just the smell and the frost. Did any of your men exhibit symptoms? The interviewer asked. Dizziness, headaches, labored breathing, muscle stiffness. Not that they reported, Reyes said. Some nerves, naturally. Nothing that persisted after leaving the ship. The interviewer leaned back slightly, steepling his fingers. All right, he said. Now, the survivors. Did you detect any signs of life aboard the other vessel at any point? Sound, movement, fresh heat signatures. Reyes hesitated. Movement, no, he said. Sound. He thought of the chain dragging under the hatch, the 3 knocks, the single phantom click in the dead operator's headphones. He could feel the interviewer's gaze on him, weighing the pause. Stick to the observable, the man reminded him gently. No. Impressions? Only what you know, Mr. Reyes. There were sounds that I could not account for, Reyes said carefully. Metallic, below deck, but no voices. No responses when we called out. No signs of actual survivors. The typist's hands hovered over the keys for a moment, then recorded, no survivors detected. The rest of the nuance disappeared between the clacks. Describe the sinking, the interviewer said. From your vantage point. Reyes forced himself to walk through it again. The smoke, the smell, the scramble to cut the tow lines, the sudden, awful violence of the explosion, the way the OURANG MEDAN had arched out of the water and then folded in on herself. He spoke of the fire, the shockwave, the boiling patch of ocean where the hull had gone down. He did not spare the details of speed. He mentioned the lack of debris, the absence of bodies on the surface afterward. The interviewer's pen kept pace, the typewriter translating events into lines that would one day look clinical to someone who had never smelled burning chemicals on salt air. And during the explosion itself, the man asked, you saw nothing unusual? No. Structural anomalies beyond what you have described. No secondary events? Reyes almost said no. It would have been easy. It would have been safe. The version of the story they seemed to want was already taking shape. Mysterious cargo, chemical leak, possible explosion, unfortunate loss. Box it, label it, file it. He saw again, in his mind, the row of tall, too narrow silhouettes against the wall of flame. The way they had stood, utterly still, watching. The way they had not burned even as fire rolled around them. The way they had dissolved not into cinders, but into the shape of the smoke itself. I saw figures on the rail, he heard himself say. Just before the hull broke, for a second. The interviewer's expression did not change dramatically. It tightened at the corners. The line of his mouth flattened. His pen hovered, then went to the margin rather than to the main body of the form. The typist did not move at all, hands freezing above the keys. Figures, the man repeated. Crew members you had somehow missed? I do not know, Reyes said. They did not move. They did not appear to be affected by the fire. It could have been an illusion. Heat, smoke. I will not say more than that. Good, the interviewer said softly. You will not say more than that. He closed the folder with a small, decisive slap. For the purposes of this statement, Mr. Reyes, we will confine ourselves to what can be substantiated. Bodies in unnatural positions, unusual cold, chemical odor, sudden onset of fire, catastrophic structural failure. No survivors, no cargo recovered. Do you understand? What about the frost? Reyes asked. The temperature readings? The smell by the hold? If this is about whatever they were carrying, that is for another department to decide, the man said. His tone was still polite, but there was iron under it now. Your duty is to report what you saw. We will decide what needs to be written where. He slid a typed page across the table toward Reyes. The paper was still warm from the machine. The words marched down it in neat black lines. At a glance, it looked like the story he had just told. When he read more closely, he saw the gaps. There was mention of cooler than expected air, but no explicit reference to frost. Unpleasant odor consistent with chemical contamination, but nothing about almonds or ozone. Crew found deceased in various locations, cause of death undetermined, but no description of the unnatural expressions, the rigid, contorted limbs. No hint of knocks, or static, or tall, watching shapes. It was not exactly a lie. Everything on the page had happened. It simply left out the parts that made the story feel like a wound that still bled under the bandage. "We appreciate your cooperation," the interviewer said. "Sign at the bottom, please." Reyes held the pen for a moment, its weight unfamiliar. His jaw worked. Somewhere, in some other building, the families of the OURANG MEDAN's crew were probably still waiting to hear anything at all. This paper would become part of what the world officially knew. It would shape the letters some clerk might one day write to a wife, a mother, a son. He thought of the cook's face, of the sailor sitting on his bunk, of the child's drawing with its crooked ship and its hopeful sun. It felt, in that moment, as if he were being asked to walk away from them twice. Once on the water, once on the page. "I would like the frost included," he said quietly. "The temperature, those are observable facts." The interviewer watched him for a long second, then inclined his head a fraction. "We will note unusual cold," he said. "The specifics are not necessary for the main record." It was not enough. But the alternative, he knew from other rooms and other years, would be to press, to be labeled uncooperative, to find himself sitting in here for days instead of hours. He was tired down to his bones. He wanted to sleep in a bed that did not move, to see his wife's face without the filter of memory, to sit in a chair on land and listen to a ticking clock without thinking of dead captains staring at horizons. He signed. His name looked small at the bottom of the page, a cramped flourish in black ink. As he set the pen down, a weight settled into his chest, a compromise, heavy and familiar. He had not lied. He had not told everything. The dead deserved better. The living needed him to walk out of this room. The interviewer plucked the paper up, gave it a quick, satisfied glance, and tucked it back into the folder. "Thank you, Mr. Reyes," he said. "You have done your duty. You are free to go. We would, of course, appreciate it if you kept the more colorful aspects of your story to yourself. Sailors talk. Tales grow. There is no need to encourage superstition." Reyes rose, the chair legs scraping softly on the floor. At the door, he paused and looked back once at the blank walls, the slowly turning fan, the table where his words had been trimmed into something tidier. He stepped out into a hallway that smelled of dust and sunlight. Somewhere, a typewriter clacked. Somewhere else, a phone rang. Life went on, bland and relentless, in rooms with windows and rooms without. Behind him, in a folder now labeled and filed, the official version of the OURANG MEDAN's end began its long, quiet journey into the kind of history that sounds like myth, because someone, somewhere, decided which parts were worth keeping on the record, and which parts should be left for the ocean to hold. On the night shift, the computer's glow could feel like its own kind of tide. Sam sat in his usual pool of light, the rest of the archive breathing quietly in the dark beyond his desk. Shelves of reels and binders faded into shadow, antennas of plastic and cardboard rising from metal racks. The soft hum of the air system was a kind of mechanical surf. Somewhere outside, beyond the heavy walls, the harbor shifted and sighed. On his monitor, lines of text marched past as he scrolled through the old database. He had started with the obvious search terms: Indian Ocean, explosion, derelict freighter, 1947. Most of what came up were routine incident reports: tanker fires, mechanical failures, freighters lost in storms, fishing vessels that had simply never arrived. Each entry had the same structure: name, registry, coordinates, cause of loss, survivors, if any, follow-up actions. Then he saw it. The file header read, Case Ref IO 47-1113, unidentified derelict, internal explosion. He clicked. The document loaded slowly, as if surfacing from a deeper part of the server. At the top of the page, in bold, was the phrase, unidentified freighter, possibly Dutch registry. Under that, a series of typed lines summarized the incident in clinical terms. Vessel found adrift, crew deceased under unusual circumstances, boarding party from U.S.-flagged merchant vessel, attempt to tow, catastrophic internal explosion, total loss of hull. The name field read, unknown. His cursor hovered over the word unknown, as if staring at it harder might make letters appear. The phrasing was already disturbingly familiar. The dates matched the story. The coordinates fell in the same patch of sea. The old memo about cold anomalies had circled in red. It was as close as anything in the official system was willing to get to saying OURANG MEDAN. At the bottom of the summary was a link to witness statement, DR, with a date and an identification number. Sam clicked that too. The scanned document that opened was different from the others. Instead of a clean typewritten form, it was a fuzzy black and white reproduction of a page with both typed text and hand-inked signatures. The name was partly obscured by a shadow from the scanner's lid, but the initials, DR, stood out clearly enough. The narrative that followed, in carefully aligned paragraphs, reflected the bullet points he already knew. Dead crew, unusual cold, chemical smell, sudden onset of fire, explosion, sinking. Nothing new. Halfway down the page, thick black bars started to appear. They looked like someone had taken a marker to the original before scanning. Whole sentences, sometimes whole paragraphs, obliterated under solid censorship. The flow jumped from observation to observation with jarring skips. The space where any mention of figures on the rail might have lived was buried under ink. Of course, Sam murmured. His voice sounded small in the near-empty room. He scrolled up again, then down. At the bottom of the file was a notation, see audio appendix, debrief recording, followed by a file path that should have led to attached voice records. Sam clicked. A small error window popped up instead. File not found. Access revoked. He frowned, leaned back, and tried again. This time, the system pretended to think about it longer. A spinning circle, a soft whir from inside the tower. Then the same message, file not found. Come on, he muttered. You cannot be that tidy after 70 years. He backed up a level in the archive browser, stepping out of the specific witness statement into a larger listing of related files. A tree of document names and case numbers unfolded down the left side of the screen. Some were highlighted in pale green, accessible. Others were grayed out, tagged with small padlock icons. He moved his cursor over one of the gray entries. Restricted. Voice records. IO 047-113. The preview pane on the right flickered. For a second, text appeared there. A header, a few lines of transcript, the first words of something that began, subject, Reyes, Daniel, Q, begin by describing. Then, as Sam's eyes focused, The lines collapsed into blankness. The preview pane cleared itself, leaving only a generic icon and another error notice. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, and told himself it was just the viewer misbehaving. The longer he looked, though, the stranger the behavior became. As he scrolled through neighboring files, titles and dates popped into the preview pane, then vanished mid-sentence. A memo would appear half-formed, only for its body text to be replaced by white space, as if someone with very quick, invisible hands were deleting the content in real time just ahead of his gaze. It was not consistent. Some documents behaved normally. Others did this odd half-appear, half-erase dance. He restarted the application, which solved nothing. The restricted folder remained stubbornly gray, its contents locked away behind whatever layers of classification still clung to them decades after anyone who cared should reasonably have retired or died. Glitch, he said aloud, if only to hear the word. Old system, bad index. The explanation felt thin and functional, like the official summary of a horror story. Internal explosion, no survivors, case closed. His eyes drifted away from the screen. In the corner of the room, beyond the reach of his desk lamp, the physical stacks rose in patient columns. Paper and cardboard, the old bones under the digital skin. The monitors were new. The shelves were not. Somewhere in there, behind the dim spines, older versions of these files might still sit, quietly not caring whether someone had tried to push them deeper into the software's shadows. Sam's chair squeaked as he stood. The air between the rows of shelves was cooler, or maybe it only felt that way because the light was weaker. The smell of dust and old paper wrapped around him, comforting in its own way. He moved down aisles, labeled with faded tags. Regional incidents, Pacific, Indian Ocean. Running his fingers lightly along the edges of boxes until he reached the section that matched the case reference stamped at the top of the digital file. IO 47-113. The box that carried that number was not impressive, just a standard, off-white archive carton with a handwritten label in blue ink and a strip of discolored tape along one side. Someone had crossed out an older case number and written this one beneath it, a faint ghost of previous use showing through. It might have held anything: forgotten budget reports, old radar logs, a desk calendar from 1962. When he lifted the lid, the smell intensified. Paper, ink, the subtle sweetness of glue aged past its prime. Inside was a stack of folders, bound together with a cloth strap. On top lay a sheet of onion skin carbon with faint typing, so faded it was almost more impression than text. Under that, more pages, handwritten notes in a firm, slightly slanted script. Dates, coordinates, phrases underlined twice. Sam eased the bundle out and carried it to a nearby work table where the overhead light was a little kinder. The first pages were what he expected: rough drafts of incident summaries, scribbled margin comments that had later been shaved off in the typed versions. Someone, Reyes, he realized, recognizing the initials at the corner, had written his own observations in longhand before the official language trimmed and dressed them. Air markedly colder than surrounding environment, one line read. Breath visible on deck. Frost present in radio room. No mechanical source identified. Another. Faces of deceased show not just fear, but prolonged effort. Musculature, locked as if fighting something unseen. These sentences had never made it into the clean, typed statement in the digital system. Here, they were underlined, not struck out. Further down the stack, he found a page he recognized even before he had fully unfolded it. The paper was a photocopy. The black, a little too black. The whites slightly grayed. The top portion showed the edge of a notepad, the faint shadow of a hand that had held it when it was originally copied. Near the bottom, in a block of less practiced handwriting, was the word Reyes had torn from the radio room notepad decades earlier. Jan. No. The copy was clearer than Sam had expected. The letters were fully visible this time, dark against the pale background. Jangan di sini. The phrase ran slightly uphill, the pressure of the pen heavy at the start and lighter toward the end, stopping in a jagged line as the stroke trailed off. Someone, probably some long-ago analyst, had written a small translation under it in careful printed English. Do not be here. Not here. Still here. They remain. Context unclear. Sam read the line 3 times, feeling the meaning settle into his mind in layers. Do not be here. Not here. They remain. He imagined the moment that had produced those words. A young woman. Lena. He named her now because the story in his head insisted on it, reaching for the pencil as the air thickened, trying to put something down in the language that came to her first when fear squeezed the breath out of her lungs. A warning, a statement, an admission. He set the photocopy on top of Reyes's notes and stepped back for a second, as if giving the 2 papers space to speak between themselves. In the quiet of the aisle, with the hum of the building systems muffled and distant, he could almost feel the line that connected him to the man who had written these observations in 1947. 2 men, decades apart, in different kinds of night, listening to things the world had politely agreed not to talk about. Reyes had sat in a windowless room and watched his fuller story shaved down into something manageable. He had still, quietly, slipped this page into his pocket, kept a version of what had really happened close to his body until he could tuck it into a box like this. Sam, in a building that pretended to be transparent because its walls were glass and its servers hummed, was now holding the result. The files in the digital system might flicker and erase themselves in front of his eyes. The restricted folders might sit all grayed out and prim in their tree, pretending they had nothing to do with him. But the paper did not vanish. The ghost of the word remained under his thumb. He pressed his palm lightly over the translation, feeling the faint texture of the toner. Still here, he said softly. Whether he meant the warning, the dead, the story, or the quiet stubbornness of men like Reyes, who had refused to let everything be smoothed away, he was not entirely sure. The distinction felt less important than the simple fact that some echo had made it through. For the first time since he had threaded the nameless tape onto the reel, the whole thing shifted a little in his mind. The OURANG MEDAN and her frozen faces, the cold patch in the ocean, the silhouettes on the rail. None of it felt less eerie, but it also felt less like something reaching out to harm and more like something unfinished, an open bracket waiting for a closing line. An unanswered call, lodged for decades in rooms with no windows and files that erased themselves, had just been heard again. Not solved, not fixed, just heard. Sam gathered the papers with a care that bordered on reverence, and for a moment, in the stillness between the shelves, the ghost story did not feel like a threat at all. It felt like a conversation that had paused mid-sentence and was slowly starting to resume. The building emptied itself slowly at night. By the time Sam logged out of the archive system, the overhead lights in the outer corridors had already dimmed to their evening setting, a softer, yellow wash that left the corners in generous shadow. The hum of the air conditioning shifted to a lower register as if even the machinery were taking a shallower breath. Somewhere above, a cleaning cart squeaked briefly and then fell silent again. He closed the lid of the laptop that controlled the reel-to-reel station, the screen's glow collapsing into a dark, reflective rectangle. The tape machine beside it sat with its reels still, the thread of brown tape rolled neatly back into its plastic shell. He had rewound the unclassified Indian Ocean reel, labeled its digital file, and placed the cardboard box gently aside. On his desk, Reyes's photocopied notes and the page with the translation. Still here, they remain, rested in a tidy stack, anchored by a mug with a ring of dried coffee at the bottom. Sam slid the papers into a folder, hesitated, then tucked the folder into his satchel rather than leaving it in the in-tray. The gesture felt like smuggling in a small, quiet way, even though he had every clearance to handle these materials. It was the content, the word remain, the redacted files, the way the audio had sounded like someone reaching up through deep water, that made him want to keep the pages closer to his body for a while. He turned off the desk lamp. The little circle of warm light vanished, and the room rearranged itself around the more distant ceiling fixtures. The rows of archive shelves became darker stripes, leaning away into the wall's suggestion of night. Lock, badge, phone. He ran through the checklist in his head, the small rituals that kept his life in order, the way labeling tapes kept the past sorted. His knuckles brushed the edge of the tape box. The cardboard was cool and faintly rough under his skin. "See you tomorrow," he said softly, half to the room, half to the reel that had carried a dead man's last words to him across 70 years. The corridor outside his office was long and straight, lined with doors that led to other archives, other collections, other people's obsessions with weather, ship movements, or rescue drills. At this hour, most of them were dark behind their frosted glass. The motion sensors had clicked the hallway lights into a dimmer mode. Every second fixture was off, leaving alternating pools of brightness and gloom. At the far end of the corridor, where it took a sharp left toward the elevators, someone was standing. Sam stopped for a fraction of a second, his brain registering the shape before his thoughts caught up. The figure was tall and thin, a vertical smudge against the paler rectangle of the wall. Shoulders slightly hunched, arms close to the sides. No movement, just standing, facing in his direction, black against gray. The light from a nearby exit sign gave the silhouette a halo around its edges, making it look less solid than it should have. For a heartbeat, every story he had been reading threaded itself into the moment. The tall, narrow shapes on the burning rail, the notion of figures standing at the edge of a patch of cold ocean, watching ships go by. They remain, written in a cramped hand on a notepad in a doomed radio room. "Hey," he called, his voice coming out a little higher than he would have liked. "You good down there?" No response. The figure did not shift, did not raise a hand, did not speak. It simply stood, head angled in a way that made it impossible to tell if it was looking at him or past him. A prickle ran along Sam's forearms. The corridor seemed to lengthen. For a second, he had the absurd specific idea that if he turned around to go back into his office, the door would be locked, his badge suddenly invalid, himself stranded between two ends of a hallway with nowhere to go. "Hey," he said again, louder now. "Building's closing. You need something?" The figure moved. Slowly, it turned its head, then its shoulders, rotating in a loose, slightly uncoordinated way. As it stepped forward into a brighter pool of light, color and detail peeled away from the silhouette. It was an older man in a maintenance uniform, his gray hair cropped close, a pair of large, padded headphones clamped over his ears. A cleaning cart sat behind him, half shrouded in shadow, its surface cluttered with spray bottles and cloths. He blinked at Sam, then tugged one ear cup aside. "Sorry," he said, a little too loud, music still faintly audible from the other side. "Did you say something?" Sam let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. It came out as a short laugh that was half humor, half release. "Yeah," he said, walking closer now. "Just checking you were not stuck there. You scared me for a second." The janitor grinned, lines deepening around his eyes. "Guess I should not zone out in hallways, huh?" he said. "These playlists." He tapped the side of his headphones. "Put me somewhere else." "Better there than out in the ocean," Sam said before he could stop himself. The older man's smile flickered with the faint confusion of someone who did not know the context of the joke, then settled back in place. "Night, man," he said. "Get some sleep." "You too," Sam answered and kept walking. The elevators hummed him down to the lobby. The building's entrance hall was all glass and steel, empty at this hour except for the security desk and the night guard behind it. A bank of monitors glowed in front of the guard, each one sliced into quadrants showing feeds from different cameras. Parking lot, side doors, basement corridor, server room, lobby itself. "Heading out, Blake?" the guard asked, glancing up. "Yeah," Sam said, fishing his badge from his pocket. "Night, Tony." He swiped his card at the gate and heard the soft buzz as it unlocked. Habit made his eyes skim the nearest monitor, a multi-camera view labeled timestamp plus access log. One quadrant showed a replay loop of the front doors over the last few hours. Another showed the parking garage. Another, a small rectangle stamped B1, archive access, displayed the stairwell that led down to the basement level, where the older tape archives and server rooms lived. Each time someone badged in or out, a little notification slid across the bottom of the screen, showing a blurred name and a time. As he watched, a recent log blipped up. 1942. Basement entry. Administrator. Unknown. The text was paler than the others. The name field blank, except for that word, unknown. No ID number, no initials. The corresponding video clip showed only a flash of motion at the edge of the frame, like someone moving just outside the camera's central focus. A dark sleeve, a hand, the door opening, then closing. "Who's that?" Sam asked before he could swallow the question. Tony glanced over. "Who's who?" "The administrator, unknown," Sam said, nodding at the screen. The guard squinted. "Some system nonsense," he said. "It's been running maintenance scripts half the week. Probably just a back-end process pinging the lock. They do that. Makes it look like someone used a ghost badge. Creepy as hell, right?" He laughed, but it sounded perfunctory. "Right," Sam said. "Ghost badge." He swiped out and stepped into the night. The air outside was cooler than inside, the harbor wind carrying salt and the faint smell of diesel. He walked to his car on autopilot. The weight of his satchel settled against his hip. The case number, IO47-1113, looping quietly in the back of his mind like a song stuck on repeat. Halfway to the car, he stopped. He still had his login open on his phone. The building network extended just far enough into the parking lot for him to tug at its threads. He stood beside the driver's side door, thumb hovering, then tapped his way into the internal access logs for the digital archive. The list of recent file interactions appeared: timestamps, user IDs, file paths. Most were mundane: routine weather report polls, a training manual somebody had opened and closed, his own entry for the OURANG MEDAN tape. He filtered by the case number. The system thought about it, then spat out a short list. At the top was his own access, dated tonight, with his user ID beside it. Below that, 3 additional entries. Each one was labeled only Access, Iowa 47 113, Audio Master, WAV, 0213, User, Redacted Access, IO 47 1013, Audio Master, .wav, 03101, User, Redacted Access, IO 47 1113, Audio Master, .wav, 0147, User, redacted all within the last month. All in the small hours of the morning when most of the building was dark and the motion sensors had long since let the lights rest. Sam stared at the square brackets around the word, the way it sat there, an intentional absence, redacted. Someone had not merely let the log stand as anonymous. They had gone in and removed whatever name had been there, leaving a scar of empty characters. The wind moved around him, pulling at his jacket. The parking lot lights buzzed overhead. Somewhere, a gull cried once, thin and distant. He pictured Reyes in his windowless room in 1947, telling a version of his story that bent carefully away from what he had really seen. He pictured the nameless men with their blank insignia, their pens pausing when he mentioned frost and silhouettes. He pictured whoever had written the translation under Jangan di Sini and then filed it away in a box. Someone had listened, even if the official narrative had chosen not to print everything. Now, in this building, under different fluorescent bulbs and a different kind of fan, someone else had been listening to the same tape in the same hours when sleep was supposed to come. Someone with enough access to leave no clear name behind. He locked his phone screen and slid it back into his pocket. The ghost of the OURANG MEDAN felt closer now, but not in the way a threat creeps closer. More like the way a story moves along a line of people, passed from mouth to ear, each new teller adding a breath of their own. Reyes had heard it first, raw and live, on a bridge at sea. Then, in a debriefing room, stripped down into something official. Unknown clerks and analysts had heard the echoes and underlined certain words, then struck them out. Decades later, someone with a redacted user ID had sat in a basement room in this very building, headphones on, listening to the same crackling Morse taps at 2 in the morning. Now, it was Sam's turn. He started the car, the engine's low rumble folding into the hum of the harbor. As he pulled out of the lot, the building's glass facade reflected the lights of the docks and the softer glow of stars trying to push through city haze. Somewhere inside, behind dark windows and sleepy security cameras, the servers blinked. The tape reels sat still, and a file labeled IO 47 113. Audio Master waited for whoever would listen next. Some stories, the narrator suggested gently, are never suppressed so completely that they die. They are simply lowered in volume, shifted into frequencies that only the sleepless and the stubborn bother to tune into. A slow, quiet whisper passed from one tired night watchman to another, across years and oceans, saying over and over, "Still here. They remain." Sam's apartment was the kind of place that looked bigger after dark. By day, it was a small, slightly cluttered space on the 3rd floor of a building that hummed with other people's lives. A couch with a sagging middle, a coffee table with a ring where a mug had sweated through a coaster, a narrow kitchen whose countertops were never entirely clear. But at night, with only one lamp on and the blinds half drawn, The edges blurred, and the room narrowed to a few islands of light and shadow that felt almost intentional. The couch faced a low media stand and a blank television screen. A throw blanket, washed too many times, lay folded over one arm, its threads beginning to fuzz. Next to it, Sam's laptop sat open on the coffee table, its screen idling, filling the space with a soft blue glow that painted his knuckles and the side of his face. In the corner, a floor lamp cast a warm cone of light downward, catching the curve of a cheap ceramic plant pot on the windowsill. The plant inside it, a small, stubborn thing with leaves that drooped more days than not, leaned toward the glass as if it knew there was more light somewhere beyond the street lamps and distant store signs. The sink in the kitchen held a small, honest backlog of dishes, a plate with the crusts of toast still ghosted onto it, a spoon with a faint smear of peanut butter, a glass whose inside caught the lamplight in a thin, imperfect circle. The fridge hummed intermittently, its compressor kicking in with a muted vibration that threaded through the floor and into the couch frame. Outside, the city did what cities do at night, breathed in cars and let them out again. Through the closed window came the distant swish of tires on asphalt, a stray horn, the low murmur of a motorcycle idling at a red light. Somewhere farther away, a train horn blew, its long note flattening the distance between the harbor and this little room into a single, soft sound. It was not a remarkable apartment. That was part of its power. Because somewhere else, in another city, or a suburb, or a town clinging to the edge of a highway, there was another room that shared its shape. A bed, not perfectly made, but good enough. A lamp on a bedside table, its shade sending light sideways more than up. A glass of water half full, condensation leaving a faint ring on the wood. Maybe a book face down, spine beginning to crease. Maybe a phone screen slowly dimming on the nightstand, its last notification already forgotten. Maybe there was a pet curled up at the foot of that bed, a cat a little too dignified for its own good, a dog already halfway to dreaming, paws twitching. Or maybe there was an empty space where someone used to sleep, the dent in the mattress still there, the blankets pulled over that gap instinctively every night, an absence that had become its own kind of quiet weight. In that other room, the one that belonged to the listener, the air carried the sounds of their own life, the tick of a clock down the hall, the faint rumble of plumbing through the walls, the murmur of someone in another apartment laughing at a television show. The day they had just walked through, its small frustrations, its private worries, its tiny, unnoticed victories, hovered around them still, refusing to fully lie down. Their mind did what minds often do when the lights go low. It wandered to the wrong places. Old conversations replayed in sharper detail than they had ever had in the moment. A to-do list stretched and twisted into the next week, the next month. A phrase someone had said years ago, in a tone that still stung, surfaced and refused to be dismissed. Somewhere under all of that, a thinner thread tugged at them, a craving not just for sleep, but for the feeling of being safely carried into it. Between Sam's apartment and that unseen bedroom, there was a narrow, invisible line. It ran through the cables under the streets, through the wireless signals floating in the air, through servers humming quietly in locked rooms. It ran through the platform carrying this story, through speakers and headphones and screens. It carried not just words, but a particular kind of invitation. Sit here a while, in this almost dark, and listen to someone else's night, so your own can soften around the edges. Sam sat cross-legged on his couch, spine curved against the cushion, socks tucked under one knee. His shoes were by the door, toes pointing inward, as if they had been set down by someone who planned to leave again soon, but had not yet found the motivation. The room around him had that end-of-day feeling. Not messy enough to demand attention, not neat enough to feel finished. It was a place in between. On the coffee table, his laptop finally woke from its idle state. Lines of text and the jagged blue-green shapes of audio waveforms spread across the screen, their peaks and valleys like a miniature coastline. The file name at the top of the window read IO 47-1113 audio on master or copy.wave. It was, technically, not supposed to be there. Sam had made the copy carefully, earlier that evening, when the building was quiet and the only other people in the archive were ghosts of old memos. The system allowed exports for preservation and redundancy. He had simply taken advantage of those pathways to route one more copy out to a place where no restricted flag would pop up without his consent. He knew the rules. You did not take classified material home. You did not remove voice records without clearance. You did not dig too deeply into files that others had clearly, deliberately tried to bury in layers of polite obscurity. But the thought of leaving the tape at the mercy of the same software that had made documents flicker and vanish felt worse than the guilt of breaking a few guidelines. He told himself that better tools would help. His own laptop had audio software sharper than the aging utilities on the archive system, filters that could tease apart frequencies, visualizers that could show hidden patterns in the data. If there was anything under the official distress call, any echo of that second, almost voice that Reyes had not been allowed to talk about, he would hear it more clearly here. But under that technical justification sat a quieter truth. The story had lodged itself behind his ribs, and part of him believed that understanding it, even a little, might loosen its grip. The lamp clicked off with a soft sound. Sam had reached over to the switch almost without noticing. The room dropped into a deeper shade, the outlines of furniture melting into the background. Only the laptop's display remained bright, casting a cool rectangle onto his face and hands. The waveform on the screen looked like a seismograph of another century, spikes of sound rising from a baseline of hiss. He picked up his headphones, large, padded, the kind that cupped the ears and made the rest of the world step back, and settled them over his head. For a moment, he just sat like that, without pressing play, listening to the muted thud of his own pulse, the distant whoosh of a car outside, the fridge's last sigh as its compressor cycled off. In the unseen bedroom, the listener shifted under their blanket. Maybe they adjusted their pillow, trying to find a position where their neck did not complain. Maybe they reached out and dimmed their own lamp, leaving only the screen in front of them as the room's guiding light. On it, a progress bar waited at 0, ready to creep forward as this chapter moved with them. Both rooms held a small, artificial moon now. In Sam's apartment, it was the laptop screen, hovering above the coffee table. In the listener's room, it was a phone or a tablet, the brightness turned down low, but not all the way, drawing a soft rectangle on their sheets. Sam's thumb hovered over the spacebar. He took a slow breath in, let it out. The tension in his shoulders loosened by a fraction. The day, with its emails and small irritations and the blank spots in database logs, receded to the edges of his awareness. The night, with its questions and its old signals, moved closer. When he pressed the key, the waveform began to crawl. On the screen, the jagged line slid from right to left, revealing its peaks and dips one moment at a time. In his ears, a soft hiss rose, like distant wind across a microphone far out at sea. The noise floor of another era, alive again in a third-floor apartment thousands of miles away from where it had first been captured. In the unseen bedroom, the listener's breathing synced almost unconsciously with that hiss. As Sam listened to the dead ocean on his tape, they listened to him listening. 3 hearts, his, theirs, and the long silenced one of the man on the OURANG MEDAN, settled into a slow, shared rhythm as the last voice on the tape began to approach. The first thing he did was strip the ocean away. On the screen, the waveform crept steadily from right to left, its jagged peaks forming a low, restless range. In his ears, the raw recording was all texture, hiss like distant wind, the faint crackle of aged tape, and then piercing through, the sharp staccato clicks of the Morse key. It sounded as it must have sounded to Reyes on that night, urgent, rough, barely held together by discipline and training. Sam watched the levels dance as the operator tapped out the phrases he already knew by heart. All officers down, captain on bridge dead, possibly whole crew dead, I die now. Each block of clicks showed up as a cluster of vertical spikes on the waveform, little combs of sound with their own spacing and rhythm. He had seen enough of it in the archive to almost hear the words behind the noise, even without translation. Panic had its own cadence. He slid his cursor down to the filter panel. "Easy," he said aloud, more to himself than to the software. His voice sounded muffled in the headphones, caught between his eardrums and the world he was temporarily ignoring. One thing at a time. First, he applied a basic noise reduction profile. The program sampled the hiss during a stretch of supposed silence and built a map of what nothing looked like on this tape. Then gently, Sam nudged the reduction up, shaving off the constant background without touching the sharp transients of the clicks. On the screen, the low-level speckling in the waveform thinned. In his ears, the ocean receded. The hiss did not vanish. That would have made it feel wrong, too clean. But it dropped back, like a wind dying down to a breeze. He listened again. The Morse now was clearer, its edges more distinct. Each click hit his ears like the tap of a spoon on a glass. He could hear the small imperfections in the sender's timing, the places where fingers slipped just a fraction, where exhaustion or fear made a dash too long or a dot too short. It was not the mechanical perfection of a training tape. It was a human hand, shaking, trying to keep up with a mind that wanted to scream everything at once. Sam slowed the playback by a small percentage, enough to spread the clicks out, not enough to turn them into something unnatural. The operator's urgency stretched like an elastic band under gentle tension. The words became easier to step around in time. On the screen, he opened a second channel, a duplicate of the audio, and inverted the Morse frequencies on that one, carving out the band of sound where the key strikes were strongest. It was like plucking the loudest instrument out of an orchestra and setting it aside for a moment, not to erase it, but to see what was happening behind it. He played both tracks together, then muted the one with the amplified clicks. The room filled with ghosts. Without the main Morse, the remaining audio was a bed of low-level crackle, the occasional pop of tape aging, and something else. A kind of pulse beneath the noise, not regular enough to be electronic interference, not random enough to ignore. He could feel his shoulders tensing again, the urge to hunch closer to the laptop as if proximity would help. He looped a short segment around the end of the message, 20 seconds that included the last "I die now" and the pause that followed. The waveform marched around and around in its little pen as the sound played on repeat. He watched and listened until the pattern of the operator's main clicks etched itself into him again. Then he pushed them further into the background. A narrow band filter took out the frequencies he had identified as belonging to the key, those sharp, metallic pops. In their place, in the space they vacated, other shapes began to emerge. Softer sounds, smeared in time, as if someone were speaking from another room with the door half closed. On the next loop, he heard it. Under the last stretch of Morse, under the drawn-out "now," where the operator's resolve frayed, another presence moved. Not a second series of clicks, not mechanical. A murmur, a thread of sound delayed by fractions of a second, as if it were chasing the first message but always arriving just behind it. Sam leaned forward, one hand unconsciously lifting to press the headphones tighter against his ears. The murmur was buried deep. Tape degradation had chewed at its edges. Distance had thinned it. Noise had tried to smother it. But it was there, a softer, breathier shape that did not behave like random interference. The waveform in that tiny band showed little bumps in places that aligned with the rhythm of speech, not code. He isolated that sliver of frequencies, cut them out onto their own track, and boosted the gain. The noise came up with it, a rushing shroud, but now the shape was clearer within the storm. He slowed that track by another notch. On the screen, the waveform's peaks stretched apart like teeth in a widening jaw. In his ears, the sound's pitch dropped slightly, but not so much that it sounded monstrous. It just sounded closer. This time, beneath the hiss, he caught syllables. Not English. Not the clipped dot-dash rhythm of Morse. Something curved at the edges. Vowel sounds elongated. Consonants softened. A voice, definitely. Higher than the operator's terse clicks would have suggested. Strained. Pushed through clenched teeth, perhaps. He replayed the segment again and again, letting his brain try to find purchase. "Yeah. He whispered, echoing what his ears insisted they heard. A J sound, soft, then an AH, then something guttural in the back of the throat. The rhythm touched a memory. He snapped the laptop's lid down halfway, then remembered himself and flipped it back up before the playback halted. His hand went instead for the satchel on the couch. From it, he pulled Reyes's photocopied page with the handwritten phrase and the translation scribbled underneath. Jangan di sini. Do not be here. Still here, they remain. He held the paper in one hand and hovered his cursor over the loop window with the other. Again, he said. The murmur rose in his ears. 3 syllables, pressed close together, blurred by distance and dying equipment. The middle one soared just a little higher than the others, a fragile crest. Behind it, the main Morse tapped its final letters, N-O-W, like a closing door. Sam mouthed along, matching shape to sound. Jan, Gan, Die. He did not speak Indonesian, but he had enough instinct for language to feel the scaffolding. The last bit of the phrase was truncated, as if the speaker had been cut off mid-breath. He pulled up a translation site on his phone, typed in the phrase from the page, and double-checked the rough meaning. Do not be here. Do not stay here. They remain here. Context, the note had said, unclear. Another loop. This time, He did not think of software or waveforms. He thought of the radio room as he imagined it from Reyes's notes. The flickering lights, the frost creeping along the window, the smell of chemicals bleeding up from below. The operator hunched over his key. A young woman, Lena, his mind insisted, standing just behind him, close enough to see the sweat on his neck, to feel the air thickening. He heard her then, not just as sound, but as a perception. Someone who had watched the man in front of her send the words he was supposed to send. Then, in the tiny gap left at the end, tried to push one last, unauthorized thought into the line. They're still here. He tweaked the filter, narrowed the band further, and the phrase resolved a touch more. Not enough for clarity, just enough for conviction. The room's temperature shifted. It was subtle at first, like the feeling of a draft sneaking in under a door you had believed to be sealed. The skin on his arms tightened. Goosebumps rose, visible even in the laptop's glow. He breathed out and saw the faintest hint of vapor curl in front of his lips before fading. He glanced toward the thermostat on the wall. The numbers glowed steady, insisting nothing had changed. The fridge across the room chose that moment to shudder and click as its compressor turned off, making the silence left behind deeper. "Okay," he said softly, not completely sure whether he was talking to the thermostat, the tape, or himself. "We are not doing this." He rubbed his forearms briskly, shaking out the chill. He was startled, yes, but some part of him felt less panic and more recognition. After nights spent reading about the cold aboard the OURANG MEDAN, about frost blooming unnaturally in the radio room, about men seeing their breath in equatorial air, there was a strange logic in the idea that the story might carry a residual temperature with it. The headphones cradled his ears, shutting out the city. The only sounds besides the murmur from the tape were the faint tick of the floorboards settling, the whisper of his own sleeves brushing his skin, and the periodic, low thrum of the fridge cycling back on, like a ship's engine far below deck, steady and unconcerned. He highlighted the tiny clip where the ghost of the phrase lived and told the software to loop just that fragment. The voice came again and again, shredded by time but stubborn. Jag. Gan. Die. Each repetition nudged its meaning closer to the surface. They remain. Still here. Not here. All of the translations braided together, none quite canceling the others out. A warning and a statement in the same breath. Sam sat there, in his small, ordinary living room, with a throw blanket and a struggling plant and a sink that needed doing, and listened to a woman who had died before his grandparents met whisper through 70 years of static. The horror of it lay not in jump scares or screams, but in the intimacy. A quiet voice under a louder one, trying to tell anyone who might be listening that whatever had come onto that ship had not left when the bodies did. He felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. The room was cold, but his chest felt strangely warm, as if some knot there were beginning to loosen. "Okay," he said again, quieter now. "I hear you." The waveform pulsed on the screen in answer. The last voice on the tape, it seemed, had not belonged only to the man who said, "I die now." There had been another line, fainter, overlapping his, saying something like, "We are still here." And, in the small hush between loops, with the fridge humming like a far-off engine and the night pressing gently against the windows, Sam realized that hearing that did not make him feel more haunted. It made him feel less alone. The loop ran one more time, and then the world snapped. The tiny clip of Lena's almost voice came to its frayed end and for half a second, there was nothing. No hiss, no click, just the empty floor of the waveform sliding across the screen. Then Sam's headphones popped. It was not the soft tick of static he was used to, not the faint rustle of a cable shifting. It was a sharp, cracking sound, like someone had snapped their fingers directly against his eardrum. He flinched, hand flying instinctively toward the volume knob, even as the sound died away. The waveform on the screen jumped. In the flat band of supposed silence after the loop, a single spike pierced the line. It was small, barely more than a blip, but when he zoomed in, dragging the slider until the seconds stretched into tiny fractions, it spread into a shape with two rounded peaks and a dip between them. It looked, absurdly, like a heartbeat drawn sideways. He stared at it, the glow of the laptop painting the shape onto his retinas. For a moment, the room seemed to lean closer with him, the dark corners tilting their attention toward that little ripple of sound. "Okay," he said, his laugh coming out thinner than he hoped. "That is just artifact. Old tape. Electrons being dramatic." He hovered the cursor over the spike, listening again. In his ears, the crack was still just a crack. No voice, no hidden message. Just a brief overreaction in the circuit. The kind of thing that happened when a capacitor finally gave up a stored charge or a ground lifted for a heartbeat. But he marked the time code anyway. He highlighted the tiny section, copied it, and dropped it into a separate file with the same care he had given to the whispered syllables before. A folder on his desktop now held pieces of a story that official archives had spent decades trying to whittle down. The main distress call, the murmur under it, and now this single, strange spike in the quiet. For a long moment, he did not move. The apartment around him waited, suspended. The plant on the windowsill leaned into darkness. The throw blanket on the couch held the shape of his legs. The fridge exhaled a low hum as it came to life again, then clicked off, leaving the silence denser than before. Then he slipped the headphones off. Sound rushed back in. Muted city noise, the faint buzz of the lamp, his own breathing. The headband left a flattening on his hair that he did not bother to smooth. His ears felt oddly naked. The screen's light seemed harsher without the audio to justify it. He minimized the software, leaving the desktop bare but for a handful of icons. The little folder with the case number in its name sat there, quiet and self-contained. He could keep going. He could chase that spike, run analyses on its shape, compare it to line noise from other tapes, convince himself it meant something more than a startled moment in aging electronics. Or he could let it stand as what it was, a last, harmless jump in a night full of heavier echoes. In another room, another small island of light, you lie there, listening to this, to him. Your own day clings to you in scraps. A conversation you wish had gone differently. A task you meant to finish and did not. A fear you have not named out loud because saying it would make it feel too real. Underneath all of that, there is a quieter layer. Old memories that rise at inconvenient hours. Regrets that behave like radio interference, popping up just when the signal of rest finally seems clear. You know what it is like to be haunted. Not necessarily by ships and ghost stories, but by thoughts that come back on their own schedule. A phrase someone said years ago and never apologized for. A decision you replay from 5 different angles. A what if that walks the hallway of your mind at 3 in the morning, reluctant to go back to bed. the narrator, this voice threading between Sam's small apartment and your dim bedroom, does not ask you to banish any of that. Instead, he suggests something gentler, that some of those things which wake you are not demands at all, but echoes, old signals, captured once in a moment of fear or loss, replaying out of habit. They feel urgent because that is how they were first recorded. They sound loud because the room is otherwise quiet. You do not have to answer every call that comes through. The OURANG MEDAN story never fits neatly into a single explanation, and maybe that is why it refuses to sink completely. People like to argue about it. Maybe it was illegal cargo, chemicals in the hold, mixed with seawater they were never meant to meet, turning the ship itself into a slow bomb. Maybe it was negligence, arrogance, men who thought they could cheat paperwork and physics and paid for it in one terrible night. Or maybe, the voice allows, it was something else. Maybe there really is a patch of sea where the temperature drops for no good reason, where instruments show a long shape pacing a ship with no AIS signal, where radar paints a shadow and then erases it. Maybe the ocean did not want this particular hull, with whatever it carried, to move any closer to human shores. Maybe it reached up through pressure and cold and chemicals and said, in the only language it has, no. Maybe the line between this world and another, the one where fears take on shape, where shadows stand at rails and watch us, thinned just enough that night for dread itself to leave fingerprints on every face. You could spend the rest of your life choosing one of those explanations, polishing it, defending it against all others. Some people do. They build whole shelves of books and forums and late-night debates out of which theory feels most satisfying. But when you strip the theories away, what lingers are not the mechanics of the disaster, but the ways people responded. Reyes, standing on a living ship, chose not to leave the dead men drifting alone. He went aboard a place that felt wrong because duty told him not to turn his back. He covered a stranger's face in a galley with a tablecloth and risked his own life to tug the OURANG MEDAN a little closer to home before the ocean decided otherwise. Unknown officials sat in windowless rooms and tried, in their way, to bottle the story. They redacted, trimmed, filed, not out of pure malice perhaps, but out of fear, of panic, of liability, of what it would mean if every captain began to question every patch of cold water. And Sam, decades later, in a modest apartment with a struggling plant and a fridge that hums too loudly, breaks a small rule to listen more carefully. Not to sensationalize, not to prove anything to the internet, but because something in him recognizes something in that last muffled voice. A human being trying to say one true thing before the line goes dead. They remain, still here. He clicks save one last time, the tiny crack in the silence now preserved under a file name that no one but him is likely to care about. Then he closes the laptop, and the small moon in his living room goes dark. The room exhales. As he stands, stretching the stiffness out of his back, a faint noise leaks through the wall from the apartment next door. A crackle, like an old radio being brought back to life, a knob turning past empty stations. For a few seconds, the static sharpens into pattern. 3 short bursts, 1 long. Then it dissolves again into noise and is gone. Sam pauses, lamp switch between his fingers. Really? He says into the quiet, half amused, half tired. He listens. The sound does not repeat. Perhaps the neighbor is fiddling with an ancient stereo. Perhaps some cheap speaker picked up interference from a passing truck. Perhaps the universe has a sense of humor and likes to nod once when you think you have found the end of a story. He could go to the wall, press his ear against it, chase the pattern, let his nervous system spin up again. Instead, he smiles, a small, sad, fond curve of the mouth, and lets his hand finish its motion. The lamp clicks off. The room becomes a soft shape, defined more by absence of light than its presence. Outside, distant traffic murmurs. The fridge hums like a ship's engine very far below deck. Sam makes his way to his bed in the dark without turning another light on. Far away, on a stretch of the Indian Ocean, no longer busy enough to make the news, night lays itself gently over the water. From above, if you could see it, the surface would look almost like glass, black with a skin of reflected starlight, broken only by the slow, invisible breathing of the swell. No ship's lights cut across it. The busy shipping lanes have shifted over the decades, following new routes and economies. This patch lies a little off to the side now, a quiet scar on the sea where no one has much reason to look. For a moment, only a moment, something long and shadowy seems to move under the surface. Not a ship. Not quite anything you could name. Just a suggestion of a shape, darker than the dark around it, gliding slowly beneath the starlit skin of the water. It leaves no wake. If it has eyes, they are turned not up toward us, but sideways, toward a memory only it can see. Then it fades, dissolving back into the indifferent deep. The waves go on folding themselves gently, one over another. The stars keep trembling in the faint ripples. No radios crackle, no Morse taps. The ocean holds its secrets the way it always has, by making them quiet. Here, in your room, the story has finally loosened its grip. You can feel your bed under you, solid and patient. The pillow cradles the shape of your head. The lamp, not Sam's lamp, not the ship's flickering bulbs, but your own, throws a soft, familiar circle of light. Or maybe it is already off, and the only glow left is the slow pulse of a charger or the dim numbers of a clock. For a moment, let yourself notice how still your own air is, how normal your sounds are, the hum in your walls, the faint creak of settling wood, your chest rising and falling. You have your own unfinished stories, your own questions with no clean answers. They do not have to be solved tonight. They do not have to be filed and stamped and put away in a cabinet labeled truth before you are allowed to rest. They can lie down for a while. Maybe, just for tonight, they can rest, like that ship rests now. Quiet at the bottom of a deep place, held gently in dark water, no longer on fire, no longer drifting, just there. Take a slow breath in. Let it out. If, as you drift towards sleep, you hear a faint clicking under the hum of your house, a pipe settling, a heater sighing, some old piece of wiring doing what it has always done, you do not have to answer it. You do not have to decode it. Not every ghost that knocks on the edge of your thoughts is asking you to get up. Some calls are meant to fade. Some stories are just old signals finally finding a soft place to sleep. Tonight, you can let them. Next story, same soul. The fridge was the only thing in the apartment that seemed sure of itself. It hummed steadily in the corner, like a small engine trying to hold the room together, ticking faintly every few minutes as the compressor cycled on and off. Outside the thin walls, the city wore its late hour like a tired coat. A car rolling past every now and then, tires whispering on damp asphalt, a distant siren rising and fading, someone laughing too loudly 3 floors down and then slamming a door. Inside, the lights were low. A cheap floor lamp in the corner cast a soft, yellowish halo over the small kitchen table and the clutter around it. The bulb buzzed with a subtle, constant tremor, a sound so thin and high that most people would not notice it at all. In the silence of that apartment, it felt loud. The digital clock on the stove showed 2:17 a.m. in harsh red numbers. Eli Mercer checked it without really seeing it, just confirming that, yes, it was still late. And yes, he was still awake. The place was not filthy, just tired. A couple of plates in the sink, a jacket thrown over the back of a chair, an unwatered plant by the window giving up quietly. The blinds were drawn, but a smear of streetlight pushed through the gaps and laid pale stripes over the linoleum floor. Eli stood by the counter, watching the coffee machine drip a dark, useless stream into a mug that already had the stain of too many nights like this. He did not need the caffeine. His hands already had a faint tremor when he held anything still for too long. Making coffee had simply become part of the ritual. Boil water, measure grounds, pretend it mattered. He was in his late 30s, but the war had added a few extra years in places that were hard to hide. The skin beneath his eyes was a permanent shadow, the kind that no amount of sleep would erase now. The lines at the corners of his mouth suggested that he had once smiled a lot and had not done it very often lately. He wore an old t-shirt and sweatpants, barefoot on the cool floor. When the machine gave its final wet sigh, he reached out, turned it off more out of politeness than need, and poured the coffee into a chipped blue mug. The smell curled up into his face, warm and bitter, and for a moment he held it like it might anchor him. Then he set it down on the table, just to the left of the small plastic rectangle already waiting there. The microphone did not look like much, just a simple USB mic on a stubby stand, the kind people bought when they wanted to start a podcast and then never did. Its black casing gleamed dully in the lamplight. The cord ran from its base to his laptop, which sat open in front of him, its screen casting a colder, bluish glow across the table. He pulled out a chair. The legs scraped softly against the floor. He sat down slowly, as if the chair might change its mind at the last second and move away from him. The wood creaked under his weight. For a moment, he just sat there, palms flat on the table, on either side of the laptop, looking at nothing. His breathing was steady, but a little too deliberate, like he was reminding his body how to do it. He reached forward and adjusted the microphone, nudging it a little closer to his mouth. The stand knocked lightly against the table, sending a tiny thump into the room and into the recording software. The laptop showed the movement as a short, sharp spike of green on the empty timeline. "Okay," he said softly, more to himself than to the device. His own voice sounded strange in the quiet, not because it was deep or high or broken, but because it belonged to someone who had been careful not to speak certain things for a very long time. The sound of it slid into the corners of the room and then faded, leaving the steady hum of the fridge and the buzz of the lamp to fill the space again. He leaned in a little, close enough that the microphone caught the faint brush of his breath. The laptop screen reflected in his tired eyes, turning them into two small rectangles of cold light. "Mic check," he murmured. "1, 2, 3. On the screen, the waveform wiggled obediently. His words played back a beat later through the cheap headphones hanging around his neck, just loud enough for him to hear. There was a little hiss under the sound, the soft, sandy grit of digital noise. He took a slow breath in and let it out, listening to how it sounded through the mic. The exhale came out as a gentle gust, almost like the beginning of wind. He had tried so many other sounds first, pills and small orange bottles that rattled when he shook them, soft-voiced therapists asking him about his childhood and nodding in ways that were supposed to be reassuring, apps on his phone that promised sleep with ocean waves, rainstorms, guided breathing with moving dots that swelled and shrank like mechanical lungs. Nothing had made a real difference. He had slept sometimes, but never like he used to. Never like a man who believed that night was just night. There were some things his mind would not file away into the same folder as everything else. Not nightmares exactly. Memories that had been sanded at the edges by time, but not dulled. They did not fit into the normal stories he could tell about the war. They did not fit onto any form. They did not belong in the kind of debrief where someone asked, "Did you feel in danger?" and ticked a box. They floated instead, untethered, circling the edges of his thoughts when the room got too quiet. He looked at the clock again. 2:23 a.m. now. The minutes were moving at least. He wrapped his hands around the mug, felt the heat against his palms, and did not raise it to his mouth. "There's a limit," he said quietly, looking past the microphone, past the laptop, at a point on the wall only he could see. There's only so many times you can replay the same thing in your own head before it stops feeling like a memory and starts feeling like you're stuck in a bad radio loop. The analogy made him huff out a breath that might have been a short laugh if it had more energy. He watched his own voice appear on the screen again, another green shape on the empty blue bar. He did not intend this to be a podcast, not really. He was not planning to upload it, not planning to send it to an audience. The idea of strangers commenting on it made his skin crawl. This was for something else. For the part of him that still believed in signals drifting across long distances, in messages meant for whoever might be tuned just right to pick them up. He shifted in his chair, feeling the wood under him, the tension in his shoulders. Through the wall, his neighbor's television flickered with the low murmur of a late-night talk show, the laughter track muffled and far away. Somewhere in the building, a pipe ticked as it cooled. "This is stupid," he whispered. The mic caught even that, the word stupid feather-light but there. The alternative was lying in bed, counting the cracks in the ceiling and listening for sounds he would always compare to something else. To the way the wind once funneled through stone. To the way radios sometimes hummed with more than static. He lifted the mug at last, took a small sip of the too-strong coffee, and set it down again with care so it did not clink loudly against the table. "All right," he said. This time, the decision was in it. He straightened a little, leaned closer to the microphone, and let his face relax in a way that made him look, briefly, younger. The cursor blinked on the screen, waiting for him at the very beginning of the track. "My name is Eli Mercer," he said, voice steady but low. "I served overseas a long time ago now. They wrote down a lot of things I did, and a lot of things that happened. But some of the worst things I saw, no one put in any report." The room felt smaller after he said it, like the air had thickened. The fridge hummed on. The lamp buzzed faintly. In the headphones around his neck, he could hear the tiny echo of his own words lingering. He drew in one more breath, not too deep, not too shallow, and held it for a second. The laptop's screen glowed back at him. the timeline empty and endless. "Tonight," he said softly, "I'm going to tell it the way it happened. From the beginning, into the dark, like leaving a message for whoever is still listening on that frequency." His finger moved to the trackpad, clicked the red circle on the screen. The recording started. The soft hum of the fridge and the buzz of the lamp faded in his ears as he spoke, and in their place, another sound began to rise in his memory, a deeper, heavier vibration that lived in metal and bone. The roar of the aircraft engine had its own kind of gravity. It filled the cargo bay like weather, shaking through the aluminum ribs, rattling bolts, making the webbed seats vibrate under rows of tired bodies. Loose gear clinked and scraped in time with every small turbulence. Someone shouted something down the length of the plane, their words bitten off by the engine noise and lost in the churn. Eli remembered the smell before anything else. Jet fuel, machine oil, sweat soaked into fabric, the stale tang of recycled air. He sat strapped into his seat with his pack between his boots, shoulders pressed close to the men on either side. They were all wrapped in the same uniform colors, the same patches, the same attempt at calm. Lights along the ceiling glowed dim and yellow, giving everyone the same washed-out look. Mouths moved with half-heard jokes. Heads nodded in rhythm with the steady thrum. A helmet dangled from one man's hand, swinging a little with the motion of the flight. When the loadmaster walked past, his arm shot out to steady himself on the overhead rail, boots thudding against the metal deck. He shouted something about time to landing, his voice disappearing into the engine's roar and reappearing only as a vague sense that this ride was almost over. Outside the skin of the plane, there was a country waiting. Back then, Eli had thought of it as a single shape, a block on a map. Later, he would remember it in pieces. A country of broken mountains and dry rivers, where even the wind felt suspicious. From the air, those mountains looked like they had been shattered and kicked into heaps, jagged ridges casting long shadows over valleys of rock and dust. Rivers cut through the land as pale scars, their beds empty most of the year, like someone had drawn water veins and then changed their mind. The plane dropped a little, stomachs lifting for a moment, straps pulling tight. The engine pitch shifted. The ramp at the back stayed closed, but everyone could feel the descent in their teeth. When the wheels finally hit the runway, the impact ran up through boots and spines in a jolt, metal groaning, cargo straps creaking. The engine spooled down just enough that other sounds began to creep in. The squeal of brakes, the clank of something unsecured, the first thin hints of noise from outside, shouting, vehicles, wind. Then the ramp lowered, and the world rushed in. Heat came first, rolling into the cargo bay like a physical thing, thick and dry. The air smelled of dust and exhaust, of something faintly burnt in the distance. As the men stood, packs thrown up onto shoulders, helmets clipped on, the light from outside knifed into their eyes, turning the interior of the plane into a blinding, shifting tunnel. Boots thudded on the metal ramp in steady rhythm as they filed out. Outside, the noise fractured into pieces. Helicopter rotors chopping the air in staccato bursts. Trucks idling nearby. Shouted orders, radios crackling. The sky was huge and too empty. A hard blue pressed down over everything. Forward. Operating Site Greymouth did not look like much at first glance. A scattering of low buildings and tents, stacked barriers filled with dirt, wire fences topped with concertina coils, tall poles carrying floodlights and netting. Dust coated everything in a thin, persistent film. muting color. Eli stepped down onto gravel that shifted and ground under his weight. The ground sounded different here, the stones dry and sharp. Somewhere beyond the walls, something exploded, a dull thump that most of the people around him did not even flinch at. A dog barked once, abruptly, then stopped. The days blurred quickly, morning patrols. They moved out in staggered lines, boots crunching on gravel and broken ground, gear clanking in small, familiar ways. The air was cooler at first, then climbed toward an almost shimmering midday that made the distant hills wobble. They passed walls pocked with old impacts, compounds with weathered doors, kids watching from doorways with flat, careful eyes. Back inside the wire, they hit the chow hall. Metal trays sliding along rails, the smell of overcooked meat and coffee, the squeak of chairs on concrete, jokes about the food, about the officers, about home. Someone talked about a new baby they had not met yet. Someone else argued about a sports score from months ago as if it had happened yesterday. Helicopters came and went, blades beating the air overhead like the pulse of some mechanical heart. A rotor wash would kick up choking clouds of dust, sending it into eyes and teeth and the cracks of gear. Gunfire in the distance became part of the soundtrack. Short, sharp bursts that barely interrupted conversation. At night, the floodlights flipped on with a click and a hum, washing the wire and the gate in hard white. Generators droned. Radios whispered in command posts and vehicles. Somewhere in the maze of sandbags and plywood, someone played music too loud until a sergeant barked at them. It was during one of those restless evenings, when the day's dust still clung to his throat, that Eli heard the name, the Glass Nest. They were sitting at a long table, helmets on the floor, rifles leaning within easy reach. Sweat darkened their collars. Someone had drawn a lazy map on the table with the condensation from a water bottle, tracing hills and paths and imaginary lines of fire. Younger soldiers, bored and energized at the same time, traded stories about posts and patrols. "You think this place sucks?" one of them said, shaking his head. "You haven't pulled a night at the nest yet." Eli raised an eyebrow. "The what?" "The Glass Nest," another answered, lowering his voice like the words themselves might travel. "Up on that old tower overlooking the dry river. You'll see it on the map. Ruins and rocks and a whole lot of nothing, except it's never just nothing up there." They laughed, but it was a thin sound. "It's not haunted," an older sergeant cut in, more automatic than convincing. "It's just a bad post. Radio's cut out. Batteries don't like it. Wind gets weird because of the terrain. That's all." "The wind sounds wrong," one of the younger guys insisted, scraping his fork across his plate. The metal squeal made a few teeth ache. "You stand up there long enough, it feels like it's not just moving, like it's listening." Another chimed in about night vision glitches, how people saw shapes with the naked eye that vanished when they dropped the goggles down. Someone else mentioned a rumor about footsteps on stone when no one was climbing. "Ask around," the first soldier said, nudging Eli. Guys act tough until they pull a double shift at the Glass Nest. Then everybody suddenly wants day patrols. The table shook with a small tremor as an artillery piece fired somewhere outside the wire. The boom rolled over them in a shallow wave. Nobody ducked. Conversation dipped, then resumed. Eli filed the name away without meaning to. Glass Nest, dry river, old stone tower, a place where wind did things it was not supposed to do. A place that sounded, even in the telling, like the top of a world that did not particularly want them there. Days continued their steady march. Patrols, cleaning weapons, briefings under fluorescent lights, the constant background music of rotors, gravel, distant shots, and generators. On his first night at Greymouth, they finally let him sleep. The barracks was a long, narrow room with rows of metal bunks, blankets rumpled, personal items tucked into small, hard-won spaces. The smell of dust and laundry detergent and boot polish mixed into something that clung in the throat. He lay on his back, boots off, one arm folded under his head, staring at the underside of the bunk above him. The mattress springs creaked when the man up there shifted. A small fan at the far end of the room oscillated with a clicking joint, moving warm air from one side to the other. Outside, the generators droned like a giant tired animal. Their steady whine seeped through the walls, filling the spaces between breaths. Somewhere nearby, in a room he could not see, a radio was left on low, carrying updates and coordinates and call signs. Its faint murmur bled through the thin walls as a constant backdrop of numbers and code words. Eli let his eyes close, not expecting real sleep, just hoping for something that felt like it. For a while, there was only the usual. The rise and fall of someone snoring 2 bunks over, the rustle of fabric as someone turned in their sleep, the clink of a dog tag chain against a bed frame. Then, under the whine of the generators and the soft buzz of the barracks light, he heard it, a thread of sound that did not belong. Not English, not any language he could place in that half-alert state. Words, or something like words, sliding together in a low, continuous whisper. The syllables soft and close, as if someone were speaking right beside the radio in the other room, leaning too close to the mic. It wove in and out of the static, rising just enough to prick at his attention, then sinking back down again. There was a cadence to it, gentle and careful, as if whoever, or whatever, was speaking did not want to be heard by everyone, just by whoever happened to be lying awake. He opened his eyes and stared into the dark above him, listening harder. The whispering continued, a river of sound slipping under the current of official voices and generator hum. It sent a small, cold line of sensation down his spine. He propped himself up on one elbow and glanced around the barracks. The man in the bunk across the aisle was snoring steadily. Someone near the door mumbled in their sleep, rolled over, and went quiet again. A boot, knocked off earlier, shifted a little as if settling. No one else reacted. No one frowned or lifted their head. No one cursed about the radio being too loud. The whispering went on, soft and patient, threading just beneath the noise. Eli lay back down slowly, heart beating a little faster, ears tracking every sound. That first night, he told himself, it was just fatigue. Crossed signals. Some local broadcast, bleeding into their frequency. Maybe even his own brain, misfiring after too long awake. He closed his eyes again. Outside the wire, in the valley beyond, the wind slid through dry riverbeds and broken stones, sounding for all the world like breathing. The stairs up to the glass nest were older than anything else around the base. They had been carved directly into the side of the hill. Uneven stone steps worn shallow by feet that had nothing to do with his army, or his language, or his century. Someone had half-heartedly added wooden planks in places, but those were already splintering and warped. When Eli set his boot on the first step, the stone was cold and gritty under the rubber. "Man, I hate this climb," Torres muttered behind him, breath fogging just a little in the cooler night air. Feels like going up into someone else's attic. Eli snorted quietly, his rifle bumping lightly against his chest as he started up. The weight of the gear on his shoulders made his thighs burn by the third step. Sand crunched under each bootfall, sliding down to the steps below in soft, gritty sighs. As they climbed, the noise of the main base fell away behind them. Generator hum, muted music, voices at the gate, thinning with each turn of the stairs. The only sound that replaced it was the wind. It met them halfway up, rising from a breeze into a steady push. It hit the side of the hill and wrapped around the stone, funneling up along the staircase in narrow gusts. It carried the dry smell of dust and something older, like sun-baked rock cooling down after a long day. By the time they reached the last turn, Torres was breathing a little harder. His boot slipped on a patch of loose grit. The scrape echoed up the stone well for a moment, then dissolved into the wind. The glass nest sat at the top like a broken tooth jutting out over the valley. It had once been a proper tower, Eli guessed. Whatever people had built it had thought they needed to see far and warn early. Now, only the lower half remained. Round walls jagged and crumbled on one side, patched with sandbags and metal sheets. The post itself was a strange hybrid of eras, half ruin, half field expedient fortification. Sandbags were stacked waist-high along the open edge, their fabric stained and scuffed by years of hands and weather. Rusted rebar poked out of the stone in places, bent into hooks that caught loose threads on sleeves. Someone had spray-painted a crude bird on the inner wall, wings spread wide, head turned as if watching the valley below. Eli ran his gloved fingers lightly over one of the older stones as he passed. Faint carvings had been worn almost flat, curves and lines that hinted at script or symbols, their meanings long gone. Near one of the embrasures, a blackened patch marred the wall, a scorch mark from some long ago explosion that had nothing to do with his presence here and everything to do with another war entirely. Beyond the low wall, the ground fell away sharply into the dry riverbed. It wound through the valley like a pale, lifeless scar. The sand at the bottom, washed and frozen by seasons of water that no longer came. The hills on the opposite side hunched against the sky in dark, uneven silhouettes. He dropped his ruck in the corner on a flattened wooden pallet. Torres set his down beside it, the straps thumping against the boards. "Home sweet home," Torres said, trying for lightness, but his eyes flicked once to the open edge and the darkness beyond before he dug in his pocket for a packet of instant coffee. They settled in. Eli checked the radio first, because that was the spine of the post. He crouched beside the battered handset, feeling the familiar texture of worn plastic under his fingers as he turned the knobs. Buttons clicked softly. The tiny speaker hissed. He adjusted the volume until the static settled into a thin, even line of noise layered over distant voices on other channels. "Greymouth, this is Glass Nest. Checking in," he said, his voice low but clear. "Two on post, eyes on the valley." The reply crackled back, distorted a little by the distance, but understandable. "Glass Nest, Greymouth. Solid copy. Call in any movement. Stay awake up there." "Roger that," Eli said. His words disappeared into the airwaves and the hiss. Torres, meanwhile, had torn open the coffee packet and poured the powder into a chipped metal mug. Eli added hot water from a thermos, steam curling up into the cool air. The smell of cheap coffee tried its best to override the dust. They took turns sipping, sharing the cup, hands wrapped around the heat. food's getting worse," Torres grumbled, watching the valley through the gap between sandbags. "Did you notice? Like, statistically, there's a point where rice stops being food and becomes a suggestion of food. Been in long enough to know it can always get worse," Eli said. "You'll miss this rice someday." "I'll miss not having rocks in my teeth," Torres replied. "You think they're going to rotate us out soon?" "Maybe," Eli said. "Maybe not. Don't fall in love with any timetable out here." They talked a little about home after that. About a mom who sent care packages even when the candy inside melted together. About a truck that needed new tires waiting in a driveway stateside. About a dog that would probably have to be reintroduced to its owner like they were strangers. The kind of talk that stuck on the surface, never quite reaching the soft places underneath. When the coffee was gone, Eli set the empty mug aside and picked up his night vision goggles. The straps were already adjusted to his head. He flipped them down, the world in front of him dropping away as the green-tinted view slid into place. The valley became a pale, ghostly landscape, rocks and dry earth glowing in shades of phosphor. The riverbed was a lighter ribbon. Hot spots popped here and there where the ground still held the day's warmth. No obvious movement, no shapes where shapes should not be. Behind him, Torres did the same. The faint click of the goggles dropping into place, barely audible over the wind. They did their checks, sweeping the horizon in slow arcs. Nothing but old stone, distant hills. A sky crowded with stars bright enough to sting. After a while, the night settled around them in a way that almost felt comfortable. The soundscape lined up into something familiar. The steady hiss of the open radio channel, the low rush of wind slipping between sandbags, the occasional rattle as a grain of loose grit skittered down the stone floor. Time stretched. Eli checked his watch. The minutes moved, but slowly. He shifted weight from one foot to the other, listening to the quiet. Then Torres said, "Hey," in a voice that was suddenly small and tight. Eli turned. Torres had flipped his goggles up onto his helmet. His bare eyes were locked on the riverbed below, his mouth slightly open. The wind caught his words and almost took them away when he asked, "Do you see that guy?" Eli pushed his own NVGs up, blinking as his vision adjusted back to natural darkness. The stars looked harsher this way, colder. He followed Torres's gaze down into the dry riverbed. For a heartbeat, he saw only sand and shadow. Then his eyes found it, found him, or it, or whatever the right word was. A human-shaped darkness stood in the riverbed, not just shadow between rocks, not just a trick of depths. It was a vertical absence, a silhouette carved out of the earth's pale skin. The shape was upright, arms at its sides, head tilted just enough toward the nest that there was no mistaking the direction of its attention. It did not shift its weight. It did not sway with the wind. It did not do any of the small, unconscious micro-movements that living bodies made when they were standing and breathing. It was just there, an exactly person-sized hole in the night. Eli's tongue felt dry in his mouth. He swallowed once. "Yeah," he said, very quietly. "I see him." He tried to force something reasonable into the thought. A shepherd. A guy from a nearby compound. Somebody coming to look. But the shape was too still and too perfectly dark. The wind moved around it without seeming to touch it. Next to him, Torres lifted his goggles halfway, as if tempted to drop them back down. "Maybe it's..." "Hold on," Eli said. "Check with NV." He flipped his goggles back down. The world slid into green again. The riverbed glowed pale. It was empty. No figure. No darker patch where it had been. Just the normal, uneven brightness of sand and rock, with heat ghosts fading in and out at the edges. His heart picked up a beat. He flipped the goggles back up. The night snapped back to natural black and silver. The figure was still there, closer now. Not by a lot. 10 meters, maybe less. Enough that the proportions were clearer, the outline sharper. Still perfectly still looking up toward them. He felt a strange, weightless sensation in his stomach, like missing a step in the dark. "Torres," he said carefully, "put your NV down. Tell me what you see." Torres' hands were not quite steady as he pulled the goggles back over his eyes. The soft click sounded too loud in the sudden pressure of the moment. "I see," Torres began, then stopped. His shoulders tightened. "I see the riverbed. Nothing there." "Lift them," Eli said. His own voice sounded distant, like he was listening to it through a wall. The goggles went up again. Torres's breath caught audibly in his throat. "It's closer," he whispered. The wind seemed to pull back from them, the sound of it thinning at the edges. The background noise of the radio became a faint, high hiss and nothing more. The world narrowed to 3 sounds. Their breathing, slightly too fast, the soft fabric rustle of their gear, and the delicate scratch of sand shifting in some unseen corner of the post. They lifted and lowered their goggles in a kind of terrible rhythm. Down, empty river in glowing green. Up, the dark shape, a little nearer each time, as if the act of looking naked-eyed tugged it closer. It never moved in front of them. There was no in-between step to catch. One moment, it was further away. The next, it occupied more of the riverbed. Its head angled the same way, its arms at the same unnatural stillness. Eli became aware of the feeling that something was leaning against the inside of his skull, listening through his eyes. He realized his hand had moved to his weapon without him deciding to do it, fingers resting on the grip. He did not remember drawing breath, but his lungs felt hot. Maybe it's some kind of... Torres started, then stopped again. There was nothing to compare this to. The radios, which had been content to hiss quietly, suddenly crackled with a burst of life that made both men flinch. Before either of them could reach for the handset, the valley below exploded into light. Flares went up from the main base behind them, streaking upward with shrill, burning screams that cut across the sky. They burst overhead in brilliant white blossoms, washing the world in brutal clarity. Shadows flattened. Every stone, every groove in the old tower, every coil of wire on the ground snapped into hard relief. In that harsh light, the riverbed was completely, utterly empty. No figure, no darker patch, no sign that anything had ever stood there. Torres cursed under his breath, one hand thrown up to shield his eyes from the sudden glare. The flares burned and then drifted down slowly, crackling as they fell on parachutes of white smoke. The light ebbed in stages, leaving after images stamped across Eli's vision. Maybe it was someone at the wire, Torres said, dragging the words out as if he knew they did not fit right. The flare spooked him. He ran. "Maybe," Eli said. His heart did not believe it. The sounds of alarms and movement from the main base echoed faintly up the hill, distorted by distance. Someone was shouting orders over the radio now, a quick report about something unrelated, some other problem that had nothing to do with the glass nest. The moment stretched and then loosened. The wind rushed back in, filling the gaps. The background noise tried to reassemble itself into normal. Eli reached for the radio handset to acknowledge a call. His fingers brushed the plastic. The speaker popped once, and then, clear as if played from a recording, his own voice came out of it. "Greymouth, this is Glass Nest," the radio said, in his tone, his cadence. "2 on post, eyes on the valley." He froze. He had said those words almost an hour ago. He looked at Torres. The younger man's face had gone pale under the helmet tan. His eyes were wide, fixed on the radio. The real voice from Greymouth cut in a second later, overlapping with the ghost of the earlier transmission, turning the words into a jumble of echoes and static. For a heartbeat, the glass nest felt less like a lookout and more like the inside of a mouth, open just enough to let sound in and out. In the thin gray light of early morning, the glass nest looked almost ordinary. From below, you could not see the way the night had stretched there. You only saw 2 figures coming down the worn stone stairs, silhouettes shrinking with each turn until they stepped back onto the packed gravel inside the wire like everyone else. Eli's boots felt heavier on the way down. His legs ached in a way that had nothing to do with muscle. Behind him, Torres kept just a little closer than before, their steps almost matching. At the bottom of the stairs, the familiar noises of the base wrapped around them again. The rumbling generators, the sharp voices near the gate, the distant clank of something being moved by a forklift. The normal chaos pressed in so quickly that it almost made the night on the hill feel unreal, like a dream dissolving in daylight. Almost. They turned in their gear, signed the right boxes, nodded at the right people. No one asked if anything unusual had happened. No one volunteered the question. Everything moved along the grooves it always did. It was only later, when the immediate tasks were done and the adrenaline had thinned to a dull hum, that the story began to leak out in small, uneven pieces. In the shade of a blast wall, Eli sat on an overturned crate, watching a line of ants navigate a crack in the concrete. Torres stood a few feet away, leaning against the wall with his helmet off, hair plastered against his forehead with sweat. He fumbled with a cigarette packet, tapping one free. The paper crinkled. When he brought it to his lips, his hand shook just enough that the filter brushed his cheek. "Man, you see my hands," he said, forcing a crooked grin as he finally got the cigarette between his lips. "Need to lay off the coffee." Eli held out his lighter. The small flame flared in the dry air, wavering between them. Torres leaned in. The end of the cigarette caught with a crackle and a soft hiss as tobacco ignited. He inhaled too quickly, coughed once, then managed to blow out a thin stream of smoke. "I'm putting in a formal request," Torres said after a moment, smoke curling from the corner of his mouth. "No more night shifts at the glass nest for this guy. Strictly day tours and picnic duty." He made it sound like a joke, but the laugh was hollow. He did not quite meet Eli's eyes. "You'll get used to it," Eli said. The words came automatically, the standard, comforting script. They tasted like cardboard. "It's just another post." "It's not just another post," Torres said too quickly. Then he shrugged, as if rolling the admission back into himself. "I mean, yeah, whatever. Light's weird up there, that's all." They did not talk about the radio replaying Eli's own words. They did not talk about the way the figure had slid closer between blinks, the way the wind had seemed to step back and listen. They kept their words on the surface, like skipping stones. But you could not keep that kind of thing to yourself for long, not in a place where boredom and fear lived pressed up against each other. By mid-afternoon, the story had already started to warp and spread. In the chow hall, metal trays clattered against the serving line as men shuffled forward, the air thick with the smell of onions and steam, coffee, and overcooked meat. The big room echoed with overlapping conversations, some loud, some low, all layered on top of the constant ring of utensils and the occasional dropped cup. Eli sat at one end of a table, pushing food around his tray more than eating it. Across from him, a couple of younger soldiers leaned in close, grinning, eyes bright with secondhand nerves. "So he just moved?" one of them said, gesturing with his fork, splattering a dot of sauce across the table. "Like every time you blinked, he was closer?" "I didn't say that," Torres protested around a mouthful of bread, swallowing quickly. "I said it looked like that. It was dark. Could have been the shadows. Could have been nothing. But you saw something," the other pressed, the edge of a dare in his voice. Torres rolled his eyes. "Yeah, I saw something. A guy in the riverbed. Probably some local checking us out. When the flares went up, he booked it. End of story. Except the part where the radio replayed your call," the first soldier said, glancing at Eli. "That's what I heard." "That's what you heard from who?" A sergeant at the end of the table cut in, his tone light but edged. His spoon paused halfway to his mouth. The younger soldier shifted in his seat. "Just saying, Sarge. People talk. People talk too much when they're tired and jumpy," the sergeant replied, setting his spoon down with a small metallic click. "The glass nest's a radio choke point. Terrain messes with the signals. You get echoes. It's not a ghost. It's not some riverman. It's physics." "So you've had calls repeat like that before?" Eli asked quietly. The sergeant's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. His eyes flicked to Eli's, then away. "I've had plenty of weird comm issues," he said. "You don't write them up as hauntings. You write them up as interference. You want some ghost story? Go talk to the guys who can't sleep. They'll tell you whatever you want to hear." He picked up his spoon again and went back to eating. Discussion at the table dipped, then picked up a different thread about mail delivery and delayed packages. The subject of the glass nest drifted off like steam, but later, in doorways and corners and smoke pits, the story kept moving. It became the man in the river, the details shifting with each retelling. In one version, he was close enough to see his mouth moving, though no sound came out. In another, his arms were too long, his head cocked at an unnatural angle. A few hours in, someone had added that he had no face at all, just smooth dark where features should be. At night, under low bulbs in the barracks, the whispers grew more elaborate. Torres said he waved at them. Someone murmured from one bunk to another, the mattress springs creaking softly as bodies shifted to listen, like he was trying to get their attention, just standing down there in the dry river waving. "That's not what I said," Torres objected from his bunk, voice muffled by his pillow. "I said it looked... I don't know what I said. Shut up." Boot heels tapped a nervous rhythm against the bed frame. Fingers drummed on metal. Laughter broke out now and then, sharp and a little too loud for the hour. Older NCOs shook their heads when the subject came up. "Ghosts don't shoot at you," one said, adjusting a strap on his vest. "Worry about the things with rifles, not stories." But their eyes slid away when someone mentioned the nest, or the river, or the way the wind seemed to change shape up there. Life went on. It had to. Patrols formed at dawn. dust kicking up under tires and boots. The world outside the wire remained stubbornly real. Hot air, holding the smell of garbage and cooking fires. Dogs trotting along walls. Women carrying water in bright plastic containers. Men smoking in doorways with narrowed eyes. Some days were uneventful, except for the grind. Others crackled with sudden, sharp violence. A burst of gunfire from an alley, a distant, dull thud, and a rising plume of dust. A man stepping where he should not have stepped, and the world going white and soundless for a breath. They came back, counted heads, cleaned weapons, oil on cloth, metal on metal, the ritual of care that kept their tools between them and the worst possibilities. Eli moved through it all with practiced efficiency. His hands did what they had done 1,000 times. Check chambers, strip, wipe, reassemble. His eyes scanned horizons, checked corners, read faces. He told himself that whatever they had seen at the glass nest was a trick of light and tired brains. The night had a way of playing with distances. Shadows could line up just right. The riverbed was full of dips and rises the mind smoothed over. The radio glitch could be an echo, a delayed packet, some technical quirk he was not qualified to explain. Plenty of people smarter than him could probably. He repeated these explanations to himself like a litany while he lay in his bunk, listening to the familiar sound of generators, while he sat in briefings under flickering fluorescent tubes, while he watched the valley through the scope of his rifle. They worked most of the time, if he did not think too hard. The memory of that solid absence in the river, that too perfect dark, still floated at the edge of his thoughts like something waiting for him to look directly at it. Days ticked by. Patrols, chow, maintenance, reports. The story about the man in the river settled into the culture of the base like a campfire tale, drawn out to pass time, wrapped in exaggeration and nervous laughter. Then another team pulled a night shift at the glass nest. Eli was half asleep on his bunk when they came back before dawn, boots thudding in the corridor outside, voices low and tight. He heard the scrape of gear being set down, the soft clatter of metal, the shuffle of someone sitting heavily on a crate. Curiosity pulled him up. The air in the barracks felt cooler as he swung his legs over the side of the bed and padded down the aisle in his socks. Near the far wall, 3 soldiers sat in a loose cluster, helmets off, faces drawn pale under the thin light. One of them, a tall guy named Harper, who usually had too much energy for his own good, stared down at his own hands as if he were waiting for them to do something. Eli approached quietly. "How was it?" he asked, keeping his tone casual. Harper did not answer at first. He flexed his fingers, looking like he was counting knuckles. His buddy, a stockier man with red-rimmed eyes, gave a short, humorless laugh. "Guess the nest likes company," he said. "Or maybe it just doesn't like to be ignored." "What happened?" Eli asked. Harper finally spoke, his voice low and distant, as if narrating something he was still seeing. "It waved at me," he said. "Down there, in the river." He swallowed, the movement visible in his throat. "I thought it was just a guy, standing out there where he shouldn't be. I raised my hand. You know, like, what are you doing? Get the hell out of here." He lifted one hand now, mimicking the motion, the fingers stiff. "Then I dropped my goggles down to get a better look," he went on. "And it wasn't there, just the sand, the riverbed. Nothing." He looked at Eli for the first time, eyes wide and hollow. "So I lifted the goggles again," Harper said softly, "and it was closer than the wall. Sergeant Rios always said the glass nest was only scary if you let it be." Stone is stone, he told the two men climbing the stairs behind him that night, his voice bouncing off the narrow walls as they made their way up. Old wars, new wars, they all use the same rocks. The ghosts get confused. They haunt the wrong people. The joke was thin, but it was something to hang on to. His boots scraped over the familiar steps, grit grinding under the soles. The climb stole a little breath, but not enough to admit it. The air cooled as they rose, the chill sliding under his collar, carrying the dry smell of night and old dust. Halfway up, the wind found them. It pushed along the staircase like water in a carved channel, brushing his sleeves, tugging at loose straps. He could feel it humming softly in the stone, a vibration that was more sensation than sound. Behind him, the youngest of the two, Paris, muttered something about getting hazard pay for stairs. The other, Knox, gave a short snort of laughter that came out more like a cough. Hazard pay is you not falling on your face, Private, Rios said, not looking back. You fall, I'm not carrying you. I'll just roll you the rest of the way down and tell them you were drunk on sand. At the top, the glass nest lay in its usual shape, a ring of old stone with a bite taken out of one side and sandbags stacked to fill the gap. The valley yawned beyond, the dry riverbed cutting a pale path through the dark. The hills on the far side crouched like sleeping animals under a thick scatter of stars. The base behind them was a muted cluster of light and sound at the bottom of the hill. Floodlights turned down, generators humming low, the occasional glint of a moving vehicle. Up here, it all felt half a world away. Rios stepped into the post and set his ruck down in its usual corner. He tapped the thick old stone of the wall with his knuckles as he passed, a small, unconscious greeting. Their predecessors on the shift were already gathering their things, faces pale in the starlight. One of them, Harper, kept flexing his fingers and not quite looking at the valley. "Anything to report?" Rios asked, going through the ritual. "Negative," Harper replied. "Too fast. Just the usual." Rios held his gaze for a heartbeat, then let it go. "All right. Get some sleep. Tell Supply I want real coffee up here next rotation, not that powdered disaster." That earned him a couple of tired smiles. They clattered down the stairs, their footsteps fading with each turn, leaving the nest to its night. The calm settled in quickly. Knox set up near the sandbagged edge, rifle propped, night vision optics adjusted. Paris took the other side, his movements a little jerkier, the nervous energy of a man still new enough to be waiting for the bad thing he had been warned about. Rios checked the radio because the radio was what mattered. He twisted dials, pushed buttons. The handset's plastic was smooth, where countless hands had worn it down. The speaker hissed softly, then cleared, the hum of the open channel like a thin, constant breath. "Greymouth, this is Glass Nest," he said, the words familiar as a prayer. "3 on post, eyes on the valley." "Glass Nest, Greymouth, solid copy," came the reply, slightly warped by distance and atmosphere. "Keep us updated. Try not to fall asleep up there." "Roger that," Rios said. They ran through the checklist: NVG checks, optics checks, spotting scope, sectors of fire. The clicks and whirs of gear being tested punctuated the quiet, merging with the soft hiss of the radio and the low rush of wind threading through gaps in stone. For a while, nothing unusual happened. The valley lay still. The dry riverbed shone faintly under starlight, a pale scar cutting between darker shapes. No lights moved down there. No shadows separated themselves from the rest. Rios leaned against the inner wall, facing his men. "You know what's truly terrifying," he said. "If Supply keeps sending us that same brand of chili every Tuesday, I'm filing a complaint with God." "You already did," Knox muttered. "Last week, he sent more chili." "Yeah, well, heaven's a bureaucracy too," Rios said. Paris laughed, shoulders loosening a little. "I heard a guy in 1st Platoon say the nest's haunted," he added, maybe thinking that saying the word himself would make it smaller. "Like radios talking back to you, people walking where they shouldn't." 1st Platoon will tell you their own boots are haunted if it gets them out of work," Rios said. "This place is nothing special, just higher ground and uglier stairs." He meant to believe it. He almost did. Time thinned. Minutes slid past like sand through a pinched hand. The wind picked up, then fell back. Somewhere, far off, a dog barked once, twice, and then there was only the valley breathing and the soft mechanical whisper of the radio. The first wrong thing was small. The radio's normal hiss stuttered, a tiny skip like a record catching, and then the channel switch clicked on its own. The small dial turned a fraction of an inch under Rios's hand, though he had not touched it. He frowned, leaned in. The speaker crackled, spat a little static, then cleared. Audio came through that was not their traffic. At first, he could not quite place what he was hearing. It sounded like people in a stairwell, voices overlapping and bouncing off concrete. The sound was thin and high, full of echo, as if it were traveling from far away through a narrow pipe. Then he realized it was laughter. Not one person, but several, giggling, tripping over each other with breathless amusement. The kind of laughter kids made when they were supposed to be quiet and failing, trying to swallow the sound and only making it worse. The hair on the back of his neck prickled. "Glass nest to Greymouth say again," he said into the mic, voice cutting across the noise. "You're breaking up." The laughter didn't stop. It did not respond to him at all. It just went on for another few seconds, fluttering up and down in pitch, the edges of it fraying into static that hissed like sand pouring through a grate. Paris had turned fully toward the radio now, eyes wide. Knox's jaw clenched, his gaze flicking between the valley and the handset. "Sir?" Paris said quietly. Rios lifted the mic again, the plastic warm under his fingers. "Unidentified transmission. This is U.S. military post. Identify your call sign. Over." No reply. The giggling faded, smudged by a rising wave of static, then cut off completely. The sudden absence of the sound was almost a noise in itself. The wind filled the gap, the valley rushing in the background. The radio returned to its familiar hum, as if nothing had happened. "Probably local kids on some junk radio," Rios said, more for the benefit of his men than because he believed it. "Skip can do weird things at night. Atmospherics. Don't make that face, Paris." Paris tried to school his expression, but his fingers tapped a quick rhythm against the stock of his rifle. A few tense minutes crawled by. The nest creaked once as the wind pushed harder against it. Somewhere below, a small rock loosened and skittered down the slope, the sound sharp in the stillness. Then the radio clicked again. This time, the switch did not move. The channel didn't change. The sound just arrived, riding over whatever should have been there. The same giggle spilled out of the speaker. Higher now, a little more frantic, as if whoever was laughing could not stop. The echo was stronger, the stairwell effect deeper, making it difficult to tell how many voices there were. 2, 3, 6. They seemed to overlap unnaturally, sliding in and out of sync. Static hissed under them like a low, constant breath. Rios felt his pulse pick up, beating a little too hard against his ribs. He forced his voice into its usual steady cadence. "Unidentified station. This is Glass Nest," he said into the mic. "You are on a military frequency. Identify yourself. Over." The laughter stuttered, then slowed, as if someone had reached out and laid a hand over it. For a heartbeat, there was only static. Then, cutting cleanly through it, a single word emerged. He did not recognize it. The sound was rounded and soft at the edges, 3 syllables flowing into each other. Not English. Not the local language he had learned to curse in. Not anything he could match to any phrase he knew. It carried an odd weight, like a name spoken in a room where it should not be spoken. Paris shivered, visibly. Knox shifted his stance, boots squeaking slightly against the stone. The word hung there for a second, then fell back into static. The laughter dipped once more, thin and distant, and then the transmission ended. The radio went back to its regular hum so smoothly that for a second, Rios almost doubted it had happened. No one spoke. The valley stretched out below them, blank and silent. The dry riverbed glowed faintly under the stars, a pale path between darker shoulders of earth. Rios put the handset down carefully, as if it might shatter. "Okay," he said, too loud in the quiet. "Lines bleed. People mess with radios. We log it. We move on. Eyes back on sectors." He stepped up to the edge, peering out over the sandbags. That was when the lights appeared. At first, he thought his eyes were playing tricks. Tiny points of blue flickered in the riverbed far below, so dim he almost missed them. They were the color of gas flame turned low, deep and unnatural against the earth. 1, 2, 4. They did not flash like muzzle bursts. They did not swing like flashlights. They just bloomed, scattered along the riverbed, like someone had tossed a handful of small, glowing seeds into the darkness. "Knox," he said quietly, "you seeing that?" Knox lifted his night vision optics, then lowered them, lips pressed into a thin line. "Under the nest, in the bed. Yeah, I see them." Paris edged closer, peering over the sandbags with wide eyes. "What is that? Flares?" "They're not moving like any flare I've seen," Rios said. The lights drifted, not upward at first. They slid along the riverbed in slow arcs, meandering around rocks and low rises, pausing as if considering. They reminded Rios of fish exploring the bottom of a dark aquarium, curious and unhurried. Then gradually, they began to climb. Against gravity, against sense, they started moving up the slope beneath the nest, maintaining their distance from each other as they rose. No visible source, no beam, no person carrying them. Just small orbs of cold blue glow creeping up the hill toward the base of the tower. The wind slipped past Rios's ears in a thin, high rush. He became aware of the tightness in his throat, the way his heartbeat seemed to have moved up behind his eyes. Maybe it's some kind of chemical," Paris whispered. "Like gas pockets igniting, or I don't know." "Gas doesn't walk uphill," Knox muttered. The lights reached the lower stones of the hill and stopped. They hovered there, half a dozen or more now, their glow licking faint reflections off the rock. They did not flicker like candles in the wind. They held their shape, their edges too clean in the surrounding dark. Rios realized his hand was on his rifle again. He had not remembered putting it there. Then, in one fluid motion, the lights surged. They flowed upward, gliding along the face of the hill, clustering below the glass nest. For a second, they seemed to press against the underside of the platform, as if testing the barrier, as if seeking cracks. Paris made a small, strangled sound in his throat. "Back away from the edge," Rios said, trying to keep his voice level. "Now, both of you, back." The youngest did not move quickly enough. The blue glow painted the underside of the sandbags, sliding in faint, ghostly patterns across the stone. It was wrong light, too slow, too smooth, the color of a flame that had never learned how to burn. Paris's breathing hitched. In the tight, brittle moment that followed, his training snapped under the weight of something older and simpler. He panicked. With a shout more like a gasp, he shouldered his rifle and fired a wild burst down over the edge. The muzzle flashed orange-white, crude and violent, tearing the night. The shots cracked out, echoing harshly off the rocks, hot brass clattering to the stone floor of the nest. The instant the rounds left the barrel, the blue lights vanished. Not dimmed, not drifted away, gone. The radio shrieked with a burst of static so loud it was almost a physical shove. Rios winced, teeth aching, as the sound tore through the small space. Then, mid-scream, it cut off. Every LED on every device in the nest went dark. The tiny status lights on the radio, the glow on the battery packs, the faint backlight on the little digital watch clipped near the post. All of it snuffed out at once, like someone had cupped a hand over the nest and pressed. The wind stopped, not slowed, stopped. In that sudden vacuum, the world felt held. No generator hum from below, no rustle of gear, no distant dog, no far-off engine, no insect, no breath of air. Even their own breathing seemed to vanish from their ears, stolen by whatever had stepped, briefly, over the night. For a few seconds, there was absolutely nothing. Silence, pure and heavy, sat on their shoulders like a hand. Morning made liars out of almost everything. From a distance, the glass nest looked harmless in the early light. Just another broken lump of stone on the hill with a few fresh sandbags piled around it. The valley below wore a soft, washed-out palette. Pale dust, faded rock, the dry riverbed, a lighter line cutting through it all. The memory of blue lights and sudden silence felt like something that should have left a scar you could see from space. Up close, there was very little to see at all. Boots crunched over loose gravel as Eli and a small inspection team made their way down the slope beneath the nest. The men moved in a loose line, rifles slung, shoulders slightly hunched against a breeze that was cooler than it had any right to be in that place. Each step down sent a small cascade of sand and stones skittering ahead of them. Tiny landslides whispering down toward the riverbed. The sound seemed louder than it should have been, echoing in strange little pockets among the rocks. "Right about here," Sergeant Rios said, stopping near a cluster of larger stones. His voice had that brittle quality of someone forcing themselves to treat the whole thing as routine. He said the lights were along the bed, then came up this way. Eli scanned the ground. The riverbed looked just as it always had. Rippled sand, scattered rocks, a few dry shrubs clinging to life. No scorch marks, no melted patches, no trace of anything out of place. He crouched, gloved fingers sifting through the dry grit. The sand ran away from his touch like water, revealing nothing but more sand. "See?" one of the others said, a corporal whose name Eli could not remember in that moment. Probably some kind of reflection, or those guys were half asleep. You know how stories get. "Yeah?" another chimed in. "Heat lightning, moon glare, bioluminescent, whatever. Science. The attempt at humor fell flat, landing with a dull thud between them. They moved along the base of the hill, heads bent, eyes combing the ground for signs they were half hoping, half dreading to find. Gravel lodged in boot treads, scratched faint lines into the rock with each step. The wind picked up, tugging at loose fabric, soft flutters of cloth and gear straps filling the spaces between their words. Radio went dead too, they said, someone muttered. All at once. I don't like that. I really don't like that. Batteries go, Rios replied. We've all seen it. 1 minute you're up, the next you're not. Heat messes with everything out here. Eli wasn't entirely sure whether Rios was trying to convince them or himself. He was about to make another pass along the lowest part of the slope when something caught his eye a little higher up, near where the rock face steepened. Hold up, he said quietly. He climbed toward it, boots finding purchase on uneven stone. The others followed, their movements setting off small, gritty avalanches that ticked and clicked as they fell. From a distance, the marks could have been shadows. Up close, they were unmistakable. 4 deep gouges had been carved into the rock, parallel but not clean, as if something had dragged itself upward, dug in, and then slipped. The scratches were fresh. The edges were sharp, the dust from the cuts still clinging like a pale smear against the darker stone. They were too long for a bird's claws, too straight for random erosion, too narrow and close together for the rounded impact of a tool or the edge of a shovel. Eli reached out and laid his gloved hand next to them. One of the grooves ran almost twice the length of his palm. Could be someone trying to climb up, the nameless corporal offered, a little too quickly. You know, enemy fighters, kids messing around, lose their grip, leave a mark. With what? Knox asked, stepping in beside Eli. He ran his own fingers along one of the cuts, stopping when his glove snagged on a rough edge. Bare hands don't do that to rock. Tools, then, the corporal insisted. Pickaxe, pry bar, whatever. Old damage, erosion. This place has been through, what, 5, 6 wars? Maybe more. Rios exhaled slowly through his nose. Tools leave chips, not 4 straight gouges like that, he said. Animals, maybe. Yeah, Knox said. You got any 4-fingered mountain bears you want to tell us about, Sarge? Eli barely heard them. He was counting grooves, 4 obvious ones, but if he squinted, if he traced the surface more carefully, he could see faint shadows of other, shallower marks clustered nearby, like something had raked at the stone more than once from different angles. Some sets looked like 5, some like 3. One had 6 that weren't quite evenly spaced. It gave him the queasy impression of too many hands fumbling for a hold, or one hand that did not care about the numbers people were supposed to have. Earth shifts, the corporal said. Rocks crack. Wind brings sand. It grinds things down, makes weird patterns. My uncle used to show me pictures of rock formations back home that looked like faces. Rock doesn't mean anything by it. Sure, Rios said. His tone suggested he was willing to let that be the explanation of record. Erosion, weathering. We'll note the damage. Tell engineering to keep an eye on it. Last thing we need is this hill flaking off under us. He turned away, boots crunching. Conversation shifted reluctantly back to logistics, to shifts and schedules, and someone's missing mail. The scratches remained on the stone, mute and recent. As they walked back up toward the wire, the sounds of the base swelled slowly around them again. Voices, engines, the thump of something heavy being dropped onto a truck bed. The normal noise of an outpost in a war zone, They buried themselves in that noise as the day went on. There was always something to do. Weapons to clean, gear to inspect, radios to test and retest, drills to run, contact drills, casualty drills, evacuation drills. The repetition was a kind of comfort, a series of grooves for their minds to run in that did not require them to examine the discomfort sitting just beneath their ribs. Eli spent an hour hunched over a disassembled rifle, the smell of oil and metal familiar and grounding. His hands moved on their own, cloth sliding down the length of the barrel, fingers checking the fit of parts with practiced precision. The radio on the table beside him murmured softly, reporting movements, supply requests, weather reports. Every now and then, his ears snagged on something in the chatter. Once, during a brief check-in, there was a micro delay between his words and what he heard in his own headset, as if his voice had gone out, taken a step into a hallway, and then come back in slightly out of time. Glass 1 to Greymouth, convoy returning, over. He heard it leave his mouth, felt his throat shape the sounds. Half a second later, he heard the same words again, slightly distorted, looping back into his ear, with a faint metallic echo layered underneath. He frowned, adjusted the volume, blamed it on lag. Another time, listening to two other units coordinate their patrol routes, he swore he heard a word at the edge of the transmission that had not actually been said. A single syllable, soft and almost swallowed, riding under the static between call signs. When he listened harder, it was gone, leaving only hiss and code. By late afternoon, he had almost convinced himself he was noticing patterns where there were none. That the night on the hill and the scratches in the stone had primed him to hear things in the noise. He did not mention any of it. The others did not bring up the blue lights, or the laughter, or the sudden dead silence that had fallen like a dropped curtain. They talked instead about rotations, about leave, about how many days until someone's birthday back home. That night, he lay in his bunk again, on the same thin mattress, the same blanket pulled up to his chest. The barracks was full of the familiar nighttime sounds. Someone snoring softly, someone turning over, the distant thump of music from another building. Outside, the generators murmured their constant, low song. His laptop sat closed on the small table beside his bed. He had shut it down before lights out, the screen gone black, the faint internal whir fading to nothing. Its plastic casing reflected a sliver of the dim room light, a dull, harmless rectangle. He stared into the dark above him, listening to the layered noise of the bass, waiting for his thoughts to lose their sharp edges and blur into something like sleep. When it happened, it was quick. A burst of static snapped out from the direction of the table, sharp and abrasive, no louder than a cough, but carrying that same ragged texture as radio interference. It tore through the quiet, made his heart jerk in his chest. His eyes flew open. He turned his head. The laptop was still closed. No lights glowed on its surface. No cords were plugged in that could have come loose. Before he could move, before he could even sit up, he heard his own voice. Not memory, not the echo inside his own head. The sound came from outside, from the dark lump of the laptop itself, as if the device had decided just for a moment to breathe. "We're not alone up here," his voice whispered. Calm, matter of fact. A tone he did not recognize as belonging to any moment he had ever spoken into any mic. The words curled into the room, hung there for a heartbeat, then vanished, leaving only the generator hum and the small sounds of sleeping men. Eli lay very still, staring at the closed machine, his pulse thudding in his throat. He had never said those exact words to anyone, not out loud, not yet. Echo 6's world narrowed to a strip of rock and the village across from it. From their position, dug into a natural notch halfway up the mountain face, the village looked like it had grown out of the stone itself. The houses were stacked along a narrow ledge, carved into the cliff, square and stubborn. Each one pressed close to the next, as if they were leaning on each other for balance. Their walls were the same dusty color as the mountain, faded beige, sun-bleached gray, so that from far away, you could almost miss them. Only the window frames and doors broke the camouflage, dark holes in the stone where life moved. A single goat trail wound its way up to the village, zigzagging along the sharp incline like a thin scar. It was barely wide enough for a man leading an animal, narrow in places where one misstep would mean a long, unbroken fall. Laundry lines stretched between flat roofs, sagging under the weight of shirts and blankets that flapped lazily in the thin air. From this distance, the cloth looked like pale flags, signaling a truce with gravity. Eli lay prone behind his rifle, scope pointed at the village, though his job right now was more watching than shooting. The rock under his body was cold despite the sunlight, leaching heat through his uniform. Gravel dug into his elbows, grounding him in the present. Below and between everything else, there was the sound. Goat bells chimed in uneven rhythms as animals picked their way along the ledge, little bright notes bouncing off the rock. Distant voices drifted up in thin, fractured pieces, women calling to each other, kids shouting, a man laughing once, sharply. Every now and then, a dog barked, the sound flat and abrupt, then cut off. The wind in this valley had a different personality than at Greymouth or the Glass Nest. It did not just rush past in long, straight gusts. It curled around the rock, found hidden channels, slipped through unseen cracks. It whistled in odd tones, high in one ear, low in the other, as if the mountain itself had holes where the air played its own quiet instrument. Echo 6 had settled into the notch with the efficiency of people who had done this sort of thing before. They had carved a low lip in front of them, stacking small stones and camouflaging their outline. A tarp in a dull, mottled pattern covered their backs, stretched across metal poles to break their shape against the cliff. Optics and comms were laid out in a careful, haphazard-looking line that was actually precise. Spotting scope, binoculars, rifle sights, radios with antennas angled just so. A notebook open to a fresh page, pen tucked into the spiral. "Welcome to the balcony seats," one of the team said, when Eli first crawled into place beside them. "We got the full show, no popcorn." They had introduced themselves with call signs and quick handshakes. Moss, who ran the radio, Riley, whose scope never seemed to stop moving, Danvers, who chewed gum like it was keeping him alive. Eli slotted into the group with the quiet willingness of someone used to being temporarily attached where needed. Their first day watching the village was almost boring, which was the best kind of day in a place like this. Through the scope, Eli watched women carrying plastic jugs up from a cistern near the lower edge of the ledge, their steps sure and practiced on the narrow path. Children chased a rag ball, their bare feet kicking up little puffs of dust. An old man with a bent back led a donkey along the trail, the animal's hooves knocking hollowly against stone. On a roof, a boy sat cross-legged, the bright color of his shirt the only vivid thing against the rock. He watched the valley with his chin on his knees, eyes unfocused, unaware that across the gap, other eyes were watching him. Riley narrated small details under his breath, now and then, more to stay awake than because anyone needed the information. 2 guys on the upper roof, no weapons visible. Lady with the blue scarf is on her 3rd trip with water. Kids are gonna kill each other over that ball. Moss checked in with the base at scheduled intervals, his voice low and steady in the radio handset. Replies came back with the customary crackle, the usual clipped phrases. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing worth writing home about, if anyone still did that with pen and paper. They shared snacks from crinkling packets, nuts, dried fruit, whatever had survived the trip out here. The wrappers made a dry rustle that seemed too loud in their little hide, though the village across the void remained unaware. The wind whistled through some invisible gap above their heads, making a faint, breathy note that rose and fell without matching any obvious pattern. It sounded like someone trying to play a song under their breath and getting the melody wrong. Eli made notes in the shared log. Times, descriptions, rough counts of people seen. A pencil scratched softly on the paper, another layer in the soundscape. For hours, the rhythm held. Village breathes. Team watches. Wind pulls at the edges of everything. The mountain cast a long shadow as the day leaned toward evening. The light turned from harsh white to a warmer, more forgiving shade, painting the stone in slow gradients. Laundry was taken down, folded, carried inside. Smoke began to curl from a few chimneys, thin gray lines that rose straight up at first, before the higher air grabbed them and smeared them sideways. Eli shifted a little, easing a cramp in his calf. His headset sat snug over one ear, the soft padding pressing against his skin. The radio chatter had thinned as the day's tasks wrapped up in other places and night crews took their posts. Moss frowned slightly at his own headset, adjusting the volume knob with practiced fingers. "You hearing that?" he asked. "Hearing what?" Danvers said around his gum. "Nothing," Moss said after a moment. "Thought I had some bleed. Must have been the wind." The last of the direct sunlight bled away from the village, leaving it in a kind of half-light. A child on the ledge called out one more time, voice bright and high, then disappeared into one of the dark doorways. A door closed with a flat, distant thump. Eli let his scope rest on the goat trail for a while, watching the empty path the way someone watches a stage between acts. The wind changed as the sun sank. It grew colder first, the temperature dropping in a way he felt along his spine. Then the tone shifted, the whistling notes deepening. The sound was less like air moving past and more like air being pulled through something, through holes or pipes or spaces inside the rock. He adjusted his headset, rolling the foam cushion against his ear. The radio was on receive only, no one transmitting, just the faint background hiss that all open channels seemed to have. Under it, he began to notice another sound, so soft at first he almost wrote it off as fatigue. A low hum, not the sharp, obvious buzz of interference, not the distinct vibration of a generator. It was smoother, flatter. A single note held under everything else, steady and wide, as if someone had taken the sound of distant traffic on a highway and boiled it down to its essence. It sat at the very edge of hearing, just below where you would expect to notice it. The kind of sound that made you wonder if your ears were ringing. He lifted one hand and carefully pulled the headset away from his ear. The hum didn't stop. It was in the air, not the radio. It lingered around them, filling the narrow notch in the rock, pressing lightly against the bones of his jaw. The wind still moved, thread thin and restless, but the hum sat beneath it, deeper and more patient. "Hey," Danvers said, his voice a notch quieter than usual. "You guys." He trailed off, as if unsure how to finish the sentence. Riley shifted his scope, scanning the village, which had settled into its night shape. Windows glowing dimly, doors shut, only the occasional movement of a shadow crossing behind a curtain. Nothing obvious had changed. Eli listened, ears straining. The hum stayed where it was, neither rising nor falling, like the sound a place made when it was about to say something and had not decided on the words yet. On the second night, the mountain felt closer. Echo 6 crawled back into their notch before dusk, movements practiced, bodies already remembering where to lie, where to set gear. The rock accepted their weight with the same indifferent chill. The village across the gap settled into its evening routine again. Thin trails of smoke, silhouettes on roofs, the slow disappearance of figures into doorways as the light drained away. The wind came and went in narrow drafts, threading the little hide with fingers of cold. The air tasted of stone and ash, and something metallic that clung just behind the tongue. For a while, everything was ordinary in the way this place ever was. Moss checked in with Greymuth, his voice steady over the radio. Riley scanned the ledge with his scope, noting faces they had seen the day before, counting heads, watching for strangers. Danvers dug out his gum and chewed in slow, thoughtful cycles, the faint click of his teeth on rubber, a small metronome in the cramped space. They shared a few low jokes to loosen the tension. Someone passed around a bag of crackers that had been crushed into mostly crumbs. The sound of the bag crackling seemed very loud and foolish in the shallow shelter. As the last line of direct sunlight crawled up the cliff face and disappeared, the valley took a breath. The hum came back. It did not creep this time. It arrived. One moment there was only the familiar mix of wind and distant animal noises, the soft hiss of the open channel. The next, a low vibration rolled through the rock under them and up into their bones. It started so deep, it felt almost like a change in pressure rather than a sound, a weight settling on the air. Then it grew. Eli felt it first in his teeth, a faint buzzing along the roots, as if someone had pressed a tuning fork against his jaw. The sensation spread upward, lodging behind his eyes, turning the edges of his vision soft and slightly out of focus. "Do you hear that?" Danvers asked, but his voice sounded wrong, thin, too high, like it did not belong in the same room as the hum. The words skittered on top of the deeper vibration and were instantly swallowed by it. Conversation didn't so much stop as become pointless. Every attempt at speech felt like trying to shout into a jet engine. The sound wasn't even that loud in the conventional sense. It just filled all the spaces that sound could use, leaving no room for anything else to live there. The hum climbed. It rose from a belly-deep tremor to a chest-level buzz, spreading across the width of their bodies like static electricity trapped inside skin. Eli pressed his tongue against his teeth and felt the vibration there, almost musical in its insistence. His headset was useless. The radio channel was open, but nothing distinguishable came through. The hum ate the frequencies, flattened them. He tugged the headset off. It made no difference. The sound was not in the electronics. It was in the stone, the air, the cavities of their own heads. Riley swore silently, lips shaping the word without sound. his hands clenched around the stock of his rifle. Moss pressed a palm against the wall of the notch, as if to confirm the rock was really shaking, and flinched at what he felt. The hum kept rising. It did not surge and fall like an approaching and receding train, did not pulse like a chopper blade beating the air. It was a steady climb, a single tone pushing higher and higher, thin layers of higher notes stacking on top of the first until it became a chord too wide to hold. Eli's eyes watered. The edges of his sight grew fuzzy, like the world was being viewed through glass that someone kept breathing on. His stomach flipped once, a brief revolt against the sensory distortion. He realized his heart was pounding fast, but he could not hear it over the noise. He could not hear the wind. He could not hear his own breath in his chest. All of that was there, he knew it was, but the hum sat on top of everything like a hand over a mouth. His thoughts scattered, then regrouped into small, stubborn fragments. Hold your sector. Breathe. Do your job. Stay low. The hum climbed one more notch, into a range that made nerves feel raw. The air itself seemed to flicker for a moment, heat mirage without heat. Tiny motes of dust vibrated in front of his face, blurring into faint lines. Then, in an instant so sharp, it felt like a cut. It stopped. Silence slammed in, too big for the space. Eli's ears rang in the sudden absence, phantom noise trying to refill the void. He blinked hard, tears breaking loose and rolling down his temples into his hairline. The normal sounds scrambled to reorganize themselves. The wind came back in thin streaks. Someone exhaled in a jagged rush. A stone dislodged somewhere above them and clicked its way down the face. Below, the village exploded into motion. Doors flew open along the ledge, rectangles of yellow light spilling out onto the stone. Figures poured into the narrow paths between houses, shadows throwing longer shadows. Through the scope, Eli watched the confusion unfold. Men spilled out with rifles in hand, some in traditional clothes, some in mismatched jackets. They shouted to each other, their words lost at this distance, but their urgency unmistakable. Some pointed at the sky, others at the cliff opposite, others down into the valley. Lights blinked on in houses that had been dark a moment before. An oil lamp flared on a roof. A flashlight beam jittered across a wall, painting shaky circles. Dogs barked in high, panicked bursts, lunging back and forth at the ends of chains. Something spooked them, Moss breathed, voice raw around the edges. Conversation was possible again, but it felt like the world might take it back at any second. There, Riley said hoarsely. Look, between those two houses on the mid-level. See it? Eli shifted his scope to follow Riley's pointing hand. At first, all he saw were blurred figures and thickening shadows. Then his field of view snagged on something that did not belong to the same set of colors as the rest of the scene. It was a shape, moving between two houses. Not bright, there was no glow or radiance to it, but pale in a way that resisted the rules of light. Everything else on the ledge took on the warm tones of lamplight and fire, soft yellows and oranges smearing into the gray stone. This figure was washed out, an off-white smear with edges that refused to settle. Its outline was humanoid. 2 arms, 2 legs, a head. But the edges of it were too soft, as if you were looking at it through fogged glass, or through water that rippled only around it and nowhere else. It stepped forward. Its foot met a low wall, a crude line of stones between 2 houses, knee-high. It did not step over. It continued in a straight line, and the wall did not stop it. Its leg passed through the stone, the way a shadow might cross a painted line. There was no resistance, no change in pace, no stumble to suggest it had even noticed. Eli's breath stuck in his throat. He followed it with the scope as it drifted between the structures. People ran nearby, some almost colliding, some backing away from empty space. None of them seemed to look directly at the pale shape. They looked past it, through it, at some point beyond. The figure moved with a kind of unhurried intent, as if it knew exactly where it was going and had no need to rush. Its head turned occasionally, but the movement was too smooth, too fluid, like a camera panning on a track. Then it stopped. It stood in a narrow gap between two houses, half-shadowed. For a moment, the interplay of light and darkness made it almost disappear. Then its head turned slowly, not toward the chaos on the ledge, not toward anyone shouting or firing warning shots into the air. It turned toward the cliff where Echo 6 lay hidden. The distance between them was still the same, hundreds of meters of empty air and stone, and yet Eli felt the focus land on him as sharply as if someone had spoken his name from a foot away. He had felt that sensation before, in crowded rooms back home, in markets, in school. That instant of connection when someone's eyes met his through a crowd, and for a second, the noise dropped away. This felt like that, stretched to a grotesque scale. His skin tightened. Every small hair on his arm seemed to lift under his uniform. "Does it?" Danvers started, voice barely above a whisper. "Does it know we're here?" Eli did not answer. He could not. His throat had closed around something that was not quite fear and not quite recognition, but something tangled between. Through the scope, the figure's face was a blur. He could not make out features, just the general impression of a head turned fully in their direction. It held that angle for a long, slow count. One of the villagers nearby fired a shot into the shadows, the muzzle flash flaring bright in Eli's view. The sound reached them a moment later, a flat pop that bounced off the cliff. The figure did not flinch. It began to move again, slipping deeper into the space between the houses, folding into shadow. Eli tracked the gap, waiting for it to emerge on the other side, maybe a level up, maybe a few doors down. The space where it should have come out stayed stubbornly empty. He swept the scope across the ledge. Men were still shouting, still aiming rifles into alleys and at the sky and into the emptiness below. No one fired in the direction of Echo 6's hide. No one seemed to be looking toward the cliff at all. The pale shape did not appear again. It had gone into darkness and chosen not to come back out. They went up to the village in daylight. 2 days after the night of the hum and the pale figure, Echo 6 rode in with a larger force, guiding a column along the road that wound around the base of the mountains. Engines grumbled. Tires kicked up dull brown dust. The village on the ledge lay ahead in the hazy distance, the stacked houses tiny against the cliff. Eli watched it through the armored slit of the vehicle window as they drew closer. From far away, nothing looked wrong. The laundry lines were empty now, but that could have meant anything. People staying inside, bad weather, some small local adjustment. The trail up to the ledge was the same thin line etched in the rock, cutting upward toward the stone shelf. When they dismounted at the foot of the trail, the world seemed to take a step back. The air here felt denser, as if something thick and invisible clung to it. The men checked gear, cinched straps, settled helmets. Rifles were brought up, muzzles pointing toward the ledge. The usual pre-assault nervous chatter was quieter, smaller. "Same layout as before," Moss murmured, pointing up with his chin. trail, lower cluster, upper cluster. We saw maybe 24 fighting-age males last time. Expect more inside. They started up the goat path in single file. Boots scraped stone. Loose pebbles skipped away into the drop, vanishing without sound before they hit anything visible. The cliff face on one side was so close Eli could feel its coolness through his sleeve. The void on the other side dropped away in a sheer, vertigo-inducing fall. Halfway up, he realized he could not hear the wind. It was there. He felt it brushing his uniform, tugging at gear. But the usual whistling through cracks and over edges was strangely muted. The sound of their own climbing filled the space instead. Synchronized footsteps, the rattle of weapon slings, a radio crackling softly with a curt update. At the top, they fanned out onto the ledge, eyes sweeping, rifles tracking arcs. No one met them. The doors stood open along the front of the houses, dark mouths gaping into shadow. Curtains hung half-torn from their rods, fabric ripped into ragged tongues that stirred just barely in the slight air. No figures peered from windows. No voices called out. No dog lunged at a chain. The first thing Eli noticed was the lack of small sounds. Villages always had noise even on quiet days. Flies buzzing, goats snorting, pots clanging, someone coughing, someone singing under their breath. Here, there was nothing but the tired creak of their own equipment and the soft crunch of boots. "Clear the first row," a lieutenant ordered, voice unnecessarily loud. "Then we work our way up. Stay sharp." They moved in pairs, peeling off into the nearest house. Eli stepped through the first doorway and felt the temperature drop by a fraction. The room was a chaos of broken things. A low wooden table lay on its side. One leg snapped clean off. Cushions had been ripped open, their stuffing scattered like dirty snow across the floor. A clay jar lay in shards in one corner, its contents, rice or grain, spread in a thin arc of pale flecks. On the far side of the room, a cooking pot sat where it had probably been left on a small stone hearth. Only it was no longer just sitting. The metal, at its base, had softened and sagged, merging with the stone beneath. It looked as if someone had pressed it down while it was molten, fusing pot and floor into a single warped shape. Eli crouched near it, the smell of burnt metal faint but lingering. He did not touch it. His gloved fingers hovered an inch above, feeling nothing but cold. "Jesus," someone murmured behind him. He looked up. Strips of cloth hung from the ceiling beams. Shirts, a blanket, maybe a shawl, shredded into long, thin threads. They dangled down like cobwebs, swaying gently in air that did not seem to be moving. Whatever had torn them had not done it in a human way. The cuts were too uniform, too numerous, like something had passed through and unraveled the fabric at the fiber level. On the ceiling itself, above where a sleeping mat might have been, a handprint was pressed into the plaster. It was too large for a child, too large for most grown men. The fingers spread wide. The whole thing stretched just beyond normal proportion, as if someone had taken a familiar shape and enlarged it a few degrees past comfort. The edges were smudged, as if pressed with some force, and then dragged slightly. Eli backed out into the narrow alley between houses, the daylight suddenly too bright. In the next house, they found the remains of a chair smashed into splinters, the pieces embedded in the walls as though thrown with great violence. Someone's shoes lay neatly side by side in a corner, untouched amid the wreckage. In another, clothing had been stripped from hooks and torn into threads, like in the first. hanging in overlapping curtains that whispered against their faces as they passed through, making it feel like walking through someone else's abandoned breath. There were no intact bodies. Here and there, the world had small, obscene interruptions. A jawbone, bleached and slick, wedged between two floorboards as if hammered there. A single ear, dried and stiff, caught in a crack in the wall. A thumb fused into the wood of a door exactly at shoulder height. The skin and nail fixed in place like a grotesque doorstop. Blood had soaked into the wood around it in a dark halo. "Check the patterns," someone said grimly. This is not just execution. This is panic." Bullet holes pocked the walls at irregular heights and angles. They were not grouped neatly around doorways or windows in any disciplined pattern. They sprayed across ceilings, floors, interior walls, signs of people firing wildly in tight spaces. In one room, the ceiling above a low pallet was riddled with holes, as if someone had emptied a magazine straight up toward nothing. The floor bore chipped marks where rounds had ricocheted back down. The more they moved through the village, the clearer the picture became. Whatever had happened here, it had been sudden, violent, and completely out of control. "Any sign of casings?" the lieutenant called. "Everywhere," someone answered. "Their own. Looks like they fired at each other. At the walls. I don't know. At the air." They found no bodies lying whole. Only stains on floors and walls, dark and long since dried. Only scraps of bone caught in places bone had no business being. No human shape remained intact enough to look at without the mind sliding away. No animals, no goats, no dogs, no feathers or fur. Just the structures of living, layered over with the signs of something that had torn through without leaving a recognizable footprint. The silence persisted. Even the wind seemed to hesitate when it reached the ledge, sliding around the edges rather than through the spaces. When a gust did make it through, it sounded faint and apologetic, like noise intruding where it was not welcome. Boots echoed too loudly in the empty rooms, each step throwing its sound back at them with an extra hardness. Weapon slings creaked as they moved, leather complaining in small, strained voices. The plastic of gear brushed against cloth and seemed to shout. "Clear," the reports came in, one house after another. "Clear, clear, nothing alive." The radio crackled with more formal traffic as word traveled back to command. The first attempts at narrative began almost immediately. "Likely rival group," someone said over the comm. "Hit the village in the night. Close-range engagements. Locals turned on each other or got caught in crossfire." "Copy, document, and exfil," came the reply. "We'll add it to the ongoing picture. Rival group. Crossfire. Internal conflict. Clean words. Smooth and stackable. Easy to file." No one on the ground argued. They were too busy stepping over invisible lines where lives had been and trying not to let their eyes linger on the little grotesque details that would stick forever. On the way back down the trail, Eli felt the weight between his shoulder blades increase with every step, as if the village were watching them leave with whatever sense it had left. Hours later, back at Greymouth, he sat on a metal chair in a small, bare room, helmet on the table in front of him. His gear smelled faintly of dust and something older. The fluorescent light overhead buzzed with a weak, high whine. He connected his helmet cam to a battered laptop, the cable clicking into place with a reassuringly normal sound. The screen flickered once, then brought up a series of files stamped with date and time. He told himself he was reviewing footage for tactical reasons, that he was looking for missed details. that this was part of the job. The video played back in jerky smoothness, the world painted in compressed colors, the climb up the trail, boots in front of him, rock passing close on the right, empty drop on the left, the ledge emerging, houses lining up along the screen. He watched himself sweep his field of view across the first row of doorways, through the ruined interiors, broken furniture, torn cloth, broken household objects, the fused cooking pot, the handprint on the ceiling. His own breathing huffed quietly over the audio, the mic picking up the scratch of his gear and the faint clink of something in his pocket with each step. He paused, rewound, played again at a slower speed. On the second pass between two of the ruined houses, something flickered at the edge of the frame. He froze the image, thumb hovering over the keyboard. Between one frame and the next, the alley between the houses changed. In one, it was just empty space, the broken line of a wall, jagged plaster, dust hanging in the air. In the next, that same space held a distortion. Not a clear figure, not anything you could point to and say, there, but a vertical smear, a tall shape where the lines of the background bent minutely around an absence. It was like the shimmer of heat above a road on a hot day, only colder, standing upright. It loomed just behind one of his teammates, who was stepping through the alley, rifle up, eyes forward. The man had no idea anything was at his back. The distortion clung to him like a shadow that had forgotten where the light was. The frame after that, it was gone. Eli clicked back and forth between the three frames. Empty alley, warped, pale, vertical ripple. Empty alley. The file did not glitch. The time code did not skip. The compression artifacts stayed consistent everywhere else on the screen. He sat very still, the laptop's faint fan noise the only sound in the room. The official narrative would remain what it had to be. Rival fighters, internal violence, tragedy, statistics. On the screen, for exactly one fraction of a second, something thin and patient had stood just behind someone who had never known it was there. Weeks slid by, measured not in days, but in patrols and briefings and the number of new stories that tried to grow on top of the old ones. The mountains changed shape with distance, but not in spirit. They still leaned over the world like tired giants, their sides carved into canyons and sinkholes by forces that had nothing to do with the men moving between them. Names on maps shifted, new sectors, new grids, new call signs. The texture of the air stayed the same. When the patrol went missing, it felt at first like every other worst-case scenario they trained for. Radio contact lost. Last known position transmitted and then cut. No chatter on any channel since. They were out in a sector people like to call the maze when they wanted to sound wry instead of honest. A network of canyons and collapsed valleys, the rock broken into jagged corridors and sudden drops. Eli found himself attached to the recovery team almost without thinking about it. Orders had come down, packs had been shouldered, vehicles had rolled out. The rhythm was familiar enough to be almost comforting. The vehicles stopped at the edge of the rough ground, where the track dissolved into a mess of stone and dust that would snap an axle without trying. The rest of the way would be on foot. When he stepped out, the first thing he noticed was the quiet. No birds marked the sky. No insects buzzed in the low scrub. The only sound was the wind, and even that did not blow as one long, steady presence. It came in short breaths, gusting along the canyon walls in bursts that felt more like exhalations than anything else. Boots met loose rock with dull crunches. Small stones skittered away with each step, tumbling down short slopes and disappearing into the irregular ground below. The echoes were thin and delayed, bouncing off surfaces twisted by time and collapse. Last GPS ping was about a click inside the maze, the team leader said, voice clipped over the radio. Watch your footing. Watch your sectors. We are not losing another group out here. They found the first sign of the missing patrol not far in. Burned out tire marks blackened a patch of rock. The rubber tread seared into the pale stone like a shadow that had tried to stay. The vehicle that had left them was gone, but its scars remained, arching in jagged turns that suggested panic more than control. Farther along, shreds of fabric hung from a jag of rock, fluttering weakly in the irregular wind. Eli reached up and plucked one free. The material was familiar, uniform cloth, faded by sun and sweat, now torn into a long, narrow strip. The edge where it had been ripped was not clean. Threads stuck out at odd angles, some of them curled like hair. A helmet lay on its side in a shallow depression, half filled with dust. The outer shell was scratched and scuffed, but intact. When Eli picked it up, the weight felt wrong. He turned it gently. The inside was torn up. The padding had been shredded as if someone had reached in and clawed, not to remove it, but to ruin it. Deep gouges raked the inner lining. Foam ripped away, straps severed. It looked like something had tried to erase any trace of the person who had once worn it from the inside out. He set it down with more care than he had picked it up. A little farther on, they found the rifle. It lay against a chunk of rock, barrel bent in a smooth, obscene curve. Not kinked from a fall or dented by a vehicle, but arched, metal stretched past its will. Eli had seen rifles damaged in a dozen ways over the years. Dropped from vehicles, slammed indoors, caught under tires. This was not that. It looked like someone with a massive hand had taken the weapon by both ends and tried to tie it into a knot, then given up halfway. One of the other soldiers reached out, touched the curve with his fingers, then pulled back quickly, as if expecting it to bite. IED? Someone offered, though there were no blast marks, no crater, no scorch. The word hung in the dry air with nowhere to land. Take pictures, the team leader ordered. Mark it. Keep moving. They moved deeper into the maze. The canyons rose around them, walls on either side growing taller and more constricting. The sky narrowed to a thin strip of pale blue overhead. The sun did not reach the ground directly anymore, only reflected down in reluctant, diffused light that gave everything a washed, underwater quality. Each footstep sent little avalanches of dust and gravel skipping away. The small stones pattered against bigger ones, ticking like a quiet, broken clock. Echo 1. Call sign. This is recovery team. The leader called into the radio. If you're reading this, click twice on your handset. Over. Static answered. A thin, uneven hiss. No clicks. Eli tried again on a different frequency. Voice steady. Echo 1. Eli Mercer. If any of you can hear this, any noise is better than none. Over. More static. If he listened hard enough, he could almost imagine he heard distant words buried in it. But that could have been memory trying to rewrite the present. The canyons twisted. They passed sinkholes where the ground had collapsed into deep, dark pits. The edges of these holes were crumbled and sloping, as if the earth had been tired of holding itself up and simply let go. Watch it, someone muttered as a rock dislodged underfoot and slid toward one of the openings, tumbling down and vanishing with a faint, disappearing clatter. The GPS markers they followed grew more erratic as the terrain interfered. Signals bounced off the walls. Positions jumped. The patrol's last coordinates led them along a narrow crack between two masses of rock, the path barely wide enough for single-file passage. They squeezed through, packs scraping against stone. The air on the other side was cooler and damper, the smell of it changing in a way Eli could not quite define at first. Then he realized. Copper, salt, damp stone. The scent hit the back of his nose and sat there like the memory of a nosebleed, metallic and thick. It carried none of the stale wet of standing water, none of the fresh mineral tang of a mountain stream. It smelled like rock that had been sleeping for a long time and had been disturbed by something it did not expect. The crack opened suddenly into a wider chamber, a hollow space in the plateau. The sky here was an irregular shard overhead, jagged edges of rock framing a patch of empty blue. In the middle of the chamber, the ground split. A long rift opened in the stone, running from one side of the hollow to the other. It was not clean, and even like a cut made by tools, but jagged, with teeth of rock jutting along its lips. The edges were sharp, the drop immediate. Eli walked carefully toward it, each step measured. Dust slid ahead of his boots, trickling over the side. No sound came back up. The others spread out around the opening, peering down. No one got too close. He reached the edge and looked in. Darkness met him, dense and swallowing. The sides of the rift fell away into shadow almost immediately. The walls closed and moist-looking. There was no glimmer of water at the bottom, no visible floor, just a depth that might have stopped after 10 feet or gone on for miles. Air rose from it in slow breaths, carrying that copper salt scent, thick and intimate. It washed over his face, cool and unsettlingly human in its temperature. "Any sign they went down there?" the team leader asked, voice subdued despite the radio. Eli scanned the edges, scrapes in the rock, small scuffs where boots might have slid. A faint, broken line of disturbance along one lip that looked like it could have been a drag mark or just a trick of shadows. Nothing conclusive. He shook his head. "Tracks up to here," he said quietly. "Then it gets muddy. Too many scuffs. Could be they stopped. Could be they..." He did not finish the sentence. They were close enough to the rift now that the usual sounds of movement seemed to hesitate before reaching their ears. Boot steps, the faint rasp of fabric, the clink of gear. They all felt slightly delayed, as if sound had to cross an invisible threshold and think about it first. Eli held his breath without meaning to. In that stillness, he heard something from below. At first, he thought it was his own heartbeat, thudding hard under his vest, echoing into his ears. But the rhythm of it was wrong. Too slow, too steady. It sat right at the edge of what his ears could pick up. More vibration than noise. A near subsonic thump, separated by long, patient spans of silence. Not quite footsteps, not quite a heart. Something in between. Something that had all the time in the world. They went down because that was what they did. Ropes were anchored to pitons hammered into the rock, metal ringing in small, sharp bursts that vanished quickly into the open throat of the rift. Harnesses clicked shut. Gloves were checked, then checked again. A glow stick dropped into the gap, fell for a long moment, its weak green light spinning, then was swallowed by darkness before anyone could see where it landed. "We take it slow," the team leader said, clipped and calm. "Call out footing. No one plays hero. If it gets too weird, we go back up." The word "weird" hung in the air like fine dust. Eli clipped in and stepped backward over the edge. For a second, the sky was all he could see, a jagged frame of blue above his face. Then the rock wall slid into view as he descended, rough and close, its surface slick with mineral sheen in places, and dry, crumbly in others. His boots found the wall, scraping softly. The rope creaked as it took his weight, the fibers making a low, strained whisper. He let himself walk down slowly, leaning back in his harness, knees absorbing the tiny jolts. Light pooled in narrow cones from the flashlights strapped to their gear and helmets. The beams sliced the darkness into columns, showing flashes of stone, cracks, damp streaks, then nothing beyond. Dust motes floated in the beams like slow, lazy snow, disturbed by their movements. The deeper they went, the more the world changed. The usual echo of their voices and equipment shifted. When someone spoke, the words bounced back twice, a normal, immediate reflection, and a second, thinner echo, a fraction of a second later, as if another space deeper in the rock were repeating them after thinking about it. Bootsteps did the same. The sound of a heel-striking stone came back double, like a staggered heartbeat. "Do you hear that?" someone above Eli muttered. Like we've got a shadow following our noise. Focus on your descent, the leader snapped back. But his voice carried the same double edge on the return, words overlapping with their own ghost. They reached a narrow ledge first, a shelf clinging to one side of the rift. The team paused, unhooked, rehooked, checked each other's gear in quick, efficient glances, then moved on. Farther down, on the opposite wall, a ragged scrap of fabric clung to a jut of rock, fluttering weakly in the thin air. Another piece of patrol uniform, torn and left behind. Below it, on the ledge where they now stood, a shredded vest lay crumpled, the fabric ripped in long, uneven strands, as if someone had grabbed it with too many hands and pulled in opposite directions. Eli crouched and lifted a section of the vest with 2 fingers. The material felt oddly stiff, as if it had dried in its torn shape. The tears did not follow seams or stress lines. They curved and twisted, running across reinforced sections as if the cloth had offered no resistance at all. A few meters farther along, they found a weapon, or what was left of one. The rifle lay in 2 halves, snapped cleanly at the midpoint like a twig. The break was too smooth for corrosion, too sudden for slow damage. If it had been run over or crushed under something heavy, the metal would have bent, kinked, flattened. This was a sharp fracture, as if all the force had been applied in one brutal moment. The broken edges gleamed faintly under their lights, the metal bright where it should have been dull, as if the split was new. "Jesus," one of the soldiers breathed. His voice came back to him twice, slightly delayed, his own exclamation chasing him down the stone. Drag marks scored the rift wall here and there, shallow grooves where something heavy had been hauled along. The pattern of them was wrong. Too smooth to be a body rolling, too erratic to be equipment dragged carefully. They curved up the wall at one point, then down, as if whatever had been pulled had briefly begun to rise before dropping again. The air grew cooler as they descended further. Dampness clung to the rock, tiny beads of moisture catching the light occasionally in fleeting, silvery glints. The smell of copper and salt intensified, wrapping around them like a second skin. Eli felt it in his sinuses now, heavy and insistent, making each breath taste faintly of old blood. They reached a wider ledge, one that seemed almost deliberately placed, a natural platform jutting out from one wall, broad enough for all of them to stand on with some room to spare. The light from above had thinned to a faint, colorless suggestion. Most of their world now existed only where their beams fell. It was Moss who saw it first. Hey, he said softly, his voice skidding slightly as it bounced back twice. You're all seeing that, right? Eli swung his light toward where Moss's beam was pointed. For a moment, he thought it was just another bulge of rock, one of the strange, organic-looking formations that geology sometimes sculpted without asking permission. The surface was lumpy, coated in layers of mineral buildup that had run and dried in slow drips over decades or centuries. Then his eyes reordered the shapes. A chest, too broad, too deep. A shoulder, hunched at an odd angle. An arm half freed from the stone, elbow bent in a position that made the joint seem wrong, like it had one articulation too many. The thing was half buried in the wall, as if the rock had grown over it while it slept. From the waist down, it was encased in a thick crust of mineral deposits, the stone swell blending into the rift wall. From the waist up, it was emerging. The torso protruded, upper body leaning forward slightly, as if straining against an invisible weight. The head was tipped back, face turned toward the sliver of sky high above, mouth open in a frozen, soundless gasp. It was human-like, but only in the way that a statue made by someone who had heard of humans might be. The proportions were off. The arms were too long. The forearms stretched a little beyond what looked comfortable. The shoulders sat too high, crowding the neck. The ribs under the mineral crust made ridges that were almost, but not quite right. Strands of something spilled down from the head, frozen mid-fall. At first, Eli thought they were part of the rock, some kind of mineral vein. But as he raised his beam and narrowed the light, he saw color there. Faint, muted under stone dust, but unmistakable. Red. The strands were crusted over, stiff with buildup, but the underlying hue was a deep, rusty red. They hung like hair that had once been alive and then had been trapped under slow dripping rock for a very, very long time. One arm jutted out far enough that part of the hand was exposed. It pressed against the rock as if pushing away. Fingers splayed. There were 6 of them, 6 long fingers, each the same length, arranged in an unnatural fan. The joints were knotted, the knuckles too pronounced, the bones underneath too thick. The nails at their tips were worn flat and chipped, not sharp, as if they had spent countless years scraping against unyielding stone. Statue, someone said. The word was more wish than conclusion. Has to be. Some old, I don't know, cult thing. People carve weird stuff. Since when do villagers haul statues down into a hole? Another replied, voice taut. And what kind of statue gets grown over like that? Rock doesn't just pick a shape. It's a formation, the team leader said, trying to sound decisive and landing somewhere short. Water, mineral deposits. We've all seen pictures from caves, columns and curtains and things. The brain fills in what it wants to see. Eli listened to them argue, words bouncing back in doubled echoes, overlapping with themselves. Their voices seemed small against the unmoving mass in the wall. He stepped a little closer, careful of his footing. The thing's face was half obscured by stone crust, but enough of it was visible to unsettle. The cheekbones were too high, the jaw too long. The open mouth revealed no teeth, only a shadowed cavity. The eye sockets were deep and crowded by the jut of bone above them. It had the look of something caught mid-struggle, the way a drowning person might look frozen in clear ice, motion implied, never completed. "Somebody's idea of a joke," Danvers said, the words tripping over themselves. "Drag a mannequin down here, cover it in plaster, scare the next guys who come in. We should leave a sign. Nice try." He chuckled weakly. The second echo of his laugh came back thinner, like someone imitating him from a distance. "Yeah," Moss said quickly. "Maybe we're on a hidden art tour. Next we'll see a cave painting of a smiley face." The humor hung in the air, then fell. The deeper sounds of the rift pressed in. Eli could still feel, under everything else, that slow, patient rhythm he had heard from above, a near subsonic pulse that had no clear source. It seemed to vibrate in the rock under his boots, in the rope lines along the wall, in the air, in his lungs. "Let's get what we need and move," the team leader said. "Photos, positions, note the formations. Then we keep looking for our people." One of the soldiers stepped closer to the half-buried chest, lifting his flashlight. The beam slid up over the mineral-crusted torso, tracing the ridges and cracks, pausing on the red-streaked strands. When the light swept across the center of the chest, something answered. A low sound came from deep within the wall. It was not loud. It was almost gentle. A soft, grinding crack, like ice on a frozen lake, shifting under a new weight. The kind of noise rocks made when they were being asked to move and were considering whether to agree. Dust rained down from the ceiling in a fine mist. Tiny fragments of stone pattered against shoulders and helmets, ticking like insect feet. The soldier with the flashlight froze, beam locked on the thing's body. "Eli," he said, voice thin. "Tell me that was just rock settling. Tell me that's normal." Eli stared at the chest. For a heartbeat, for two, nothing seemed to change. The shape remained the same, the curves and edges of the mineral shell unchanged. He almost convinced himself the sound had been his imagination. Then he saw it. The chest moved. Not much. Not with any dramatic cracking or bursting. Just a fraction of an inch. Outward and then back. A tiny expansion and release. The stone surface bulged so slightly that if he had not been staring directly at it, he might have missed it entirely. It was not collapse. It was not a chunk falling away. It was the subtle, unmistakable motion of a shallow breath. For a second, after the chest moved, no one did anything at all. The air seemed to hesitate in the rift, thickening around them. Eli felt the fine hairs inside his ears prickle. Then the pressure shifted. His ears popped like he had just gone up in a fast elevator. A moment later, the radios on their vests squealed in unison. A brief, shrill burst of feedback that made everyone flinch. The sound cut off as quickly as it had come. The background static on the net flattened to a thin, useless hiss. "Everyone back," the team leader snapped, voice cracking down the doubled echoes. "Now! Fall back to the rope line. Do it slow. Do it clean." No one moved. All eyes were on the wall. The thing breathed again. This time, the movement was larger. The mineral crust along its chest and shoulders groaned softly, hairline fractures racing outward like lightning across ice. Little puffs of dust spat from the cracks, drifting down in pale curtains. The shoulders shifted under the stone, rolling minutely, as if testing long, stiff joints. Rock did not move like that. Rock did not flex. A sharp crack split the air. A slab of mineral buildup along one shoulder gave way and slid off, breaking into smaller pieces when it hit the ledge. Shards skittered across the floor, ringing in high, glassy notes, then toppled over the edge and vanished into the dark below. "Contact!" someone yelled, the word bursting out of him. Pure reflex. "Contact! Contact!" The spell broke. Several rifles came up at once, muzzles swinging toward the emerging shape. Triggers tightened, training colliding hard with ancient animal fear. "Hold!" the team leader started. The first shot went off before he finished the word. The muzzle flash punched a brief, brutal flower of light into the close air. The gunshot slammed against the rock and came back in overlapping blasts, the echoes piling on top of each other until it sounded like a whole squad firing at once. The others followed. Rounds smashed into the half-rock, half-flesh form embedded in the wall. Sparks jumped where bullets struck stone, bright white bursts that briefly overexposed the thing's twisted outline. Where the rounds hit exposed material, the impact sounded different. A wet, heavy thud under the ricochet, as if something softer lay just beneath the mineral shell. Chunks of crust flew off, clattering to the ledge and bouncing away. Dust thickened the air, turning the beams of their flashlights into solid, ghostly spears. "Control your fire," the leader shouted, but his voice was shredded by the roar of gunshots and their own multiplied echoes. The radios crackled uselessly, the scream of feedback threatening to return with every burst. Eli forced his weapon up, but did not squeeze the trigger. He could not tear his eyes away from the giant's head. The face, now that more of it was visible, was worse up close than it had been at a distance. The stone cracked along one side of the skull, flakes falling away to reveal skin that was not really skin. More like something between old leather and weathered bark, stretched tight over broad, wrong bones. The cheekbones jutted high, the jawline too heavy. The eyes did not glow. There was no dramatic supernatural shine, no theatrical light. They were dull, deep set, the color of old water in a well that had not seen daylight in a long time. They did not snap open. They did not focus. They simply existed in the half-dark, cloudy, and still, as if they were considering whether looking at the world was worth the effort. When its mouth opened fully, it did not roar. The jaw unhinged with a series of popping cracks, small flakes of stone breaking loose around the hinge. The sound that escaped was low and grinding, like a long exhale forced through layers of gravel. It was the noise of stones turning at the bottom of a deep well, of rock slipping slowly down a slope, of something heavier than air moving out of a place it had occupied for too long. The breath washed over them in a gust that was not wind, but had texture like wind. It carried a density that made the fine dust in the air swirl and settle in new patterns. Eli tasted copper on his tongue again, stronger now, with an undercurrent of something older and stale. Shouts overlapped gunfire. "Back, back, back!" "It's coming off. Left flank, left!" Shards of rock continued to hit the floor, sliding and bouncing, some skidding under boots and making the footing treacherous. A piece struck Eli's shin, the impact thudding dully through his knee pad. The sound it made when it rolled away was delicate and almost pretty against the thunder of weapons. The creature's left arm jerked. The six-fingered hand that had been half exposed clenched, stone crust cracking along the knuckles like old paint. The fingers spread again, wider this time, each joint popping in tiny, sharp reports. With a slow, ripping pull, the arm tore itself free of the wall. Stone that had grown around it for who knew how long shattered and fell in chunks, revealing pale corded muscle underneath, twisted around bones that looked thicker, denser than they should. Veins, or something like them, sat just under the surface, dark and sluggish. The freed hand swung down toward the ledge, moving with more control than anything that size should have. The fingers gouged into the canyon floor as they landed, long nails scraping along the rock and digging furrows into it as easily as a fingertip dragging through wet clay. Eli felt the vibration in his boots as the hand landed. The ledge shivered, a subtle tremor that ran up through his legs and into his spine. "Fall back!" the team leader bellowed, voice ragged. "To the rope! Move! Move!" Commands collided with the grinding breath, with the slam of shots, with the high, nervous calls of men whose training was fighting with their urge to turn and scramble up any way they could. Some of the rounds still sparked uselessly off the thick stone sheath, clinging to the creature's lower body. Others sank into patches where the mineral crust had broken away, darkening the surface with spreading, almost black stains that seeped slowly, as if even whatever flowed inside this thing had forgotten how to move quickly. The giant's head lolled forward. It hung there for a heartbeat, chin dropping toward its chest, strands of red, stone-crusted hair tumbling forward like stiff ropes. Dust sifted off in lazy trails, catching the flashlight beams. Then, with a creaking that sounded like an old door dragged up from underwater, it lifted again. Eli had the terrible intuition that if its eyes ever truly focused, something would change that could not be changed back. The grinding exhale turned into something else, not a roar, but a deeper, more drawn-out sound, like a building sighing under strain. The pitch of it slid along the stone, vibrating in the walls. Tiny cracks spread out from the edges of the ledge beneath its hand. The second arm strained inside the rock, fissures spiderwebbing along its buried outline. More chunks broke off, hammering the floor with heavy, drum-like impacts. "Mercer, move!" Someone snapped near his ear, hand grabbing his vest and pulling him a step back. Eli staggered, caught himself, kept his rifle up more as a shield than a weapon now. His mind was trying and failing to fit this into any category that gave him a script. The creature planted its freed hand more firmly, fingers biting deeper into the canyon floor. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion that sent a new set of cracks racing outward, it pushed. Its upper body peeled away from the wall with a series of wet, tearing sounds and dry scrapes. Stone that had fused to whatever passed for its skin sheared, leaving jagged shards sticking to its shoulders and ribs like pieces of broken armor. Debris rained down in heavier sheets now, clanging off helmets, bouncing into the rift, vanishing into the dark with delayed echoes. For a single, suspended moment, Eli thought it was going to fall toward them. Instinct screamed that this was the direction large things went when gravity noticed them. Down, onto the ledge, over everything that stood beneath. Instead, it moved in the opposite direction. With a motion that looked horribly practiced, the giant heaved itself not toward the team, but upward. It pushed off the ledge with the freed arm, its hand gouging deeper into the rock and leaving a set of deep parallel trenches. The movement was not graceful, but it was efficient. Muscle and stone working together in a way that suggested this was not the first time it had done something like this. Its other arm tore free in the same motion, fingers slamming higher up into the rift wall, finding purchase among cracks and outcrops. The immense body followed, dragging itself along the vertical surface like a grotesque climber. For something so large, it moved with disturbing speed. Not fast in human terms, but fast in the way glaciers should never be. The rock under its hands and knees did not crumble as much as deform, accepting its weight with only minor protest. It did not pause to look back at them. It did not swipe or lash out. It went up and up and up, using the canyon wall like a staircase only it could see. As Eli watched, neck craned, spots of light from their flashlights jittering along its scarred outline, a single thought pressed against the inside of his skull with cold certainty. This thing had a destination, and climbing out of holes was just the way it liked to start. Dust turned the air into something they had to chew through. It hung in thick sheets, lit into strange, shifting patterns by the bouncing beams of their headlamps. The rock wall and the rift floor faded in and out of view, as if the world itself were blinking too slowly. Through it, the creature moved. Slower now, but still moving. Most of the stone crust that had encased it was gone, shattered away by gunfire and its own thrashing against the walls. Large patches of its body were exposed, if body was the right word for what lay underneath. The skin did not look like skin. It looked like scar tissue that had never healed properly, layered over the trunk of an old tree. Ridged and pale, it carried the texture of bark grown over something that had burned once and then refused to die. Lines ran along its length, some straight, some spiraling, like growth rings distorted by impact. It did not roar. The only sound it made was that grinding noise, stone on stone, like a mill turning with broken teeth. Sometimes it came out on what might have been an exhale. Sometimes it rumbled up from somewhere deeper, vibrating in the rock under their boots. It filled the spaces between gunshots, a heavy, mechanical groan that made the hairs on Eli's arms stand up under his sleeves. The fight had already escaped anything that resembled doctrine. There were no clean fire lines now, no perfect wedges, no barked commands that everyone could actually hear in full. There was just survival in a narrow band of stone, men trying to stay out of each other's line of sight, while also not being in front of something that should not have existed. "Left! Left! Get off its..." someone shouted. The rest of the sentence drowned out by a volley of shots. Eli shoved himself sideways, shoulders slamming into the rough rock of the rift wall. Dust ground between his cheek and the stone, filling his nostrils with grit and the taste of mineral and copper. He coughed once, the sound swallowed immediately by the chaos. The creature's arm scythed through the air where he had been a second before. The six-fingered hand smashed into the ledge, claws gouging new trenches into the stone. Chips flew, stinging his neck and jaw. The impact made the whole shelf shudder, throwing a tremor through his bones. To his right, one of the soldiers, Sanchez maybe, Eli thought dimly, or Harper. Names were slipping, was not as lucky. The massive hand caught him by the lower leg, wrapping around his calf like a trap. There was a horrible, brief second where the man's body registered what had happened, arms pinwheeling, eyes wide. Then the creature swung him. He hit the wall with a sickening, heavy crack, the sound of body and gear and bone colliding with unforgiving rock. His helmet took part of it, shattering a chunk out of the front, but the rest of him folded in a way no one should fold. He made a sound, half shout, half air forced from lungs, that was cut off when the giant let go. He crumpled onto the floor of the ledge and did not move. Someone screamed his name. Someone else fired at the hand, rounds sparking off thick, ridged knuckles. tiny bright flares against the pale scar flesh. The grinding breath rolled over the noise, unchanging. "On the joints!" the team leader yelled hoarsely, voice ragged. "Head, elbows, knees, make it stop moving." Eli forced himself forward, almost into the creature's shadow. His boots slid for a moment in dust and something wet before he found purchase. He brought his rifle up, the stock snug into the pocket of his shoulder, cheek welded to the butt. He focused on the nearest joint, the bend of one knee, where the mineral crust had broken away to reveal something like tendon bunching around a knobbly hinge. It was as good a target as any. He squeezed the trigger. The recoil thumped into his shoulder, familiar and grounding in a way that nothing else in this moment was. The weapon bucked, hot brass ejecting in a steady rhythm, bouncing off the stone at his feet with sharp metallic pings. Casings skittered across the ledge, some dropping over the side, their impacts fading into the depths below. Dust leapt in little puffs where rounds hit, some biting into softer material, some sparking off harder plates. Dark fluid oozed from a few of the impacts, thick and reluctant, as if dragged out rather than spilled. The creature shifted its weight, the leg buckling slightly. The grinding noise changed pitch for a heartbeat, a low hitch in the constant churn. To his left, another soldier, Danvers this time, close enough that Eli could see the strain around his eyes, stepped in closer than anyone wanted to be. He raised his rifle and aimed directly at the thing's head. At this range, the creature's features were too large to take in all at once. One eye drifted out of shadow for a second, cloudy and unfocused, the iris a faded muddy color that spoke of long disuse. Its open mouth revealed not rows of sharp teeth, but blunt, worn surfaces, ridges flattened by who knew how many years of grinding against unyielding things. The sight of those teeth, the way they looked more like old, eroded stones than anything meant for tearing, hit some part of Eli's mind harder than claws or size. This thing was built to chew time. Danvers squeezed the trigger and did not let go. The rifle roared on full auto, muzzle flash strobing his face into a series of frozen masks. Fear, determination, something bordering on hysteria. The shots ripped into the giant's face, sending chips of stone and ragged chunks of that scarbark skin flying. Each impact made the head jerk minutely, features snapping into slightly different arrangements as if it were cycling through expressions too slowly to read. Hot brass flew in an arc, some shells bouncing off the creature's chin, some pinging off the wall inches from Eli's shoulder, one clinking sharply against his helmet and dropping into his collar. He felt the brief, searing kiss of its heat against his skin before it slid down his back. The grinding sound faltered, not entirely, not yet. But there was a fracture in it now, a hitch like a machine whose gears had begun to chip. The giant's arm swept out again, slower this time, fingers clawing at empty air rather than at men. The 6 long digits scraped along the rock, leaving new gouges that bled dust. One finger caught on a protrusion and bent further back than it should have, a crack like a snapping branch echoing through the rift. It staggered. That was what the movement looked like in the end. Not some grand, inhuman contortion, but a stumble, a misstep. Its left knee buckled, unable to bear its own mass now that the joint had been chewed by gunfire. The leg crumpled inward, dragging part of its body with it. The massive torso tilted. For a second, it looked like it might fall sideways, crushing everyone on the ledge under a sudden avalanche of meat and rock. Men ducked instinctively, bodies hunching, arms coming up to shield heads. Instead, the creature's remaining strength flickered one last time. It threw its other arm out, fingers splayed, grasping at nothing. The hand raked at the air, then the wall, claws gouging shallow trenches that did not help. It clawed for purchase and found none. More rounds tore into it. Eli kept firing in controlled bursts now, his mind counting rounds in a mechanical part of his brain that still obeyed numbers, even as another part tried to run screaming in circles. Each shot laid another small hammer blow, another chip, another dark splash along the pale ridges. The grinding breath grew uneven. It wheezed now, the sound of stone trying to turn without enough power. Longer pauses opened between pulses, like the space between heartbeats stretching. The giant sank. There was no dramatic slow-motion fall, no flailing arms. It went down like something that had had its strings cut. One moment, it was hunched there, huge and terrible. One knee buckled, one arm outstretched toward a rock that did not care. The next, it simply stopped. The body froze mid-motion. Torso tilted, head turned a fraction to one side as if listening for something that never answered. Dust drifted around it in slow, lazy swirls, settling onto its ridged skin and the jagged remnants of its stone shell. The grinding sound cut off halfway through an exhale. No tapering, no fade. The noise just ended, like a switch flipped, leaving the unfinished breath hanging in their memory rather than in the air. For a heartbeat, there was nothing. Then the echoes arrived. Gunfire bounced back from the walls, delayed reports rolling up and down the rift like distant thunder. Each shot replayed itself in smaller and smaller versions, bouncing off new surfaces as if the rock were reluctant to let the sound go. Eli lowered his weapon, barrel trembling slightly. His ears rang. His mouth tasted of dust and metal and the ghost of that grinding breath. Around him, men panted, some laughing shakily, some silent. Someone sobbed once, a single sharp sound, then clamped it down. The giant stayed where it was, frozen in a posture that suggested it had been trying very hard to go somewhere else and had simply been told no. It did not twitch. It did not shudder. It did not do any of the things dying animals did when their bodies fought the inevitable. It looked less like something that had just been killed and more like something that had been switched off. For a long moment, no one trusted the silence. It lay over the ledge and the rift like dust, layering itself on top of the last echoes of gunfire, muting even the faintest noises. Eli could hear his own breath in his chest, ragged and too loud, each inhale scraping against a throat dried by dust and adrenaline. Someone flicked their weapon selector to safe. The small mechanical click sounded indecently sharp, a needle stab of noise in the muffled air. Others followed, a scattered series of ticks and snaps, like insects trying to start a conversation and thinking better of it. A rock, loosened somewhere above by the shaking and the shots, clattered down the wall. It bounced once, twice, each impact dull, then dropped into the darkness beyond the edge. The faint echo of its final landing came back much later, a soft punctuation to the end of their frenzy. "Sound off," the team leader said. His voice was hoarse, the usual command tone frayed. Loud and clear. They answered one by one, some voices strong, some shaking. Names, ranks, quick status checks. A name went unanswered. Eyes flicked toward where Sanchez, or Harper, or whoever had been caught and swung, lay crumpled. Two men moved that way, slowly, as if the air were thick, kneeling beside the body. A brief, strained murmur followed, too low for Eli to fully catch. One of them made the sign of the cross over the still form. The gesture was small and quick, and looked almost embarrassed in this place. Next to Eli, someone whispered a prayer under their breath in a language that did not belong to any official briefing. The words were soft and hurried, tumbling out in a rhythm that had lived in that person's bones long before they had ever put on a uniform. The giant did not move. They approached it like you approached a live mine, slowly, half expecting it to go off again at any second. Up close, stripped of most of its stone shell, it looked less like a myth and more like a mistake. Something that had started as an idea of a human shape and had been exaggerated, stretched, battered, and patched over too many times. The smell hit them first. It was intensely metallic, like standing inside a blood-soaked armory. Underneath that, there was the dense, cold scent of wet rock, mineral and heavy. And under that, barely there but unmistakable, was something animal. Not the sharp, dirty reek of a predator, not the sour musk of fear, but the deep, old smell of a body that had slept in its own weight for a very long time. Eli's stomach turned once, a slow roll. He breathed shallowly through his mouth, but the taste of it still crept in, clinging to the back of his tongue. The six-fingered hand nearest him lay half-curled on the stone, palm up, as if waiting for something to be placed in it. Each finger was thick at the base and narrowed toward the tips, the joints knobbly and rough. The nails were not talons the way his mind had expected, no glossy, perfect hooks, but worn, chewed-looking slabs of keratin. They were chipped and uneven, the edges rounded by long, repetitive contact with hard surfaces. It looked like this thing had spent an unthinkable amount of time scraping at stone, picking at barriers, worrying at its own prison. He followed one arm up with his eyes. Across its forearms and shoulders, the ridged bark skin was scored with old scars. Not the fresh, jagged wounds of their recent fight, but pale, sunken lines that had healed and then been broken open and healed again. Some were straight, like cuts from blades. Others were circular, pitted depressions that looked like the ghosts of impacts. Something else had hurt this before, more than once, a long time ago. The eyes, half-lidded, stared at nothing now. Up close, they looked like dried mud in a riverbed. The surface was cracked, fine fractures radiating out from a cloudy center. There was no light in them, no residue of glow. Just a flat, dull depth that made it hard to tell exactly where they were looking, even in death. "Jesus," someone whispered. "What did this fight?" "Doesn't matter anymore," the team leader said, too quickly. "What matters is we're alive. It's down. That's the end of that." Nobody contradicted him out loud. The Rock, however, held on to the question. They worked through their next motions on autopilot, clinging to procedures like handholds on a cliff. Perimeter, sectors, check ammo, check injuries. Heads counted again. Coordinates taken, time logged. The radio crackled as the leader keyed his mic, voice slotting itself back into the clipped official cadence that sounded almost alien in the rift. "Greymouth, this is recovery team. We have engaged and neutralized an unidentified large hostile entity inside grid." He rattled off the numbers, each one precise. Multiple KIA from Echo 1 confirmed. 1 KIA our side. Area currently secure. Requesting immediate extraction guidance and additional assets for containment and recovery. Over. Static hissed back for a moment. Then a reply came in, tinny and distant. "Recovery team, copy your last. Say again, unidentified entity. clarify nature of contact. Over. The leader's jaw flexed. He glanced at the hulking form on the ledge, at its impossible proportions, its scarred skin, the gouges its fingers had left in the stone. Target was large, humanoid, heavily armored, he said carefully. Possible enemy use of improvised armor systems or restricted materials. Details to follow. Over. Clean words, stackable words, something a report could digest. Copy, the voice said, after a pause. Hold position. We're working on a bird. Maintain security. Over. Roger that, the leader replied, the phrase polished smooth by repetition. Recovery team out. The conversation ended with a click that sounded too final. Around the edges of the official talk, the quieter stories were starting already. One of the interpreters, who had stayed higher up on the rope line but seen enough, spoke low to a soldier beside him, voice carrying just enough that Eli caught pieces of it. They talk about this in the villages, the man said. Not this exactly, but close. My grandfather called them the ones left inside. The takers. They took more than they gave, so they were put down in the earth, locked away, to cool. Another soldier snorted, but it was a tired sound. Well, someone lost the key, he said. They say if the ground hums, the interpreter went on, you don't stay. You go. You leave whatever you brought. You don't look back. Eli thought of the glass nest, of the hum in the valley, of laughter on the radio, and blue lights climbing a hill. He looked at the giant again and tried not to imagine how many times it might have climbed out of holes before this one. How many times something like it had been pushed back, injured, scarred, forced to sleep. Pack up, the leader said. We're not camping down here. Leave markers for the next team. Pictures, measurements, whatever intel we can grab on the way out. But we are moving. Men began to back away from the fallen creature, reluctantly turning their backs on it. Packs were adjusted, ropes checked, helmets bumped lightly as bodies moved in close proximity on the narrow ledge. Eli took one last look at the six-fingered hand nearest him, the nails worn to blunt misery, and then turned toward the rope line. His radio was on a secure channel now, short range, line of sight, set for team-only comms. The main net was quiet in his earpiece, just a low, familiar hiss. He took a step. The hiss deepened. It was subtle at first, a thickening under the static, like someone had layered a low note beneath it. He frowned, fingers moving automatically to adjust the volume. The hum rose. Not as loud as in the valley above the village, not as all-consuming, but there, a bass vibration slipping under the ordinary radio noise, tickling the edges of his hearing. Then, riding on top of it, thin and sharp as a needle, came laughter. Not full, open laughter, the giggling kind. The kind children made when they were hiding on a staircase, trying not to get caught. High-pitched and breathy, it tumbled over itself, echoing like it was coming from the end of a long tiled hallway. It lasted only a second or two, just long enough for him to recognize it. The sound from the glass nest. From the night the river laughed. It skittered across his nerves, then cut off mid-giggle, leaving the low hum for one more heavy heartbeat. And then that, too, faded back into ordinary static, as if someone a long way away had just turned their head in his direction, and for now decided to look elsewhere. They did not have to wait long. That alone put everyone on edge. Extraction was usually a negotiation with time and airframes, with weather and other priorities stacked higher on someone's invisible list. This time, the reply had been unnervingly quick. "Bird inbound. Stand by," the radio had said, as if the decision had already been made before they ever called. The sound of the helicopter reached them before the machine itself did. It came in as a low, distant thumping that climbed up through the rift. The steady whomp-whomp of heavy rotors cutting the air. The vibration slid down the stone walls, through boots into bones, a familiar rhythm in a place where nothing else felt familiar anymore. Eli stood near the upper anchoring point of the rope line when the aircraft skimmed into view above the jagged lip of the rift. It was not one of the usual birds he saw shuttling people and supplies between outposts. The silhouette was wrong, sleeker in some places, bulkier in others, an extra bulge of equipment along one side that he could not identify. The paint was darker too, a matte finish that drank light instead of reflecting it. There were no visible unit markings, no cartoon mascots or hand-painted slogans, just numbers he did not recognize, and a small, stenciled warning near the rear door that the wind whipped too much for him to read. It settled over the rift with practiced ease, side doors already open. The rotor wash hit them in a hard slap, flattening clothing, throwing dust into sudden storms along the rock. Loose stones skittered across the ledge, ticking against boots and equipment. The men who came down on the fast ropes did not look like anyone from Greymouth. Their uniforms were close enough, a familiar cut, familiar colors, but the details were wrong. No unit patches, no names on their chests. Their faces were mostly hidden behind tinted eyewear and scarves pulled up over mouths and noses. One had a headset with a boom mic that looked expensive and out of place against the rough stone, the kind of thing meant for clean rooms and flight decks, not rifts and dust. They moved with a clipped economy that suggested practice, but not the same kind Eli saw every day. They did not waste motion. They did not look around much. Their eyes, what he could see of them behind lenses, went from the ledge to the fallen creature and stayed there. "Who are they?" one of Eli's team murmured, voice mostly lost under the chop of the rotors. "Logistics," another said, with the kind of sarcasm that only shows up when everyone knows they do not know. The newcomers did not introduce themselves. They did not ask what had happened in any detail. One of them, a man with gray at his temples and mirrored lenses, took a brief statement from the team leader in short, pointed questions. Number of personnel, number of casualties, sequence of events in broad strokes. He did not write anything down. Then they went to work on the body. Up close, even with its joints shattered and its form slumped, the thing was immense. It lay partially on the ledge and partially against the wall, limbs twisted in unnatural rest. The men with no patches circled it, measuring with their eyes, speaking to each other in short, technical phrases that did not carry fully over the noise. Load-bearing point here. Secondary harness around the thoracic mass. We do not want it spinning. Keep the center low. A set of heavy-duty straps came down from the helicopter's belly on thick metal cables, winch motors whining as they paid out. The straps were not standard cargo netting. They were wide, reinforced bands with built-in locking clasps, the kind Eli had never seen outside of training slides about experimental recovery operations. The winch motors had their own particular sound, higher than the rotors, strained, like someone humming through clenched teeth. The cables creaked as they took weight, thin metallic groans that set every nerve on edge. The patchless men got in close to loop the straps around the creature's chest and hips, working with a speed that spoke of familiarity. Their gloved hands moved over the scarred bark skin with professional indifference, adjusting tension, testing balance. One of them had to climb briefly onto the thing's torso to thread a strap under its back. His boots sank a fraction of an inch into flesh that should not have given at all, leaving shallow impressions. As the harness tightened, the body shifted, not on its own. The movement was purely mechanical, weight settling, gravity arguing with equipment. But the sound it made was awful, a long, low rasp of stone and something softer dragging against rock. It scraped along the ledge as the winch took more of the load, leaving dark streaks and fresh gouges. The cables sang under strain, vibrations audible even over the thump of the rotors. The winch motors raised their pitch, complaining, but kept pulling. A couple of the regular soldiers, standing back at a safe distance, did what people did now when reality bent too far. They took out their phones. Eli saw one man raise his device, thumb already moving to frame the shot, expression a mix of disbelief and the numb reflex of documenting the moment for some future when it might feel less unreal. Before he could press the shutter, one of the patchless men was there. He did not shout. He just stepped into the soldier's space, gloved hand closing over the phone with a firm, quiet inevitability. "Handset," he said through his scarf. His voice was flat, giving nothing away. "Now." The soldier hesitated for a fraction of a second, then surrendered the device. The man slipped it into a pouch without another word and moved on. A similar exchange played out near another phone, this one confiscated before it even left a pocket. "No personal photography in the AO," someone from Eli's own side said weakly, trying to turn it into a joke. It did not land. When the straps were finally in place and checked, someone waved up at the helicopter. The winch motors whined louder, cables tightening, metal groaning. The giant's body began to rise. It came off the rock reluctantly, scraping along the wall as if leaving some part of itself behind. The sound was a long, unpleasant drag, like a massive piece of furniture being pulled across a stone floor in a distant room. Chips fell away in slow cascades, clattering down the rift. Dust billowed in clouds, rising in lazy, choking swirls. The bundle swayed once, a slow, pendulous motion that made everyone on the ledge flinch, even though it never came close to them. The patchless men adjusted tension on the guidelines, muscling the load back into line, their boots sliding slightly on the gritty stone. Up above, the helicopter hovered, rotors biting the air, the strain visible in the slight tremor of its frame. The straps and chains formed a crude harness around the creature, crossing over its chest and limbs. The whole mass wrapped in heavy canvas that made its outline less distinct, but did nothing to hide its size. Chains rattled as they were cinched tighter, links scraping against each other with a harsh, grinding jangle that harmonized badly with the whine of the winch. "Lift is good," someone shouted into a headset near Eli, voice almost lost in the mechanical storm. "Package secure. Bring it up." The load climbed. Slowly, inch by inch, the wrapped form rose above the ledge, leaving deep scratches where its weight had pressed into the stone. The cables thrummed with effort. The motors sounded like they were chewing through their own gears. Eli watched it clear the edge of the rift, swinging gently under the helicopter's belly. A massive, awkward bundle of canvas, chains, and something that should have stayed buried. No one on the ground said what they were thinking. that the shape under the coverings was wrong for any human casualty, that nothing about this fit the words that would end up in the official log. "Recovery team, fall back to exfil point," the team leader called. "We are done here." The helicopter began to climb, the rotors digging harder into the air. Wind hammered down on them again, hot and gritty. Dust flew up in a furious ring, stinging eyes and exposed skin. Eli felt the familiar vibration of the aircraft in his chest, the steady thump-thump running through ribs and spine. He had ridden enough birds in enough valleys to know what that felt like. His body recognized the resonance. Under it, something else stirred. It was subtle at first, a faint second beat layered beneath the rotor rhythm. A slower, deeper pulse, almost out of sync. His chest picked it up before his ears did. A low tremor just behind his sternum, as if someone were tapping there from the inside with a soft, heavy finger. The helicopter climbed higher. The bundle swung, now just a dark shape against the washed-out sky, canvas flapping along its edges like tired flags. The extra vibration stayed. It did not match the rotors. It did not change with the aircraft's angle or speed. It sat under everything, a small, stubborn hum. Eli pressed a hand flat against his chest, as if he could quiet it. The feeling remained, steady and patient, riding up out of the rift and into the air with the cargo that no one would mention by name. The flight out felt less like leaving and more like being carried from one sealed space to another. The C-130's cargo bay was a long, dim barrel of metal and straps and strapped-down lives. The floor was latticed with rollers and tie-down points, every piece of gear lashed in place with webbing that hummed faintly as the engines vibrated through it. The overhead pipes and cables rattled in a constant muted clatter, as if the aircraft itself were grinding its teeth. Eli sat on one of the side benches, webbing cutting across his back, knees almost touching the duffel bag opposite. The air was thick with the smells of jet fuel, sweat, rubber, and the faint, sour tang of exhausted men who had gone too long without real sleep. The engines droned on, a continuous thunder that you felt more than heard. It pressed into his chest and lodged behind his cheekbones. Every few minutes, a small turbulence bump would make the entire fuselage flex with a low, complaining groan, like a huge animal shifting in its sleep. The bay was only half full. On one side, ordinary cargo was secured in neat pallets, olive drab containers, boxes stenciled with serial numbers, bundles of equipment wrapped in plastic. On the other, toward the rear, a section had been cordoned off. A heavy tarp hung from a makeshift frame, forming a crude wall across the width of the bay. Yellow tie-down straps ran from its edges to the floor, keeping it from flapping in the draft. Someone had taped a simple sign to one of the support poles, "Do not enter," in block letters, nothing else. There were no markings indicating unit or contents, no labels, just the tarp, dull and featureless, absorbing the weak interior light. He told himself not to stare, that it was just more gear, some sensitive package being ferried to some base with more clearance than he would ever have. But the smell betrayed it. At first, it was just a hint. A thread slipped into the usual stew of aircraft odors. Then, as his nose acclimated to the fuel and metal and sweat, it stood out. Copper, salt, damp stone. The exact same combination that had risen from the rift had clung to his clothes, had settled into his hair. It came in faint waves when the airflow shifted, as if exhaled from behind the tarp in slow, patient breaths. He swallowed, the back of his throat suddenly dry. Across from him, Two soldiers dozed in that half-sleep only people with enough exhaustion and practice could manage. Heads bobbing with each turbulence bump, mouths slack, earplugs stuffed in. Another pretended to read a crumpled magazine, eyes moving, but not seeing. The engines roared on, a white noise that made conversation difficult and thought slippery. At some point, the aircraft hit a patch of rougher air. The deck lurched, everything on it rising and then slamming down in a heavy, collective thump. The webbing cut into his shoulders as the bench flexed underneath him. From behind the tarp, something shifted. It was a deep, singular movement, a heavy object adjusting its weight against constraints. The sound cut through the drone, a long creak of straining straps and a dull, thick thud as mass met metal pallet. Chains rattled once, a brief, chaotic jangle. Everyone in the bay jumped a little, the startle reflex rippling through bodies. One of the sleeping soldiers snapped fully awake, eyes wide, grabbing for the nearest tie-down strap as if the plane itself had decided to roll. Another laughed too quickly, patting his chest with a gloved hand. Turbulence, the guy with the magazine said, more loudly than necessary, as if narrating reality would make it stay in its lane. Just air pockets, happens all the time. The engines did their best to make the explanation the only one. Eli's gaze drifted back to the tarp. A small gap had opened near the bottom corner, where one of the floor straps had loosened slightly. Through it, he could see a sliver of the cordoned-off space behind. Most of it was shadow. But near the center, lit by a stray beam from an overhead light, he saw a massive rectangular mass strapped to the rollers. Layers of canvas were wrapped around it, thick and multiple, overlapping like bandages on a wound. Chains crisscrossed over the coverings, cinched tight, locked to the pallet with heavy hooks. The whole shape was wrong for any standard container. Too irregular, bulging in places where nothing should bulge. He knew that contour now. Even under wraps, the angles of chest and limb and twisted joint were impossible to mistake. As the aircraft rolled minutely with the air, one side of the bundle brushed against the hanging tarp. The contact pressed the canvas covering inward for a moment, creating a clear outline. A hand, large, too human in structure. 6 fingers, each the same length, curled inward as if resting. The pressure made the fabric stretch over the knuckles, tracing the thick bones beneath. Eli's breath hitched. His fingers dug into the bench webbing, gripping hard enough to make his knuckles ache. Someone stepped into his line of sight. A man in a plain uniform stood there, feet planted wide for balance. No flag on his shoulder, no visible rank on his chest. His face was mostly covered by a neck gaiter pulled up over his nose and dark lenses that hid his eyes from the cabin light. He leaned one hand casually against the support pole, body positioned so that Eli's view of the gap was now blocked, as if by accident. "Rougher than usual today," the man said, pitching his voice just loud enough to be heard over the engines. The tone was light, conversational, practiced. "You got earplugs in, Sergeant?" Eli blinked, dragged his focus up to the man's face, or where his face should have been. "Yeah," he said slowly, touching one ear. "I'm good." "Good, good." The man nodded, the movement small. "These cargo flights, people forget. Pressure changes will mess with your hearing if you let them." "You headed home, or just rotating out?" "Home," Eli said. The word felt strange in his mouth, almost theoretical. For a while, anyway. "That's the way," the man replied. "Close your eyes if you can. ride the noise out. We'll be on the ground before you know it." He gave a small, almost friendly clap to the support pole and moved on down the bay, pausing here and there to adjust a strap, to check a latch, to make a brief comment to someone else. His presence swept over the space like a broom, smoothing down any raised questions without ever touching them directly. Eli sat back against the webbing, the engine's drone crawling up his spine. The minutes turned sticky, stretching and folding. Around him, some of the soldiers managed to sleep again, heads lolling, boots bumping gently with each small jolt. Others stared at nothing, eyes glassy, thoughts somewhere between the war they were leaving and the lives they were supposed to return to. Every so often, the cargo behind the tarp would emit a small, unsettling sound. Not as dramatic as the earlier shift, just a faint creak, a little adjustment. Metal on metal, canvas rubbing against chain. The plane hit another patch of turbulence, milder this time. The fuselage shivered, interior fixtures rattling like loose bones. The tarp lifted at the bottom edge, just for a second, disturbed by the rush of air. Eli's eyes were already on it. He did not even pretend to look away. The gap widened enough to show a different part of the wrapped bundle. The rough weave of the canvas caught the light in uneven ridges. Where he knew the creature's head should be, the fabric lay flat, stretched tight over a protrusion that could have been a skull. Right over the place where that long, grinding mouth would sit, the canvas was darker, not stained deep, no dramatic bloom of color, but damp. A patch of fabric slightly darker than the rest, like condensation on a cold surface after a warm breath. He stared at it, heart thudding in a suddenly noticeable way. The tarp dropped back into place as the aircraft leveled out, covering the site again. The engines droned on, vast and indifferent, carrying everything inside them forward through the sky. Stateside, the sounds were all wrong. No rotor wash, no valley wind, no distant gunfire pretending to be background noise. Instead, Eli's days were filled with the artificial hum of climate control and fluorescent lights, the soft clatter of keyboards, the low murmur of other people's conversations leaking through thin office walls. The war had followed him into a maze of beige. He sat in one of a dozen identical plastic chairs in a processing center, the kind of place that could have belonged to any airport, any hospital, any bureaucratic machine. The linoleum floor reflected the overhead lights in dull, scuffed streaks. Posters on the walls told him about resources for reintegration, suicide hotlines, educational benefits, in bright colors that felt faintly insulting. A printer chattered from somewhere behind a partition, spitting out forms in steady, mechanical rhythms. An announcement speaker crackled overhead every so often, informing Staff Sergeant so-and-so to report to Desk 4 that Flight X had been delayed, that someone's vehicle was blocking a loading zone. The desert had been hostile. This place was indifferent. He moved through the stations like a piece of cargo being processed. Medical check, blood pressure cuff tightening around his arm with a soft hiss. A nurse's voice asking rote questions about sleep, appetite, pain. Administrative desk. A civilian in a collared shirt tapping at a keyboard, asking him to confirm his address, his emergency contacts, his banking info. A printer spitting out sheets with his name at the top in black ink, lines to sign at the bottom. Debrief room. He sat at a table with a laminated surface, his reflection warped and pale in it. Across from him, a major whose fatigues looked like they had never known dust-checked items on a list with a ballpoint pen. Engagement on this date, the major said, glancing up. Recovery mission for Echo 1. You were attached to the team. Casualty count is recorded here as 8 KIA in the missing patrol, 1 KIA in your recovery element. Cause of death? Enemy ambush in rough terrain. Does that match your understanding, Sergeant Mercer? Rough terrain. Eli's mind flashed, unbidden, the rift yawning open in the plateau, the giant's chest moving under stone, the grinding breath rolling over them like a slow avalanche. Yes, sir, he said. Enemy forces unknown. No confirmed enemy bodies recovered, the major went on. The record lists contributing factors as IED presence, possible small arms fire, unstable geology. Any additions or corrections? Unstable geology. He wondered, for a strange second, what box you checked for. The ground wakes up and tries to leave. No, sir, Eli said. That's what we were told. He signed where he was told to sign. His name duplicated itself across sheet after sheet, becoming less real each time. On the paperwork, he saw there were no giants, no rifts, no mention of cargo that smelled like copper and old stone. The missing patrol existed only as numbers in a column, their names filed under KIA due to ambush and complex terrain. The desert wind in his memory was replaced by the persistent buzz of fluorescent tubes, the hum of vending machines, the rumble of HVAC systems tucked behind ceiling tiles. Even the silence here had a different weight. It was never true silence, just a lowering of the constant mechanical whisper. He met with a psychologist because that was on the checklist too. The office was small and almost aggressively neutral. Pale walls. A plant that might have been real, but looked too perfect. A white noise machine hissed gently in the corner, adding another layer to the new soundscape of his life. The psychologist was kind-eyed, tired in a way he recognized, and very practiced. How have your nights been? She asked, pen held loosely over a pad. Any trouble sleeping? Sometimes, Eli said. What happens when you try to sleep? She prompted. He thought of the hum in the valley, of radio laughter, of giggles in his headset that no one else claimed to hear, of a tarp on a C-130 lifting just enough to show damp canvas over the place a mouth should be. Just the usual stuff, he said. Dreams, old patrols, people who did not come back. She nodded, as if checking a familiar box. Flashbacks? Nightmares? Do you feel like you're back there when you wake up? Sometimes, he admitted. She gently steered him toward the expected terrain. They talked about roadside bombs, about the first time he had seen someone bleeding out in the dirt, about the feeling of being too far from cover. They talked about guilt, about choices that felt small at the time and large afterward, about the wideness of the sky over the base at night when he could not sleep. Once, he tried to take a step toward the thing that sat behind all of it. There was this other mission, he said slowly. Recovery. We found something down in a crack in the rock. It was not like anything I had ever seen. Her eyes softened in a way he had seen before, when people thought they recognized the shape of a thought. Sometimes our brains turn memories into symbols when they are too much to process all at once, she said. We might remember the terrain itself as threatening, or feel like the earth was against us. Can you tell me what it felt like in your body at the time? He thought of 6 fingers digging into stone as if it were clay, of a giant chest moving under his rifle sights, of the taste of metal in his mouth when the grinding breath washed over him. Felt like I wanted to leave, he said. She smiled gently. That sounds very human. Every time he nudged at the edges of the story that did not fit any acceptable mold, the conversation bent itself back toward safer forms. Trauma, hypervigilance, moral injury, survivor's guilt. There were names for all of those. There were pamphlets. There were no pamphlets for, we shot something that had already been buried once, and then they wrapped it up and flew it away. After a few sessions, he stopped trying to say it out loud. The story stayed where it had started that first night at the kitchen table, years later. The one he told only to the dark and the microphone. It lived in his head, like a room he visited when he could not sleep. The details replaying in high definition. The echo inside the glass nest. The pale figure in the village. The rift. The giant's puppet still collapse. Life layered other things on top. He got a small apartment in a city that had too many lights. He took a job that involved warehouses and inventories and numbers that at least stayed in their lanes. He learned the sound of traffic at 2:17 a.m., the distant wail of trains, the thin laughter of drunk people outside bars. He collected small, ordinary rituals. Coffee in the morning, TV murmuring in the background at night, calls to family that skirted everything important in favor of weather and sports. Years passed. On a Tuesday that felt like any other, he found himself sitting at his kitchen table again, the same way he had on the first night he had spoken into the USB microphone. The table was different now, heavier and less wobbly. The lamp was better. The dark circles under his eyes, however, still knew their way around his face. The internet glowed bluish on his laptop screen, a familiar, endless scroll. He drifted through news articles, videos, message boards, anything to avoid the quiet in his own head. He ended up, as people did, in the forgotten corners. Obscure forums with outdated layouts, threads with titles that tried too hard or not enough. One thread caught his eye. Weird cargo stories. Air crew only, no BS, the title said. The posts were short, scattered accounts of odd things people claimed to have seen in transport bays. Most were easily explained. Mislabeled crates, equipment from units that did not officially exist, the occasional animal that had gotten loose. He almost clicked back. Then he saw a comment farther down, a reply in smaller text, almost an afterthought. Not aircrew, it began. Just a passenger once, years ago. C-130 out of location redacted. Pallet in the back, cordoned off with tarp. The worst smell I have ever known. Metal and salt and something like wet rock. Chains everywhere, and a hand pushing up under the canvas that did not look human. 6 fingers, all the same length. I still hear it when I try to sleep. Thought I was crazy, TBH. But there was one reply to it. Just 3 words. Yeah, me too. Eli stared at the screen. The engine drone of a long-ago flight suddenly loud in his ears again, even though the only sound in his apartment was the faint hum of his refrigerator. The story in his head shifted, just slightly. He was not the only one who had watched something impossible vanish behind official language and heavy canvas. Not the only one who had felt the low hum under ordinary noise and wondered if the earth had really finished with what it kept inside. The fridge cycles again, a soft mechanical sigh that rises just high enough to be noticed and then settles back into the background. Outside the thin apartment wall, a car rolls past, tires whispering over damp asphalt. Somewhere farther off, a train horn calls once, low and mournful, the sound stretched thin by distance and glass. On the kitchen table, The digital clock glows 3:40 a.m. in tired red numbers. Eli sits the way he has been sitting for hours now, elbows on the table, shoulders slightly hunched, the USB microphone standing between him and the small laptop like a patient listener. The lamp above him throws a circle of warm light on wood, cable, and his hands. Beyond that circle, the rest of the apartment is shadow and soft outlines. The recording software on his screen is still rolling. The waveform creeps along as a slow, jagged line, punctuated by his voice and the occasional background noise. The file length ticks upward in minutes that feel both very long and not quite real. He clears his throat quietly, the sound small against the constant sigh of the fridge. The movement makes the green level bar jump for a second. "So," he says, and his own voice sounds different to him through the headphones, tired but steady. "If you are still here, on the other end of this thing, I guess I should actually tie it together, or try." He pauses, listening to the apartment breathe. "The glass nest was the first one," he goes on. "At least the first thing I could not cram into the usual boxes. Radios acting like they were picking up a children's playground at the bottom of a well. Blue lights that climbed uphill. Silence that felt not empty, but full of something that did not want us there." The waveform on the screen rises and falls as he speaks, peaks and valleys sketching a visual echo of his rhythm. "That night, I told myself it was stress," he says. "Heat, nerves. Radios do weird things. Brains do weirder things. Everyone has at least one story from deployment that sounds insane if you say it out loud, so I did not say it out loud." He breathes in, breathes out, letting the microphone catch both the inhale and the glossy little click of his tongue. "Then came the village on the ledge," he continues. "Echo 6. The hum you could feel in your teeth. People below us panicking at something we could not see. A pale, whatever it was, moving between houses like it was walking through bad reception. I saw it pass through a wall. I watched it turn its head toward where we were hiding, and I felt it know the exact square meter of rock I was lying on. Outside, a car door slams somewhere in the parking lot, muffled and distant, like a hand clapped over a mouth. I told myself that could be a trick of light too," he says. "Heat shimmer, bad optics, story creep, until we went back and found the village empty. Doors open, bullet holes in every direction. No bodies, just pieces. Drag marks that went nowhere. Things melted into places they should not have been. Like the world glitched for a few minutes and then pretended it had not." He runs a thumb along the edge of his coffee mug, finding a small chip in the ceramic with the pad of his finger. "And then the rift," he says softly. "The missing patrol. The crack in the plateau that smelled like a nosebleed. A thing down there that had already been buried once and had obviously not appreciated the experience." He lets that hang for a beat, listening to the faint hiss in his headphones. "I can still see its hand," he admits. 6 fingers, nails worn down like it had spent years scratching at walls, the way its chest moved under the rock, the sound it made when it breathed. Not a roar, just stone turning over in the dark. A mill someone forgot to turn off. A gust of wind slides along the apartment building outside, making the window glass tremble almost imperceptibly. A neighbor's TV laughs faintly through the wall, then cuts to silence as someone switches it off. The official story for that day says, "Ambush in rough terrain," Eli says. That is what the paperwork says. That is what the major in the debrief room said. That is what the missing patrol's families read in their letters. His jaw tightens for a second, something hard passing behind his eyes. The microphone catches the slight grind of teeth. I am not here to argue with the paper, he says. It does not care. It cannot hear me. The cursor on the recording software blinks in the quiet between his sentences, as if tapping its foot. There are stories the locals tell, he continues after a moment. Ones I ignored when I first got there, because they sounded like folklore, comfort food for people who have to live in haunted geography. He shifts in his chair, the wood creaking softly under him. They talk about giants in the mountains, he says. Different words, different tribes. Some say they were there before anybody else and did not like being crowded. Some say they came later and took more than they were supposed to. The ones my interpreter told me about were called something like the left ones, the ones left inside. He taps lightly on the table, once, twice. The microphone picks up the dull thuds. According to those stories, he says, when people or things take too much, the world puts them away, down in the rock, under the sand, under the water, not killed, just stored. Like bad radio traffic, you mute, but never delete. He lets out a quiet, humorless breath that might almost be a laugh. Then there are the spirits made of smokeless wind, he goes on. The ones whose names I am not supposed to say, so I will not. They live in deserts, in empty places, in radios, in stories. They like to play, to interfere, to talk in voices that are not theirs. He thinks of the giggles in the glass Nest speaker, of the hum that crawled into his bones, of the way his laptop had whispered to him in his own voice. I do not know if what we met in that rift was one of the left ones, or something older, or just something the earth grew on a bad day. He says, I do not know if the thing that laughed on our radios was related to the thing that climbed the wall, or if the pale shape in the village was one of their shadows, or something that hunts them. The fridge clicks into another cooling cycle, the compressor buzz rising and settling again. What I do know, he says, is that all of it lived on frequencies. Sound, vibration, radio, engine noise, the way air hums in a canyon, the way a helicopter's rotors feel in your ribs. He glances at the waveform on the screen, watching his words draw themselves into little mountains and valleys. I think that land has habits, he says quietly, patterns. It reacts when enough noise, enough fear, enough human presence piles up in one place. War is a lot of noise, a lot of fear, a lot of presence. Maybe the things that live under the rock or inside the air pay attention when we show up with all our metal and signals and unresolved ghosts. He looks at the microphone for a moment, as if weighing its small black shape. I am not telling this to convince anyone, he says. I know how it sounds. If I was listening to someone else say it, I would be nodding politely and looking for the exit. He leans back slightly, chair legs squeaking. I am telling it because it has been in my head for years, he says, looping like bad tape. Every time a train horn sounds at night, I hear that grinding breath underneath it. Every time my fridge kicks in, I think of the hum in the valley. Every time a helicopter passes over this city, I remember the weight of that pallet under the floor and the way the canvas over its mouth looked wet. His voice drops a little. Maybe if I put it here, he says, gesturing toward the screen, even though no one can see him. Into the dark, in this little metal tube, on my kitchen table. It will live somewhere else for a while. Maybe that will be enough to let my brain stand down, just a bit. Let the glass nest and the ledge and the rift and the cargo pallet be someone else's problem for a few hours. He goes quiet. The apartment fills the space with its small domestic sounds. The fridge humming, a pipe ticking in the wall, a car rolling through an intersection outside, a siren far away, rising and falling like memory. Eli watches the laptop screen, making sure the software is still recording. The waveform moves steadily left, new space opening on the right. His last words sit as taller peaks. Then the line drops as he falls silent. In the middle of that flat stretch, as he sits there breathing and thinking but not speaking, a small, sharp spike appears. It is brief, a single thin mountain jutting up out of the quiet, too precise to be random static, too narrow to be the fridge or the chair. He frowns, glancing at the microphone. His mouth has not moved. The spike flickers past, already sliding off the right edge of the window, leaving only the knowledge that, for one fraction of a second, something else shared the frequency. Somewhere far from deserts and rifts and mountains, there is a small bedroom and a soft circle of light. Maybe it is yours. A lamp glows on the nightstand, not too bright, tinted a warm yellow that makes the walls feel closer in a good way. The light turns the edges of things softer, the stack of books that you keep meaning to finish, the framed photo that catches just a hint of reflection, the little dust motes drifting through the air like tired fireflies. There is a glass of water waiting within reach, a thin crescent of condensation on the coaster. Next to it, your phone lies face down, its case scuffed in familiar places, the speaker still carrying this voice into the room. A charging cable hangs down like a thin white vine, swaying a little when you shift. Maybe there is a fan in the corner, spinning slow circles, its whir constant and soothing. The air it moves is not desert air, but clean house air, carrying faint traces of detergent and whatever you cooked last week and the shampoo you used this morning. It wraps around you like a blanket that is not trying to prove anything. There might be another person beside you. They're breathing slow and even, weighed down by the same kind of long day. Or a dog curled into the curve of your knees, dreaming small, twitching dreams. Or a cat occupying the exact middle of the mattress in defiance of any known physics. Or maybe the other half of the bed is empty, but familiar, shaped by habit and memory, not hostile at all. A clock ticks somewhere, not loudly, just a small, patient sound, marking seconds that are no longer in a hurry. Outside the window, a car passes on a distant street, tires hissing softly over pavement. Somewhere farther away, another car door shuts. Someone else heading in or out of their own small world. In the middle of all that, this story has been playing through a speaker the size of your palm. You have followed Eli into deserts, into gullies and ledges, into places where the wind felt wrong and the radio laughed at him in voices that were not his own. You have walked with him to the edge of a rift that smelled like blood, watched something too large to be real, try to climb out of the earth and go somewhere it had no business going. And now the desert is gone, the rift is gone, the giant is gone. There is only your room, your lamp, your pillow. You are safe. The cliffs that ate patrols are half a world away, and a long time ago. The glass nest is a ruin on a hill that has never heard your name. The rift in the plateau has closed over into a line on a map that you will never walk on in person. What you have right now are the edges of your blankets tucked around you, the weight of the mattress under your shoulders, the quiet warmth of your own body, doing its best to keep you here. Fear is a strange thing. Sometimes it is a warning system, sharp and necessary, a hand pulling you back from a busy street, a twist in your stomach when a situation feels wrong, a push that says, "Leave now. Do not go into that canyon. Do not walk out onto that ledge." Sometimes, though, fear is just an echo, a sound that started a long time ago when something really was wrong and then never quite stopped. The kind of echo that bounces around inside your mind the way gunfire bounced around those canyon walls, repeating itself softer and softer until it is just a feeling you have when the house is quiet and the lights are low. Eli carried his echoes home in the hum of refrigerators and the rumble of passing helicopters. You carry yours in whatever keeps you up at night. A conversation you wish had gone differently. A loss that never fully settled. A moment that split your life into before and after, even if nobody else noticed. You do not need a rift in a plateau for your world to feel thin in places. People walk through places they do not fully understand all the time. Forests, cities, foreign countries, but also their own memories, their own grief, the back corners of their own minds. The unknown outside is frightening in one way. The unknown inside can feel worse. At least cliffs and canyons have coordinates. There is no map for why your heart speeds up some nights for no clear reason, or why an old embarrassment suddenly walks across your mind like the pale figure between the houses on the ledge. Tonight, though, your world is very small. It is four walls, a ceiling, a floor, and the soft rectangle of your bed. It is the lamp making a little island of light. It is the fan humming its steady, low song. It is your phone finally starting to warm in your hand as the battery works. You are not in a desert, scanning for shapes in a dry riverbed. You are not on a rope over a bottomless crack in the earth. You are not listening to a radio that ignores you and laughs with something else. You are lying down in a place you know. Your skin knows the temperature of this room. Your eyes know the shape of the furniture, even with the lights off. Your ears know how the hallway sounds when the heater kicks in, how the building settles when someone upstairs moves a chair. For a moment, as you are listening, there might be a sound that doesn't feel familiar. A dull knock from the wall, like something heavy shifting in the pipes. A little rattle from the radiator as it decides whether to cooperate. The wind brushing the window in a way that makes the glass hum, just at the edge of hearing. It might, just for a heartbeat, resemble that low hum from the story. Your body notices. It tightens, just a little. Your mind does its job and compares the sound to the ones it remembers, to the canyon, to the rift, to the grinding breath. This is where you get to make a choice. You can let your thoughts follow Eli back down into the crack in the rock, or you can gently turn them toward the room you are actually in. That knock from the wall is just your heater, doing what heaters do in older buildings. The rattle in the pipes is water arguing with metal the way it has for years. The thin vibration in the glass is the wind outside, pushing and pulling at everything it passes, because that is what wind has always done. Tonight, it is only your house settling, your world breathing around you. It is not calling you. It is not asking you to go anywhere. You are allowed to let the hum of your own fan the sigh of your own vents, and the soft, fading sound of this voice be the last things you hear before sleep finally finds you. Eli sits in the same chair, at the same table, in the same pool of lamplight, but the night has shifted around him. The clock on the stove shows a time that barely feels like part of the same day anymore. The red digits lean deeper into morning. The sky outside the window is a darker shade that hints at eventual dawn. The fridge hums on a low cycle. Outside, the city has eased from loud to tired, traffic thinning to the occasional lone car sliding past like a thought that forgot why it came. On the laptop screen, the recording timer keeps counting. The waveform is a long landscape now, peaks and valleys and flat plains of quiet. His voice, captured in glowing blue lines, stretches back over the last hour like a trail he could follow, but does not want to walk again tonight. He looks at the microphone. Anyway, he says softly, the word more exhaled than speech. If you made it through all that, whoever you are, thanks for listening, or watching, or whatever you are doing with this. The mic light stays steady. The software draws his words into new peaks. Maybe you think it is just a story, he goes on. Something I made up to get hits or scare people before bed. There are worse reasons to talk into a mic at 4 a.m. The tiniest hint of a smile crosses his face and is gone. I guess I should at least be honest about what I know for sure, he says. 3 things, that is it. He holds up a hand, even though no one can see it. First, he says, something happened out there that I cannot explain. Not with stress, not with bad equipment, not with tricks of light. I watched a thing breathe that should not have been able to breathe. I heard laughter on channels that were not supposed to carry anything but our own voices. His fingers curl slowly on the table. Second, he continues, the official record will never include it. The paperwork says rough terrain, enemy ambush, unstable geology. It does not say giant. It does not say rift. It does not say 6-fingered hand under canvas on a flight home. It will never say any of that. Maybe it cannot. Maybe that is how the record keeps itself sane. He looks at the laptop screen, at the list of file names stacked neatly in a sidebar, each one a different version of his attempt to speak. Third, he says quietly, I am still allowed to sleep, even if none of it makes sense. Even if there is no clean explanation. Even if those places and those things stay exactly as unsolved as they are right now. I am still allowed to lie down in my own bed and let go of it for a while. The sentence sits in the air between him and the mic, simple and stubborn. He leans forward and clicks the mouse. The recording stops. The waveform freezes. The red circle becomes a square, then nothing. A small window pops up asking him if he wants to save. He does, almost absently, typing a name that means something only to him. The mic light stays on for a beat, then goes dark when he flicks the switch. The absence of its tiny glow makes the kitchen feel slightly larger and slightly more hollow at the same time. Without the headphone feed, the room's real soundscape slips back in. The fridge hum, unsupported by his own voice, sounds softer. The faint rush of plumbing in the wall ticks once and then fades. Somewhere in the building, an elevator doors closes with a distant padded thump. Outside, a car idles at a red light, then rolls away, the sound shrinking to nothing. He closes the laptop with a gentle click. The fan inside whirs for a moment longer, then winds down, leaving only the buzz of the lamp as the highest note in the room. For a few seconds, He just sits there in the quiet. Then he pushes his chair back. The legs scrape softly on the floor. He stands, feeling the weight of the day and the night both pull at him. Heavier than gear, but easier to set down. He pads down the short hallway to the bedroom, socks whispering against the floor. The apartment is small enough that he could cross it in a few strides, but he moves slowly, as if the act of heading toward sleep is something that should not be rushed. The bedroom is darker than the kitchen. Street light leaks in through the blinds in thin stripes, laying pale ladder rungs across the bed. The air in here feels cooler, still carrying the slight warmth of his body from the last time he tried to rest and failed. He closes the door, not all the way, just enough. The soft thud of wood meeting frame is a reassuring, low sound. The mattress receives his weight with a familiar dip. The sheets rustle as he slides under them, fabric cool against his skin. The pillow takes his head like it has been waiting all night for this exact moment. For a while, he lies on his back, staring at the faint patterns on the ceiling made by the fractured streetlight. The building makes its little nocturnal noises around him. The slow crackle of temperature changes in the walls, the distant plumbing rumbling as someone elsewhere in the complex runs water. The gentle tick of the bedroom clock, keeping time that does not care about rifts or reports. His breathing, loud from talking for so long, begins to slow. Inhale, exhale. The rhythm evens out, nudged along by exhaustion more than peace, but moving in the right direction. Outside, another car passes. A dog barks once, twice, then settles. Somewhere much farther away, a siren wails and recedes, leaving his street untouched. The apartment remembers him as he falls asleep. The shape of his body in the mattress, the pattern of his footsteps in the hall, the warmth his presence leaves in the air. The sounds of his day fade into the deeper, slower sounds of his night. Back in the kitchen, the laptop sits closed on the table, screen dark. The recording software is still technically open in the background, quietly holding the file he just made, waiting to be told exactly what to do with it. The microphone, lifeless and unlit, points at nothing in particular. The fridge hums, cycles off, hums again. For a while, there's nothing but house noise. Then, in a stretch of quiet, when even the fridge takes a breath, a low sound brushes the edge of the room. It is small, distant, almost not there at all. A hum that could be the building's wiring, or a truck idling 3 streets over, or some imperceptible shift in the city's deep machinery. Somewhere in the laptop's sleeping heart, the software catches it. On the frozen waveform, buried in a layer you would not notice unless you were looking very hard, a tiny new mark appears. A low bump, followed by the faintest change in amplitude, like the shape of a single slow exhale drawn in miniature. Eli does not hear it. He is asleep now, finally, his breath slow and even. The story he poured out into the dark no longer pressing against the inside of his skull for the moment. The question it leaves behind is not for him alone. It belongs to you, lying in your own room, in your own bed, listening to your own walls settle and your own fan hum. If some places remember us after we leave them, in their own strange way, with their own long, patient frequencies, what memories are you leaving in the rooms you sleep in the nights you barely remember? Far away, the canyon that once held a rift stands quiet under a sky that has seen too much and not enough. Wind moves through it in long, careful breaths, slipping along the carved walls, curling around old scars in the rock. The sound it makes could be nothing more than air finding its way through stone. Or It could be something older, heavier, and finally, slowly, learning how to be quiet again.